Okay, so today, since the PTR is almost over, we want to do some speed leveling tests here. And what we're going to do is we try if we can do 1 to 100 with just Helltides. So I guess I gotta start the timer and we give it a go, right? Something is... Where's the lives? Okay, interesting. Maybe it's... Okay, let's update this, whatever. Seems to be a little broken. Ah, there it is again. Okay. Let's close this one. Save it, yes. Open it again. Okay, I guess now it can be updated. Interesting. Okay. Let's restart this live split. Definitely broken. Gonna start any minute here, but there's still split. Close. Okay, for some reason it's updating, but the update seems to be broken. So let me do a new one here. Wait, is it actually doing something here? I don't think it is. Let's restart it. Okay. Edit again. Let's split. Okay, so it's controllable. Let's hope it works this time. All right, let's go. Start. Okay, first of all, we get some Arclash. Then we get some Teleport. Flame Shield. Glass Cannon. Hotkeys. Then let's jump right into Helltide. So I tested this before, obviously a little bit. So you can do Capstone Dungeon at level 30 if you want to do it like very early. There's like the new stat on gear, which is life on hit, which is extremely powerful. And I'm not gonna do it at 30, I'm gonna do it like at 35. And then the new elixirs are very, very powerful early because it gives like 15% resource reduction and it really doesn't cost anything. You just gotta like pick up a couple of these herbs and then you're already good. So it's really, really... I really like the new leveling experience, even though there's probably gonna be the seasonal mechanics, which is gonna change a little bit. But so far, I really enjoyed it. I mean, I already tested it to like level 35, though. You don't want to do these events. Okay, so we want to get Glass Cannon Hydra. And the buff for Hydra is like very, very strong for leveling. Because, well, basically Hydra now... Oops, Hydra now you have 2 Hydras. And Hydra was not so great in leveling because there was just 1. But now you have 2 and it also has higher attack speed. So it really does make a big difference in leveling. And then also, tempering is going to be available from level 15. So what you can do is, you can temper life, not life on it, you can temper the damage stats starting at level 15. And you can temper them to your ring, you can temper them to both of your weapons, and you can temper them to your amulet, and you can temper them on your gloves. So basically when starting, you get like 200% extra damage just from tempering alone. And I don't know if it's intended like this. It doesn't scale with level or something whatsoever. But it actually is very, very powerful. And I will show you like in a little bit. And also, the stat life on hit is also very, very powerful early. Because with this Helltide leveling, like in this one it's not so relevant. But there's like these blood pillars, which, you know, take your life like faster and faster and more mobs spawn. And you can stay in those for a very long time with using the life on hit stat. And that is actually crazy for leveling. Wonder if you do this mechanics actually. It seems like a lot of work actually. But yeah, these little side events here in Helltide are very strong. Don't want to drag it out too far though. You get the tempering recipe at level 15 for free in a chest at the blacksmith. I don't know if they're gonna keep it like this, but there's a chest at the blacksmith where you get it for free. I will show you when I'm level 15. It's not gonna take very long. Burning. That's kinda... So the first recipe you basically get for free. So it's really, really fast. Like, it's way, way faster than before. I mean, I don't know if it's like, you know, it doesn't really matter so much, but in Helltide you get like the materials and you get them very early, which is kind of important. And also at the very beginning you can do enchantments. So enchantments are very cheap at the very beginning. You just don't want to die because you want to save your cinders and not turn them in too early. So you have to be careful not to die. It's gonna get easier though. At the very beginning it's a little bit rough. So you see this one has life per hit, right? I have +4 life per hit now on my stuff. And now I'm basically unkillable. Let's try to find one of these events. Because the Hydras trigger life on hit and they do so many projectiles, so as you can see my hit points are like instantly filling. So it's very, very strong early. You can also do the capstone with it, no problem. Oh wait, there is stuff. So if I could find one of these blood pillars now, would show you. These are fairly rare. But as you also can see, like, rares are dropping very early in Helltide. So you're gonna have access to rares, no problem. You're gonna have all the materials you need in the very beginning. I tested that already. Also for crafting the elixirs, it really only costs like a couple of herbs. Yeah, but I'm not gonna have time for that. So next week there's work again. But I mean, it's not really special. Like, it's nothing. I mean, I guess you can play it, but I don't really see like a whole bunch of fun. Just play Arclash and, you know, Hectic and put everything into damage. So I might actually test this maybe tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Cannot promise it. So you basically have to pick up a couple of these herbs to be able to craft the stuff early. Not sure about that. I mean, they have no damage mitigation on Sorg, so why not just keep it? Okay, so here's the blood thing, right? I'm gonna show you now what I mean. Just assign my skill points here real quick. Okay, what do we have? Blast cannon. Firewall. Oh, we do firewall. Well, firewall doesn't... How many did I put? So you want to have firewall, and then we want to have the mana regeneration for every active firewall. And then we're gonna do this event now. Now remember, we have the life on hit. So this is basically draining our life. And we will be able to stay in this very long. Right now I just have 4 life per hit, so it's not super powerful yet. But as soon as you get like getting more life on hit on your gear, you can stay in this for very, very long. And I'm gonna leave this like a little bit early, because I don't have ice armor yet. But at some point, basically, these are starting to spawn elites. And then you actually get like a crazy amount of HP out of this. So I'm gonna leave it now. And there's just like 4 life on it, right? So you're gonna get more life on it, and then you can stay in these for a very, very long time early. Just gonna take a little while until Firewall you have enough mana regeneration, because you need the Fury Surge. It's gonna take a while. But that's okay. Just in general, it's like very, very fast leveling method in Helltide. No, I don't have any more winter glasses. I gave them all away. As you can see, like, you know, it's still like not very good because I'm still missing a high amount of life regeneration, life on hit. But you can already stay in here for like a very extended period of time. As you can see, we're almost level 15 already. And then we're gonna, at level 15, we're gonna get the enchantment quest, and then I'm gonna show you that you can actually temper your gear right away. And then we're also gonna get 2 aspects. You're gonna get the one aspect where you can move faster while moving through a firewall. And the other one is gonna be the inner calm, because later on you're just gonna stand still. And that aspect actually gives you a good amount. Well, actually, I think I'm not gonna get it, because if I get it now, since they nerfed the aspect, it would have a 30%, and that wouldn't be very... well, I would have it at double magnitude, and I don't really want to do this. Because it's not going to be reflecting the real leveling experience, I guess. Okay. Hydras. So as soon as we get Fury Surge, we're gonna have way more mana. I think you get it at like level 14. So you can see, like, I can really just stand in the middle of all these mobs, and the life on hit from the Hydras will just keep me at 100% health all the time, so I really cannot die here at all. It's really, really strong. And it's just like 1+4 life on hit roll, and you're gonna get like way better rolls later. Let's look at our gear. I mean, I don't have a like one-handed weapon. Just keep this for now. I guess like this Hellborn is like a little bit annoying because it keeps moving backward. Yeah, we know that, but you know, since nobody is gonna play the old season, I guess, you know, it's a fair time to take a break. So we're gonna get back here later and turn in the cinders. We're gonna do this towards the end of the Helltide, because they scale with the level, right? So the higher level you have, the more XP you get, so you don't want to use them now. And in normal, all the chests cost 100, and they all give like a lot of rares. So that's also, as soon as we go here towards the end of the Helltide, we get a good bunch of gear. Just gonna help us a lot. I mean, of course you're gonna get the mercenary because they coded like this construct, so they gotta reuse like their abilities, right? So if you can also finish the quests here for the what is called the whispers, you're also gonna get like a good amount of experience if you turn them in later. But some of these are very hard in the early Helltides. Oh, we're almost level 15. We can do the enchantment quest very soon. Then we're gonna get Fireball enchantments, which is gonna make everything 10 times stronger. So let's see, we should already have Fear Research. No. Okay, so actually we get it at level 15. Yeah, I think you can be way faster than that. I think I was done with the Capstone at level like 35 after like an hour or something like that. And the Capstone took like 12 minutes. Not sure though, maybe I'm wrong. Also depends when you do the Capstone. But you know, I don't really care about the 1 to 40. Like, I care about the 1 to World Tier 4 basically. That's like a significant time. The 1 to 40 isn't really, you know, it doesn't really matter at all. The 1 to 100 time is obviously the most important, but since in World Tier 4 you can get the the greater affix items, everything before, you know, doesn't really matter because it's just throwaway if you think about it. So if you get a little bit faster to World Tier 3 and then for that you just take more time to get to World Tier 4, it doesn't really, you know, matter the whole lot. But you know, I think we're gonna be a little bit faster here. We'll see. Gonna do the enchantment quest now. So now we get tempering. I'm gonna show you like in a little bit how it works. Just finish this stack of mobs here. Oh, come on. Stump me. Okay, so we go here. So now here's what you can do, right? As soon as you're level 15, there's a chest next to the blacksmith here, and that's always gonna have the natural finesse, right? So now you can temper the natural finesse, and I'm only gonna do it once because mine has double the strength because I cannot get the lower version of it. So I'm only gonna temper it once, right? So I have like, basically I'm just gonna put it on these two and not on the stuff for now. So then you can put these, and you can get damage to distant, which is the best one basically you can get here. And these are basically free. You're gonna have these materials, no problem, right? So I'm just gonna take these two and call it a day. Usually you would do one more, but again, mine have like double the strengths, so I just do one. So now let's do the enchantment quest real quick here. And after the enchantment quest, we do one stronghold to get the movement speed aspect. Then we're gonna go back to Helltide. I have to check the timing though, that I'm not too slow. Maybe I have to go to Helltide before getting the quest, the aspect. Because I have 200 cinders and I don't want those to expire. The Helltide is gonna end at like 55, so in like 25 minutes. So I think we have way more than enough time. Okay. I'm gonna do this one as quickly as possible. But I really enjoy the early Helltide leveling experience. I think it does a lot. can stop like a couple of times and just kill these mobs. But you don't want to like, you know, clear everything. It's not worth your time. They're usually gonna follow you for a very long time. So this one obviously we want to do. So these shrine events are like very juicy. Gives you a lot of XP. Also, like you're gonna have, I'm gonna show you later that I'm gonna be using gold for doing like some enchantments before going through the capstone. So just keep in mind, you're gonna have enough gold. Like I have like 15 million gold, like 500 million gold right now. But you're gonna have enough gold to do these early enchantments. You find enough gold early, it's not gonna be an issue. Let's finish the shrine here real quick. Also, as soon as possible, you want to try to find boots with movement speed on evade. That is the best boots you can find in the very beginning. It's like way better than finding boots with movement speed. I didn't find any boots yet, unfortunately. But that is going to be also very good for like speed farming, speed leveling at the very beginning. It's going to give you like a lot of movement speed bonus. So I don't have these now. It's just like where I'm a little slow. Nice. Perfect room. Oh god. So if you find the first box, you don't want to return it. You just want to keep it to move faster. Because it's gonna give you a movement speed buff. Because we are searching for the codex here. Not gonna do this event. I don't even know like where the codex can be. I don't know if it's like really completely random, but I always tend to like having to clear the entire dungeon. A little bit annoying, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. It all gives XP in the very beginning, so I guess, you know, it doesn't matter too much where you actually kill the very early mobs. It has always been the best leveling build. Like Firewall has always been the best leveling build by like, you know, a million times better than everything else. And now with Hydra, it's like even way more strong. No, Incinerate's garbage for leveling. You have to stand still and cannot move. That's like literally not what I want to do. I want to be able to move. Also, you have to take into account when you're leveling, you're not gonna have this aspect, right? You're not gonna have any aspects when you're leveling, unless you're like leveling like a twink. But You know, your first character, you're not gonna have this. So I play a leveling build which basically doesn't require to have any aspects. But I don't really see like the incinerate thing. I didn't really see that it dealing a lot of damage, honestly, but I don't know. I guess it depends on the level. I didn't feel like it was doing a whole lot more. Yeah, they're in the codex, but then you gotta do an early dungeon to unlock them. They are not gonna be in the codex by default. The codex by default is going to be empty, I think at least. It's just for this season that everything is at level 1, but I don't think that is going to be unlocked by default. You still have to do the dungeons to unlock the aspects. That is just on the PTR that the codex is initially filled, but that's not gonna be the reality. There's also drop-only aspects. I don't know what the Inferno aspect is, if it's drop-only or not, but you're not gonna have it at the very beginning. Wish I had a one-hand weapon. So really, I'm gonna unlock one aspect right after this. Just to show you what I mean. Okay. Enchantment quest done. So now the aspect I want to unlock is in Nostrava here. Exactly. So not every aspect has a dungeon, right? So for example, there's the Serpentine aspect, which gives you an additional Hydra. So if you would have this when leveling with Hydra, obviously, you know, you would be extremely strong, but you're not having it. And it's a drop-only aspect, so you cannot unlock it. So if you're very lucky and find it early, your leveling experience is going to be 15 times better, obviously. Because the third Hydra will do so much. Yeah, there will be a leveling guide for this. So, do this one here real quick. I don't even know how to do it. I'm not doing like the speedrun of all speedruns, so I don't want to reach world tier 3 the fastest possible. That's not what I'm looking for. If I would be doing this, I wouldn't be doing this stronghold here now. I'm really looking to get, in general, the fastest way to level 100. And I really need this aspect. There used to be like hints on the map where I have to go, I think. Maybe they're gone. Oh, now it is. So this stronghold is gonna unlock the dungeon where you get the flame wall movement speed aspect. Firewall, whatever it's called. Oh, actually I forgot to put the enchantment slot, by the way. Should maybe do this. Okay. Good plan. So I really think we have like the strongest leveling builds at this point. Like really like so much better than any other class. Unfortunately, you know, doesn't matter all that much, unfortunately. This actually gives decent XP. I also checked the dopamine tunnels and they seem to be nerfed. I mean, I only checked them in World Tier 3, but there was like way less mob density, maybe half of it. I'm not sure if that was just related to the lower world tiers, I don't really honestly remember. We have 14 more minutes until the Helltide ends. So this is also like very important. I cannot really screw that up. That's gonna cost me like 2 levels or something like that. So I gotta really be back in the Helltide to turn in my cinders. Yeah, depends how much they're gonna nerf it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna get nerfed a little bit. But you can play other builds. Like, really the Frozen Orb build was very good to get fast to high tier level kits. But, you know, there's other things you need to do at leveling at the very beginning. You need to do your Nightmare Dungeons and stuff like that. So, it was great for me because I could get into like high level pits like very, very fast. Where's this guy? I don't remember this dungeon which is behind here. I hope it's not too terrible. But as you can already see, like, if you remember this, like, if you ever did this stronghold early, like, this fight is actually pretty rough. But with the life on hit, it's, like, so easy. No, the cinders still don't stay. I think it's okay that the cinders don't stay, actually. I don't mind that. Okay. Wait, the dungeon is right there. So we have to finish this dungeon basically to get the flame firewall aspect for our boots so we can move faster. I'm doing this now. I don't know if this dungeon takes long or not. I don't think so. But then, right after this, I'm gonna go back to the Helltide and finish it real quick so I don't have to be, like, stressed out going to town, like, you know, changing my gear. And then after the Helltide, we basically have 5 minutes to go to the town, do all the tempering, do a little bit of enchanting and stuff like that. That's probably how you're gonna do it, like, in leveling. Helltide, you always play, like, the full Helltide. And then at the very end, you're gonna turn in all your cinders. Obviously, you don't want to die, right? If you die and lose half of your cinders, like if you have 1,000 cinders to like turn in everything at the end, basically, and then you die, you probably screwed up big time, so you gotta be confident there. And I already see me screwing that up. I also like decided to probably change my content a little bit more towards early game stuff. Because You know, the good this PTR is, I'm still like not really, you know, I still don't really like the endgame. Depends how many changes they do. But at the current state, we still have the damage spike and the damage mitigation problem. And that is for me, it's a huge issue. I really don't like it. I haven't tried playing defensive though. Like you can play defensive with life on hit and you can do dodge. But dodge is like a, you know, dodge is like a saying you still get one hit, right? If you're like unlucky. Yeah, they work extremely good. Like life on hit with Hydra is completely overpowered. Like you literally cannot die. Like, I really did the Capstone dungeon at level 30 without a single aspect on my gear earlier today. And was no problem. It took like 12 minutes, but it was no issue at all. And I will do it in the stream, like, but I won't do it at level 30. I will do level like 35. Because it's gonna be, if you enter World Tier 3 at level 32, it's still gonna be a little bit rough because you're missing a good amount of skill points from your gear. But you can definitely do it. It's very, very overpowered with Hydra. And I even didn't have attack speed. If you stack attack speed, which is also way easier now because the early gear is way better. So that's something they did a good job on. Like the early gear feels way, way better than before. Before, the early gear you would have wouldn't matter at all. It wouldn't literally, doesn't matter what stat would be on there. And that definitely changed. So, which is in line with what they said in the campfire, right? We want to make the gear feel more impactful. And especially in the early game, that is true now. So if you get like a, you know, 10% attack speed on like a regular item, that's pretty impactful. And same with the life on it. I'm not sure if they intended it. There's also mana on kill, which also solves like a lot of mana problems in Helltide. Depends on if you don't have the mana regeneration yet. Okay. So this was the dungeon, right? Okay. So now we have the aspect, and I'm not going to imprint it right now because I don't have the boots yet. The Hydra damage is not really relevant. I mean, in the early game we scale burning damage, but they do great damage. Basically, the best stats in the early game is just flat damage. So whatever damage you can get on gear, like plus, you know, 30% damage to close, plus 30% damage, damage here, damage there, and attack speed. That's the strongest modifiers for them. So I have 6 minutes left. That's a good amount. So as soon as I turn in my cinders, I will get like 2 or 3 levels from that. Then we're gonna have 5 minutes to just turn in our stuff. Maybe I can get another one, but you know, you don't get so many cinders in these early, in the World Tier 2. It's way better in World Tier 3, like the mob density and everything. So now I have like a little bit more life on it, and you will see that I survived this substantially longer now. But I gotta move out soon. Don't wanna like stretch this too far really. At the very beginning, where life pool is like still very low. Oops. Yes, I am from Germany. Right. So mana regeneration is gonna get better as soon as we reach some more key stats. So I'm gonna start opening the chest then at level 21. Got a good 3 minutes left here. I did play Diablo 3, but only at the beginning. I wasn't like very long in the game. I mean, I played it for like the first year. I didn't even actively play the expansion. As you can see now, these chests in normal give you like half a level and they drop a good amount of stuff. Especially the herbs and everything. You need to craft your elixirs. It's a pretty good amount there. So I dropped natural resistance. Can also put that on with tempering now. So the early tempering recipes seem to drop like fairly often. So you will have access to them, no problem. Fortunately, I think I'm not gonna be able to get the third chest here. I only have like, well, I need 20 more cinders. It's gonna be close. Minutes. Could make it. It would be huge if I could make it. Okay, this is bad. Pick up these. 83. Now I'm not gonna make it in 1 minute. What's the next chest though? Okay, let's try. Maybe we find some of these red things you can click for like 5+ cinders. Seven more, come on. Nope, not. That's unfortunate. So this is like half a level I'm missing now, but you know, happens. See, there's the next one. Pyromancy Endurance. So these are pretty common, like early. You will get enough of these. So let's get to town. So now we have like 5 minutes to go through the gear, do all the tempering. Pretty easy. Way more than enough time. So first of all, now we get like the amulet here. Maximum life, crit chance. That sounds good. So you want to pick up like a little bit of max life. Life per second is also a good, good stat to have there. this one has 5 life from it. I'm keeping this. Dagger. Also has life on it. Pretty nice. So we will do one more gear iteration basically before going to Capstone, but right now the gear which we put on now we keep. Okay. Anything else good here? Nope. Not the best gear though. Anyway. So now what we can do is you will have way more enough the materials to do this, right? So we can do the tempering now again. And we go for the offensive one. And, well, actually, I'm just gonna do the rings here. I'm gonna not temper my weapons because I have double the stats, basically, right? Damage too close is good. So we're just gonna do 3 items here for tempering. And then we also found like defensive ones. We found Pyromancy Endurance, I guess. Which is, you know, it's not too bad. You can get worms. I don't know if you can get it early though. Let's just keep the lucky hit here. That sounds good. Just want to see if you can actually get it. Anyway. I don't think you can. Who knows? Oh, you can. Okay, so this is actually huge. If you find this, gives you like a good amount of regeneration there. Okay, so now you can definitely do enchanting at this stage of the game, just a little bit. It's not going to be too expensive. So if you want to get movement speed on your boots, for example, at least, you know, give it a try. Like, do like a couple. There you go. And, well, we have, this one is good, this one's good. I want to get 1 mana when on kill, basically. Which you can get. But you don't want to do too many. I'm not sure how much gold you will have here, but here. So take these 2 mana on kill, and you know, we're done. And we imprint our aspect, which we get us. Also this one here, right? Imprint aspect. And we get our, what was it called? Flame Walkers, right? This one is obviously, I don't know if the codex aspects are going to be level 1. But we will see that at a later point. So now we're basically done, and we just do the elixir and the potion upgrade, and then we go to next Helltide. So I would assume if you pick up the stuff, you will have probably like enough for like 2. Let's make it 2. I think it's fair to that you get 40 bundled herbs. You probably will have more than this. I'm just gonna assume it's gonna be like 2. And right there, you're done and you're ready for the next Helltide. And now you have to make sure you get the right one, because sometimes it's a fake Helltide, but usually if it has these symbols, it's the real one. And now we can level and do the capstone, no problem. Now it will be very fast. If not, this happens. This thing. So we will get more damage once we get our key passives and stuff like that. But, you know. And I assume if we have a new season, you're gonna meet more people leveling here. Yeah, it's... Sometimes you have like 3 Helltides on your minimap. And if you go to the wrong one, you're basically not getting anything. So you want to take a look which one actually has the Helltide Whispers in. That's gonna be the real one. But yeah, so it feels really good, like leveling even in the early Helltides. And, you know, the density gets much, much higher later on. Also in World Tier 3 you will also find the important summoning materials. You probably also want to stop picking up rares at some point and just pick the slots you really need. So basically just like weapons. Basically all offensive items you want to then pick up. Defensive ones do not really matter all that much. You see Sorcerer motion. That is the movement speed tempering. So you get these very fast. I guess it's fair to assume that, you know, after an hour or so you will have all the basic tempering recipes. They really drop a lot. And the early tempering really like matters quite a bit. Like tempering the movement speed and stuff like that. That really helps a lot. So this one is a very good one. It does like not enough damage to basically kick you out, so you can stay in this for a very long time. As you can see, like the life on it completely keeps you like at 100% all the time, basically. So that's a crazy stat. Like you would never be able to survive this in the early game without that stat. It starts getting more and more damage though. So maybe you actually just want to play it. Like nothing wrong without that, right? Because the longer you stay in here, it will start spawning a lot of elites soon. So this really makes a lot of sense to stay in here. That was close. I don't know how many levels I got from that, but you know, pretty significant actually, I would say. And I assume if there's like going to be like 5 people running around at these Helltides all the time, or 4 people, then, you know, you're gonna be way faster. Because right now, you know, you meet like a guy once in a while, but it's not gonna be like significant. But then later on, if there's more guys, like the leveling gets faster. And obviously, as soon as you find Serpentine aspect, you're gonna be golden. Right. I mean, I think it's cool. Could be more mobs. These spawn really like a lot of monsters, I guess. I think the blood ones even spawn more. That might be just feeling. Might be wrong. So at level 30 we're gonna get Hydra enchantment, by the way. We want more Hydras. So I guess I can sustain these without even doing the mechanics now. It's good. Mechanics are like this really exhausting to play mechanics. There's another one. So at like level 25 it will start dropping legendaries, or maybe like you know, level 26, like somewhere around this usually starts. Well, they still do quite a bit of damage, so they're still your highest source of damage at this point. But they just don't scale very well with any damage modificators. Also the burn damage, it's basically free damage, right? So you get 60% extra burn damage, and burn damage is something we can scale, even with the key passives and everything. So in the early game it scales quite well, because it's free damage. So, I mean, if you take the 30% extra crit chance after you crit, so in the early game you don't really crit. So it doesn't really matter a lot. But the burn damage really, it scales very good. It starts falling off though at some point. Wonder if fire resistance would help with these. These are pretty... Now that's pretty interesting leveling process here, right? Finished it. Well, firewalls natively regenerate your mana. Then there's a new attribute which is called mana on kill. That's just 2 mana on kill though, but it's still, you know, it does a lot. And then also you have Fury Surge, which gives you like mana regeneration whenever you kill a burning enemy. So in general, Firewall has a very high mana regeneration. That's why it's such a great early game build, because you don't have to worry about mana at all. With the new affixes, mana on kill especially, and also you can get mana regeneration on your defensive pieces now, so you can get like a +5 mana regeneration or something like that at this point. Another tempering recipe. You basically will have... probably there will be new leveling builds, which will also be good, but I don't think they're going to be as good as Firewall. Maybe Blizzard can be played early with the mana regeneration. So if you get like +10 mana regeneration a second, you can probably just spam Blizzards as well in the early stages. But I don't have time to try that. But there might be new good leveling builds with the new resource generation affixes. But at this stage, like, the leveling is like really already pretty fast. I actually should change my skills at some point. But you know, at this time I don't really need it. Because I'm not really using Arclish ever. Should get Frost Nova there. See, like, now the first legendaries start dropping, basically. This is good. Good aspect. More damage. I take that. Soon we're gonna get level 30. But this will definitely make the early game more fun. And to be honest, like, it doesn't matter all that much for me, like, personal. But for many players, this is important, because many players really only have the early game experience. So, you know, you kind of have to understand why Blizzard does this. And this is actually a good early game experience, I would say. I mean, it's not the best early game experience, obviously, but still a good one. By the way, I'm doing something wrong here. Just put some into Firewall. So as soon as we get World Tier 3, this is gonna be pretty fast, I guess. Get some movement speed on. But the good thing about the Hydras is also they kill stuff off screen. So for leveling, very important, because we don't really care about the loot anyway. We could finish the quest now for the event, but I'm not gonna do this. I'm I'm gonna save my baleful hearts or whatever they're called for later stages. Yeah, you always want to do one element. It's basically the skills synergize with each other better. I'm gonna stash my gear soon. Actually, I can probably just salvage this entire one. Oh, they did the ritual. That's nice. So we're gonna get a free ritual here. So, like this one here, right? If this will be all the time during leveling, like you're gonna get so much XP. You're gonna be so fast. So we're gonna be able to do Capstone very soon anyway. I don't even know what a good time for Capstone is, really, with like the old leveling methods. I hope this girl can kill me. I have to be careful, because if this girl one-shots me, like I'm gonna lose a lot of cinders, so I rather let the other guys do the work here. No clue how much damage she can do. I really don't want to find out. But see, at this stage we already have access to legendaries. So I guess it's not gonna be a huge issue to get like your stuff. So I'm just gonna stash here real quick. I mean, I'm pretty sure they have been nerfed. I mean, I just looked at them on World Tier 2 and there was like significantly less mob density in there. So it's just my feeling that they have been nerfed. I didn't verify that, but... I'm pretty sure. But still, like even... I think Helltides are going to be better anyway. If you have enough people here, you will get XP like significantly faster. And also, you get materials during Helltide, and during Domain Tunnels you basically get nothing, right? You're also gonna get your, like, your aspects. You're not gonna get any legendaries in Domain Tunnels. And in Helltides you're gonna get a lot of legendaries, which also is important. The hearts get carried over, yeah. It's like a regular material, you can just keep it. Just the cinders don't get carried over. Also, somebody has been noting, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but the Helltide event drops like high-level items. Like this one here, you see it's level 33. Oh no, it's not. I thought it was be the other one because somebody reported that they drop like level 50s, but this is not it. That's just random. So we just get all the fire passives basically. And I'm still like, right now my damage is a little bit low because I didn't change my weapon. So I should have a way better weapon now, but I will only make like one more iteration. So I don't want to spend a lot of time going through my gear. So the next time I go through my gear is going to be before I do Capstone. I'm gonna do that at like, I don't know, maybe in like 10 minutes. After I open the chests here in Helltide. I want to wait a couple of levels before opening them. So I get a little bit better gear out of them. So see, by opening all these herbs, you will be able to make all the elixirs you want. And at level 40, you will also can make the incense, no problem. So you will absolutely have enough materials to do that. Don't see any issues with that at all. No, Frozen Orb is not good for leveling. Again, with fire you have all the synergy that burning damage scales very well, and direct damage in the early game basically doesn't scale good. Burning damage doesn't scale late game, but it scales very good early game, and you get the free mana regeneration. So I highly recommend doing Firewall. And the other leveling build would be Blizzard, but you need the aspect for the Blizzard first. So as soon as you could get the glacial aspect for your Blizzard, you could probably switch to Blizzard there early. But I don't think it's gonna be that much better than Firewall, honestly. That guy dropped a lot of crystals. I think I should put another weapon on. Getting a little bit weak my damage here. Oh look, you find yellow recipes already. Not bad. So what do you have here? 1 life per hit. Take this. We're gonna open the chest soon and then prepare for Capstone. I should already go to like towards a position where I want to open the chests. Probably somewhere around the top there. I haven't found any pillars in a while. Yeah, I did. Hydra. I have Hydra as second enchantment. You could also do Firewall at this point. I honestly don't really know what's better. But I think they're gonna be like fairly similar. Which this is the wrong way. Can also do Firewall, I think. But usually you put on Firewall enchantment to get more mana regeneration. But I don't have issues with mana. Oh wait, this is a stronghold. This Helltide is pretty empty. But my threat meter is full soon, so I'm gonna spawn like all the crazy girls here. There's really no mobs around this stronghold. Pretty annoying. So later, when tempering, the best affix you can get is basically damage too close. Because, you know, you're most likely gonna be close all the time in this early stages. And damage too close has a pretty significant role. Yeah, Frost Nova. I'm like too lazy, honestly, to just skill it. Usually I would skill Frost Nova at this point, but really I don't want to open my skill tree and stuff like that. Doesn't sound like a fun thing to do at this point. So that's why I say I will do it at the iteration before I go to the Capstone. I will also change my skills, but right now I don't really want to do it. Doesn't really matter so much anyway at this stage. Now I will go. You will see the skill tree before going to the Capstone dungeon. I don't really. I want to see how fast I'm here, so I cannot really spend time to show the skill tree now. There's also the tortured gift here, by the way. Oh, that's the tortured gift of Doomsaying. Everything is PTR. Nobody is gonna play on not PTR. That was one. Finally one of these pillars. You know, maybe I should just finish the Helltide. Since I don't really care about the Capstone. No, Chain Lightning is garbage for leveling. Has always been. No area of effect is terrible for leveling. Chain Lightning is basically garbage, period. Like, at this current stage of the game, there is really no room for Chain Lightning at all, because it's just single target damage. And that is just something which is not working out. I mean, these pillars are crazy. Okay. Did that. So let's start picking up the chest at this point, I guess. I'm just gonna go top here and start. Open up all the chests. Then we do Capstone. Look at this double Screaming Hellwing. I think I get like 15 skill points to assign as well. 3, fair enough. Also, there's like no XP buff on the PTR, right? So you get on the season you always get like more XP, but there's no XP buff here. I guess 33 is a good start for opening chests. Then I will be like easy like 35 for Capstone. That's like, it's already too high basically, but you know, it doesn't really matter. The Goblin is obviously an issue without Frost Nova, I gotta admit that, so I'm just gonna let him run. Okay, let's open these chests. They also drop the elixirs, so we will definitely have enough elixirs. Also, like the regular events in Helltides you don't want to do. They are not worth your time anymore. The mob density in the events is basically lower than the mob density in Helltide. Okay, where's the next one? Oh, there's 2. So if you don't like upgrade your gear like at all, as you can see, like my damage is like falling off a little bit at this point, but that's okay because I'm like close to like making the next iteration there basically. Do you have to kill these? No, right? Yep, chain lightning is bad for anything. Unfortunately, that's the truth. It's just like the scaling doesn't make sense, right? So, for example, like take Fireball or take Firewall or take Frozen Orb. They basically do the same damage as Chain Lightning. But Chain Lightning is not AoE. So, also Chain Lightning has terrible lucky hit chance. So, it's everything like about Chain Lightning is just wrong at this point. So I guess at this point you can really temper everything. Just gonna stash my gear once again. Yeah, I don't have a stash plan. Maybe I still have an empty tab somewhere. Let's see. This one here. Right, next chest. You can start tempering at level 15. The only thing I hate is that they didn't change the timer on opening the chest. They said they're gonna put it to like 0.7 seconds and they just didn't do that. It's still like the old, completely annoying process that makes me crazy. It's like so terrible. What? Okay. Interesting. Well, there goes my cinders. Wow, that guy really one-shot me. That's really insane. I just want to open this goddamn chest. Is it like so much to ask? So all my like Helltide threat level is gone now. It's like very unfortunate. Okay, so level 35 we can do Capstone now. Just finish these mobs and then I'm gonna go to town. My damage is like horrible right now. just want to get out of here. Yeah, that sounds like way too difficult for me. I'm not doing stuff like that. Okay. So let's go to a town where can we actually do stuff. Okay. So let's go through our gear here real quick. Start with all the weapons. So let's find a good weapon here. Plus 135. Probably the one, well, the damage to close isn't really there at all. This one has already life pit and damage is alright. I'm gonna take the bigger one. We're gonna have enough materials to enchant these anyway. So let's see, do we have focus? Focus. Let's just stash this and scrap all the other stuff here real quick. So this gear I'm gonna carry basically until level 45 now. So I'm just spending like a tiny bit of time looking at it. This is it? Wow. Okay, let's take the biggest one, I guess. Then we have... Let's temper these real quick here. So basically we will have also these... we won't have this one here, obviously, but we will have pyromancer augments at this point. So we can definitely use this. Firewall size, why not, right? Wait. Oh, you can only temper them once? Wait. Ah, that's interesting. Wait, so I cannot change it? Okay, that's unfortunate. Didn't know that. So, anyway, I can't change it now. Gotta stick with it. So these are all bad, right? Fire damage over time, pyromancer attack speed, pyromancer crit. Okay, we don't want this. We take the regular one. Damage to close, that's already perfect. So, since I bricked this, I'm gonna do 2 more temperings on my rings. Oh wait, I should check my rings first. Okay, so let's go for rings. I got 3 rings already. Okay. So what do you have here? We basically just want to get like a relatively high one here. Doesn't really matter what's on there. Just about the item level. Mana on kill, movement speed. Pretty good. Max life, life pay. This is perfect actually. Take this one. So we always get like natural finesse basically on everything. And as soon as we hit damage or damage too close, that's fine. Not gonna do these ones, so... Now let's find... chest piece. Undying, not bad. Let's take this. Has high item level. Helmets. Okay, this also has high item level. I'm just taking it for the high item level, really. I'm gonna enchant these anyway. Now let's go for gloves. Boots, maybe. Okay, so what do we have here? Attack speed, max life. Vulnerable damage we don't need. This is good damage, but we can imprint this maybe. Maybe I'm gonna use this. This has decent stats. And there's 336, so... And then we need boots. We just want to have a high one so we can get a good roll. But we need some max life for the capstone, definitely. That helps a lot. Let's use these. And now we just have the pants left. Oh, there's more boots here, by the way. How much do I have? 3. Okay. Matter. Let's go for pants. 399. These are even better. Taking these. Okay, pants. 400 intelligence life per second. Life per second is also not bad. I'm just taking like one of these. Right, that was everything, right? Yep. So let's salvage everything here. Do the defensive tempering. Then we're ready. So I'm just gonna do like 2 of them. Wait, you always get like resistance basically if you do this? This is like pretty bad actually for tempering. Probably want to use the utility then. Well, they're also garbage. So I guess, you know, defensive tempering is pretty useless. Like these are better. You can get these. That's fine. Let's go with this. And now we're just gonna do some enchanting here real quick. So we want to have life paid on our gear. Pretty important. I mean, you will not do this like forever. You could probably not do it for this long. I really don't know how much gold you would have at this point. It's hard to say. Or yes, this one. Okay, so that's fine. That is fine. I guess we're good now. Just get some more max life here. So max life is pretty easy to obtain. You usually get it like... Well, you can actually get the high armor rolls on the defensive pieces, which is pretty nice. I guess these are all good. I guess we're good. So... And then we just want to have our aspect here. What was it called? Flamewalkers, right? Okay. It's good enough. Good enough for Capstone. Maybe upgrade potions and then go. Oh, and I need to change like some skills, actually. Okay, so let's change this. So we want to have Frost Nova now. We don't care about the vulnerable and everything. We want to reset defensive skills. We actually want to have Fire Bolt now. Actually just put 1. 5 Hydra, 5 Firewall, all defensive max. That looks good. Let's go. Let's get something to drink here. But yeah, like basically like this, you can easily do Capstone. Not going to be an issue whatsoever. In Capstone, you don't want to use Fireball enchant. We want to use Firebolt enchant, basically. Or we can start with Fireball enchant, basically. But later on the bosses, you want to change that. No, I'm not even using the vulnerable. It's not gonna be significant in this early stages of the game. It's just 20% extra damage, and you don't have vulnerable damage anyway. So basically you just use it to like freeze mobs. That's it. Oh wait, wrong door. God damn it. Vulnerable damage doesn't matter at all early. I didn't put any gems though, but I don't have any slots. But 900 health should be alright. Obviously, you could go here like way faster. If you're like really rushing for like a speed run, you could definitely get this. You know, you can do this at level 30 and you can probably do this half an hour earlier if you really like go for it, if you don't get the movement speed aspect early and stuff like that. And you want to pick up the gear which drops here. Actually, I don't need to kill these here. But as you can see, this is like not going to be an issue at all. You're just going to get immediately regenerated by the life on hit. I'm going to be a little bit careful with some of these do crazy damage, especially if they are shock enchanted. But in general, you can just kite these mobs, and it's not going to be such a huge issue. But some of these knights are a little bit annoying, because they teleport away from your stuff. So that's why I basically use Frost Nova, just I can lock them in place for like a couple of seconds to get some extra damage out. These have like a lot of HP, so don't underestimate these. No, I don't have a Discord channel. See, like these shock enchanted ones, they do a lot of damage once in a while. As you can see, like even like after getting these heavy damage spikes, like I basically regenerated it within like a second from the life on it. Not even a second probably. But yeah, these shock enchanted ones, they do quite a bit of damage. But in general, if you need a little bit of hit points, like you need kind of an HP pool. Otherwise you can die. Especially because they're literally all shock enchanted here. But you don't want to die live on stream in a Capstone dungeon, right? That would be embarrassing. So that's why I play a little bit safer here. But yeah, these, like, sometimes if it's like too many of them, they get a little bit out of control. So you just want to, like, you know, keep backtracking a little bit. Just play it safe. They also can stun you. Not all of them, but some of them. Look! That's the random one-shot. Like, sometimes it can just happen. It's... I don't even know. It's like kind of a charging attack, which you don't really see that it is charging. But you know. It's just here, like the rest of the dungeon is easy. It would probably be helpful, but really, do you want to spend like time to, you know, pick your gear, having like light resistance at this stage of the game? Like, I rather, you know, die. It's for the second Capstone dungeon. There you want to stack fire resistance for the boss. And that actually helps. Because he has like mechanics which are just difficult to avoid. So this High Council is really no problem at all. You just want to try to kill the physician first. Which is not that easy sometimes, because he's always like going there, like in the back, as you can see. You want to kill him first, he's gonna revive all the other guys, which is pretty annoying. But these guys really don't do a whole lot of damage, so you don't need to be very careful here. So you also have like, you know, the mana regeneration is not so good here because you don't have the Fury Surge because mobs are not dying. So you're gonna struggle a little bit more with mana here. But, you know, it's all manageable, I would say. Also here you can get like elite corpse bows, which do like a lot of damage. But usually this also is pretty easy. Hope my elixir doesn't run out. That would be annoying. Yeah, I will. I will post a leveling guide towards the season. I'm using the resource elixir, which is pretty overpowered early. And I think I have to get a new one before the boss. This guy, for example, you want to be a little bit careful. He hits for like quite a bit. So yeah, my resource elixir is like unfortunately running out. So I have to get a new one. But I mean, you can just port out of here, right? So it's not a big deal. Let's do this right now. Yeah, level 35. You can definitely do it earlier if you want, by the way. I tried it. I did it at level 31. I also have a video of that. I'm just gonna craft like, you know, 20 of these now. Like, you're not gonna run out of these in a real scenario. Firewall damage isn't really changed at all. It's okay, but there hasn't been any buffs or something like that. These archers, they can also one-shot you. I mean, the damage number on the skill doesn't really say anything. Like it says, what is it, 2.3k. But it's really not comparable at all. These damage numbers don't mean anything, basically. No, they mean nothing. They mean absolutely nothing. They're before all multipliers and stuff like that. They don't take into account the burning damage, the stacking of the key passives and everything, so really, they don't really mean a whole lot. Again, also the power level, it highly depends on the buffs you have on and stuff like that, so... Yeah, of course it affects the damage numbers if you put on an item with burning damage. It's not the point I'm trying to make here. So this guy basically, you know, it's not really dangerous at all. Kind of want to kill like the minions. Because the archers do like, you know, they hurt a little bit. But besides that, you're not gonna have any issues picking up this guy. He doesn't really do big damage spikes. So the life on hit really just solves everything here. You don't even need to dodge the mechanics or anything. It's just gonna die. Yes, of course it includes everything. It includes everything which you have active at the time. But it doesn't include stuff which will be active sometimes. So for example, it won't include vulnerable damage. It won't include the bonus damage from having multiple sources of burning on a mob. So it will just include some of your general modifiers. Why the hell did it... What? Why is it jumping? This tool is like really, really bad. Okay, let's try again. Split. So, in general, it doesn't say a whole lot. Let's just say it doesn't say a whole lot. Yes, it does. But, oh look, I found a Taro Usher ring. That's pretty good, right? Alright, so now you see, this is fake Helltide. It doesn't have Helltide quest. This is real Helltide. But again, this is not very fast. But I just want to go on leveling. And just want to show like that now with level 36, you will still have absolutely no problems going into the Helltide here. Because, you know, a lot of the speedrunning guides, they tell you, yeah, you're just gonna like speed rush and you're gonna do the Capstone dungeon at like level 30. And then you're gonna end up in World Tier 3 and you're gonna just get insta-gipped by everything. They also do like the second Capstone dungeon at like level 50. And you're not going to be able to wear any gear until like 75. And you're just gonna get insta-gipped. Like, as you can see, these guys are like doing serious damage now, right? Because I still have the old gear. So you definitely want to be a little bit careful. But you can definitely play. Because you get a lot more experience here. So it's definitely worth it, but it is a little bit hard until you be able to wear more better gear. So don't underestimate these. You want to be a little bit careful here. But that's just what it is. Like, you know, you have no life. And these mobs are level 58, so... Definitely... You can also, like, stay in, like, World Tier 1 later. Like, you can also, like, just stay there until, like, level 45. And you know what? You're not gonna be much slower. You maybe end up going to be, like, 15 minutes slower in your overall leveling or something like that. So... But again, I assume if you do this on a live server, right, there will be like a bunch of people here. And you can, well, let's not call it leech, but, you know, there will be other people helping you. So... And as soon as you put Sacred Gear on, like, you're just gonna be fine. But until then, it's gonna be a little bit harder here. But still, like, the life on hit is still extremely strong. So as you can see, whenever I take some damage, like, I immediately regenerate it. So it's really, really a very strong leveling stat together with Hydra. And as soon as you find the Serpentine aspect, you're gonna get another Hydra, and it's gonna be even more insane. Oh, look. Oh, that was the explosion guy. That's unfortunate. Didn't see that. You're gonna be able to wear the stuff from the Capstone dungeon also relatively early. That's like very good level. It's like level 40 to level 43. But maybe you just wanna, you know, at this stage, you probably just wanna ignore those elites mainly, because they have like a significant amount of hit points. Maybe you just wanna keep moving forward, killing the non-elites, and the elites are gonna die anyway, and anytime anyway. Now you can also find the elixir 2 here already. Maybe I want to switch to Firewall enchant at this point. Not sure though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can definitely do it faster. Like, I didn't do it the fastest way. But, you're probably also, you're gonna be faster in the Capstone, stuff like that. And, you know, it always depends a little bit, obviously. Always depends also on the aspects you're getting. Like, if you get a good damage aspect early or a good movement aspect early, or if, like, let's say you get the Hydra aspect early, you're gonna be way faster, and I literally didn't play any aspects at all, right? But I mean, this is alright. This level's fast enough to be, like, you know, avoiding mobs for, like, a couple of minutes here before actually being able to put on the better gear. You definitely get XP way faster than in World Tier 1. Even though I'm not being able to kill the mobs as fast as I would want to. No! Those lunatics with the waller. Also, the Hydras are not really gonna do a whole lot of damage at this stage. You probably wanna set them to level 1 and get other stuff. But not sure, actually. I guess I'm just gonna wait until I get better gear. See how it goes. These elites like take forever to kill. I feel like they're healing as well. Look at that, living steel. So you already get like the rare temper manuals here. So I guess you got it's fair to assume that, you know, probably like soon you will have all the tempering manuals. They seem to drop like way more in these difficulties than in World Tier 4. Maybe it's a bug or something like that, that they are like crazy rare in World Tier 4. Not sure. Oh wow. So the lunatics kill me. Gotta get used to that. But it's still way more fun doing this than doming tunnels. Even though I lost all my cinders, that's unfortunate. But you know, we're gonna be in World Tier 3 for a while, so I guess it's okay at this point. What do I want to get? Don't even know. Get some damage here. What? Okay. I guess it's kind of, you know, a little bit overtuned, I would say. Wow. This girl's projectiles hurt. She has like this weird ass beam, which doesn't look like it's doing anything, but it does like crazy amounts of damage actually. Yeah, of course I'm using glass cannon. Not gonna remove it. Again, this is just like because I don't have sacred gear. So just like 2 more levels or so, I will have better gear, and then it's all gonna be fine. Technically, you're not supposed to be here at this stage of the game, right? You're supposed to be in World Tier 1. We'll also starting to get Lightning Spear at some point. Because Frozen Nova is pretty useless. I didn't even see that bear. Well, dying isn't fun either. These bears are like completely out of control. That's why it's probably even better to just play World Tier 1 until level 40. Because then you're gonna be able to take the gear from the Capstone dungeon and wear it. And you don't have to go through this here. And all this, like also like the monster set here is not very fortunate for me. What? So, it is like it is. I'm not playing hardcore, so who cares? Also, like, these all do, like, elemental damage, right? And I have no resistances whatsoever. Also, there's nobody here, no help. Nobody makes it, like, nobody's testing the leveling until World Tier, like, 3. They all stop in World Tier 1. Oh my god, do I even want to do this? No, I don't want to do this. Probably want to switch my Hydra to Firewall enchant at this point, just to get more damage out. These are all fortified and stuff like that. The non-elites are easy. It's just about the elites. So really, we probably just want to keep moving and, you know, mostly ignore the elites. And just do the non-elites. What build am I going for endgame? I'm not going to go do any endgame. I'm just going to continue with this build until level 100. So let me change my enchant here real quick. Going for Firewall now. Can I already wear some stuff? Nope. What happens if I kill this pillar? Oh, it's gonna spawn a fat elite. But I mean, the density now is already like pretty good for leveling. Like in World Tier 3, that's... I mean, that's already more than domain tunnels, I would say. Oh wow. I got surrounded. Few more levels. And it's gonna be easy. Maybe you could get some Inferno. Why not, right? Sounds like a good skill. This is basically just dodging and putting firewalls on the ground. There's so many elites here. I killed all their friends already, but now the elites are all left. Oh. So as soon as I hit like level 45, I will do like 10 times more damage basically, because I can, you know, put on a sacred weapon. But this is still pretty fun though. Like, even though it's challenging. I mean, it's not really challenging, it's just hard. Like, challenging would be if, you know, you would having difficulties doing it at all, but, you know, I just die once in a while. Because of the damage spikes are sometimes just being too high. Oh, maybe I'm gonna get to like 75 cinders. I might be able to actually get a chest. Shouldn't have said that, like I'm getting like horribly surrounded right now. Oh, I got help. I got a friend. I'm just gonna follow this girl. She's gonna fix my problems. See, that's what I mean. Like, if you have friends, like, you know, usually there will be other people, and then you shouldn't have any issues. I would probably be way faster if I... What? I didn't even see that, you lunatic. At this point you also will have enough gem fragments to do gems. But you cannot socket your gear. Actually, maybe you can. I didn't check if you need also need like the materials from the Helltide, from the world bosses to socket low level gear. Maybe you can socket low level gear for free. I don't even remember. But yeah, they do like a lot of damage. Especially the elemental damage. Okay, I can already wear like the first stuff from like from the Capstone dungeon here. That's a good thing. I'm just putting this on now, without even looking at it. I can put the Tarasha ring. Maybe I shouldn't do this. This is not going to be like a real leveling experience though. Even though it's not going to be that strong because I'm just doing fire damage here basically. I just want to put on my gear. Can they stop attacking me? Okay. So what do we... So let's put on this ring. Whatever. I mean, this has like the worst stats possible. I don't think it's even good, honestly. Like, I'm not gonna use this, actually. I think it's terrible. Like, the stats are just, like, complete garbage. Okay, so... Anything else I can wear? Amulet? No, that I changed that. It's fine. Losing some life per hit here. Gonna fix it on level 45. I mean, the density is pretty good in World Tier 3 already. There's plenty of mobs. I really cannot complain here at all. So at level 45 I will go to town real quick. And put on the gear. No, shield, flame shield temper is pretty useless at this stage of the game. That's more like high-end stuff. But you can only do one temper at this point, so you probably want to do like a defensive one. Like the natural, whatever it was called. Where you can get max life or armor. I would assume at least. See if this just drains percent health, hopefully. Yeah, so you can actually play this for a little bit. Well, okay, it's getting better. Just a little bit of gear I swapped. Hydra damage is already starting to fall off. That's expected. I was just gonna use it for the life on hit, basically. But I will remove the skill points out of Hydra very soon. As soon as I have enough defenses so I can tank these mobs, basically. I will remove the skill points from Hydra, because I'm not gonna kite anymore. Almost 75. Wait, let me get this armor chest there. Also, I want to fix my resource so I can switch the Firewall passive from the mana regeneration towards the damage passive, I think. Guys, let me just open this chest before I die. Made it. Almost a full level. That's amazing. The strongest Sorcerer build, I think, is the Frozen Orb. But Arclash and Ball Lightning are also pretty strong. But I cannot really say, like, there wasn't enough time to completely test these things. Okay, so I think it's pretty much alright now. Not having so many damage issues anymore. Demon Swarmers, what do we have here? Slay Harbingers. Maybe I can complete that. Okay, level 45. Beautiful. Maybe I want to complete this quest here real quick. There's one. Maybe I should put on a level 45 weapon though. To like double my damage. Triple it. Oh! Ah! Chain Lightning is not a leveling build. It is probably the slowest leveling build you can play at all. And you will not have even remotely anything which you could even call a good time if you choose Ball Lightning for leveling. It is literally the worst you can do. I need to repair, but I want to kill this guy. Chain Lightning is really just absolute trash. I just want to go to town. I want this fight to end, and then I want to go to town. Just repair and finish this quest here. No, the fastest starter is always going to be Blizzard. No matter what you play, it's always going to be Blizzard. So if by starter you mean something you do after the leveling phase, like at level, you know, the fastest leveling build is always Firewall, and the fastest build to actually do something is always going to be Blizzard. So these have like so huge stats now, you can see. Like 150 max life, that is like just a whole lot more. Okay, what do we get? Little Juggernauts aspect here. Like, it's like such a huge difference how much better the Sacred Gear here is. All I have, right? Gloves here. So we got Edge Masters, which we can imprint now, by the way. I'm gonna keep this Tar Rusher ring, but I'm not gonna wear it. I got 4 more skill points. Can I actually get? How about Elemental Dominance? Yeah, they removed a lot of garbage aspects. Yeah, that's basically... that's always what I do. Because Blizzard is just such an easy build to play and to make. It doesn't require any uniques. So it just feels the best. I have no life on hit there. I need life on hit. So I want to have life on it and resource on kill, basically. I will enchant these. You can also temper Fury Surge levels, by the way. It's also going to be probably pretty strong. I also didn't temper my new gear. Just want to finish this Helltide quest here. But yeah, this is pretty good. It's pretty good. Maybe at this point you can or could switch to Lightning Spear. Not sure. With low crit chance, Lightning Spear is usually not so good. Elixir of Resource 2 will be available at this point, I guess, though. What? Terrible. Like, these random elemental guys are like... I don't even understand this spark ability there. What it does. It's just randomly appearing everywhere. I gotta assume the second Capstone dungeon is going to be super easy with the new affixes. Because the affixes on the sacred items are crazy. Okay, that was the quest. So we finished the Helltide, then we fixed the gear. Well, the affixes are just way higher. Like, first of all, you can get like attack speed and stuff like that on all your weapons now. You can get life, very high life rolls. The life on hit is a crazy affix. In general, the damage rolls are way higher. And together with the tempering, like you basically have like 3 times the damage than you used to have before at this stage. Also, the mana on kill affix, you can probably get like 20 mana on kill or something like that at this stage, which basically instantly regenerates all your resource. I wonder if these guys have the damage to kill this Blood Maiden, because I certainly don't. Doesn't look like they have. I'm just gonna go away. This is gonna take forever. I will do Capstone at like level... I don't know. I have to see what gear I can get, how good it's gonna be. Because it doesn't make any sense to do Capstone early if, you know, then I will completely be demolished in like World Tier 4. It's like pretty pointless. I have to try a little bit once I get after this Helltide, once I get to town and see how good my gear is actually gonna be. But it could be early. Could be like level 55 maybe or something like that. Oh, they got the Blood Maiden down to half of HP. Maybe I should go back there. I should not stay in here for too long. I think I should leave. Like, I have to check my legendary aspects and stuff like that. Right now I'm still running no legendary aspects at all. And obviously at this point, you would use legendary aspects you have available. They're still trying to kill the Blood Maiden there. It's funny. Also at this point, you will have all the tempering available at a higher level already, I think. Oh wow, that one exploded on me. Like, this mob density is really satisfying, I have to say. And there the boss is full again. So yeah, you really, like, the boss has a lot of HP. Like, you really don't want to do this at low level. I mean, props for them attempting. But, you know, it's going to be a waste of time. And the boss doesn't really drop any good loot. And it's also not going to give you XP or anything, so... pretty pointless there. So let's pick up some tortured gifts. We need some rings, actually. So let's start getting picky here. Even though I would like to kill this Blood Maiden, I'm not gonna, like, stay around here for longer. I'm not gonna be making it anyway. So I have no life on hit at this point, right? So that's why I'm like dropping so low. I have to fix that on my gear. That one shot. Oh my god. And there's my Cinder's gun. Ugh, so I basically ported on top of her and she had like multi-shot and she like shotgunned me. That happened. Maybe I can get myself another 25. So definitely don't underestimate these Helltides without any like defenses, legendary aspects or anything. So being like underleveled, not the easiest thing to do. Look at it, I have like 4 Harbingers, no it's 3. That's crazy. Don't kill me. Oh no, it's 4 actually. Ah! Oh, look at that. Elixir of Resource 2. Gotta drink that. Yeah, obviously in hardcore you wouldn't do this. Now I have to like put aspects on and do my gear and everything, but I just want to like, you know, wait until the Helltide is over. No, it's just World Tier 3. Cinder's drop rate is higher in World Tier 4. I honestly don't know how it was because nobody was playing Helltide in World Tier 3, right? So I cannot really tell you. I mean, I have never played Helltide in World Tier 3. Or I cannot... Oh, you need level 50 for the other elixir. So I have a couple of minutes to get 13 more. It should be doable if I don't die. Maybe I should check if this is a ring. Chest. Ah, of course it's an amulet one. Screw it. Oh, even more elites. There's like really a lot of elites here. Can I get a chest somewhere? Should not waste this chest. Gives a lot of XP. Okay, so Helltide is over. Let's go to town. So now we should be able to put significant damage and defenses on here. Just close this chat here. Okay. Oh, that's the favorite one. Okay, let's just open all this stuff here. Doesn't really matter at all. So what do we have here? We have rings, sacred rings. And we have an amulet. 625. Chest piece. Well, that's not as good. How much? Other wand, int. Okay, the other one is better. 200 stuff with Blizzard aspect, so I could go into Blizzard now if I wanted to. This is actually a pretty good staff with like 90% attack speed. Might actually be better than using the wand and focus. It also has pretty decent stats. I think I'm gonna use this staff now. Okay. Attack speed and I'm gonna keep the ones I have, I guess. That looks good, right? I don't need wand focus. So what do I have available anyway? I have... So I have no really good aspects available. I do not remember which ones I actually salvaged. I mean, I guess I can play this ring at this point. Even though it's absolutely terrible. Nah, I'm not gonna play it. That's not gonna be good. Yeah, I don't need a guide. I like did this like 50 million times already. Anything good on here? Days. Basic skills, deep freeze, nope. Let's trash all this stuff. Let's temper. So on this one here, can it now have 2, by the way? Do I see the tempering slot somewhere? I can't see it, right? So we go with offense, obviously. 160% damage to close. That sounds good. Utility is useless, basically, right? We go with offensive. Damage to close. Probably damage to close is actually not the best affix since we are most likely kiting. So we might want to opt for damage to distance. Well, regular damage is also fine. Okay, so amulet we can do... Well, resource... Well, these are all useless. I would probably go with mobility here, actually. Because you know what? Movement speed is awesome. What is the difference between these? This one is better. Movement speed. Good enough. So I'm going offensive on everything, really. I don't really need the resource. All distant, that's pretty good. Okay, so let's go with... Yeah, we go with defensive ones. And we will have... well, the endurance. This is the best one here. You can just get huge amounts of maximum life from this. So we could probably already go Capstone right now, honestly. You can just temper these once. And you have 3 attempts. Okay, so that's it already. Let's put our firewall speed aspect on again. I have an Edge Masters I can imprint. So I'm basically gonna do this, right? I only have one aspect I can literally imprint, which is my Edge Master, not Edge Masters, is my Inner Calm. No, I found Edge Masters, correct. So Edge Masters I found, right? I can imprint this one. And other than that, I don't have any aspects, so I'm not gonna imprint aspects I wouldn't have at this stage. But we can socket gems now. And we would also have the gems available at this point. They drop like fairly often. So how much would the sapphires give us? I don't think we could do flawless. So this is pretty useless. So we would go with regular rubies here. 1, 2, 3. How much does it cost to socket these? Do you need the... Okay, you need the special one regardless. So we cannot do this. And on our rings, I have 2 slots. So we're going to go for 2... I guess we're going to go for diamonds. 3 resistance, literally nothing. Let's go for skulls. And this is already it. Nothing else we're gonna do here. Put some skill points. So Hydra damage is probably gonna fall off now. I'm gonna remove the points of Hydra. And I still gotta enchant a little bit of my gear. Devouring Blaze is pretty much useless. Crippling Flames is useless at this point. So I'm just gonna go for the defenses here. And I guess at this point we can go for Vulnerable. And we can go for Shimmering Ice Armor, I guess. It's fair enough. Okay. So max roll guides are basically not good. Like, they're all very outdated, and I feel like they're not written very well, if you ask me. And then what I want to do is enchant, right? So we gotta get our life on hit still. I want to have the life on hit. I don't think life per second is any good of a stat. I don't know how many of these we would have available at this point, though. It's hard to say. Like these yellow ones we can enchant all the time, but the legendary ones, I don't know how much. I guess it depends. If you also enchant earlier, right? You will have other materials there. We're just gonna, you know, get some stats. This stat here, mana per second, is very good. Just go max life on everything, basically. This one is alright. But this one is the 30% damage we don't want. Sounds good, but, you know, this one is 10% X. Let's use this one. That is better. Also gives us a little bit more resistances here. Okay, so we're good. So I will do like a little bit more. I think we could actually do Capstone now if we wanted, but I will do like a little bit more Helltides now. What do you mean, why not Flame Shield? Update the Flame Shield? I feel like the points in Flame Shield are pretty useless at this stage of the game. I don't really need the stun or anything from it. I'd rather put my points somewhere where I can get raw damage out of it. So now we should be like, you know, I should be able to speed farm this like without any problems, right? We're like completely buffed now. I have 1 point into Flame Shield. So as you can see, like now we are like completely over the roof. That's what I say, like the tempering and stuff like that, that is very strong early. And the fact that you get so many resources during Helltide and you can do all the enchantments and everything, you will be able to do this on a brand new character. I know I have like infinite materials right now, but this is not like... Oh, by the way, I have to put Frost Nova on again. So now at this point we can just speed level really. From here on, I will probably just do the capstone at like level 50. All I need to have is fire resistances. So maybe I just, you know, farm some more legendary aspects here. And then I go. But that, I mean, we have 3.7k life. We should have no issues doing this capstone anyway. I think I'm just gonna do it. Let's do level 50. Let's unlock Paragon and then let's go capstone. I guess you can see like the life on it is like crazy. Like I can stay in this forever. And my, you know, my XP is just running. Like look at the XP bar. It's like crazy. Okay, I staying. I can still sustain. Gotta get my ice armor very soon. That helps a little bit. Okay, let's go out of here. This build is not going to be changed for Season 4. Maybe the stats are going to be changing. But this build has been like this forever. Like, this hasn't been buffed or nerfed or anything. It's just regular Firewall build. I don't think this build is going to change whatsoever. Where am I taking damage here? But this was like this is just World Tier 3, right? Look at the amount of sacred items I can get here. I can probably already stop picking up rares at this point, right? Well, at the very beginning you need the yellow gear, especially if you're doing a new character. Enchanting the yellow gear is very cheap. You just need like the yellow crystals. But as soon as it's legendary, it's significantly more expensive to enchant it. But, you know, obviously legendary gear, I guess at this point, it's already obsolete. Like, I can get like so much legendary gear here. And I can probably even go Capstone right now. Like, it's so overpowered. You can see, like, this is absolutely no issue for me at all. I mean, there's like a crazy barb, but he's not going to do that. He's not really doing... I mean, he's doing damage, but, you know, I can do it myself as well. It's fine. So the tempering is really, really strong early. And the new sets are just way stronger early game than they have been before. That is just... You know, even at this stage, stats on your items would be almost irrelevant, and now stats are like crazy. Like you can temper 400 life on your gear and stuff like that, right? This is like very, very strong stats. And also the damage stats. You can temper plus 100% damage to distance at this point, or 100% damage to close, or like 30% damage. Like, this is like extremely strong. This guy is like strong. Wow, whoa, whoa, whoa. This guy hurts. So the Hellbone is a little bit overtuned, I would say, compared to the rest of the Helltide. I'm just gonna take this guy with me. Like the rest of the mobs die super fast, but this guy is like fairly high tuned. But I mean, look how much access to legendaries we have at this point already, so I'm gonna stop picking up rares here. I also have like 200 cinders. So let's open some chests and do Capstone, really. I feel strong enough for Capstone at this point. Where am I? Okay. Okay, so there we unlock Paragon. So perfect would be obviously if I could get to Searing Heat node. I don't know how many points you actually need to get to Searing Heat. Not Searing Heat, sorry, Burning Instinct, I mean. Because that's pretty much the only one buff I can get at this point. All the other buffs are like going to be relatively irrelevant, but Burning Instinct is going to be significantly strong. Also keep in mind at this point you don't have any glyphs, right? So I know all the glyphs are like level 21 here on the PDR, but usually you wouldn't have any glyphs. Actually, are the glyphs level 21 on a new character if you don't boost it? I didn't check. So we can use Elixir of Resource 2 now. I will check with the glyphs very soon. I hope they are level 1, then I have an accurate experience here. This is expensive for an amulet, but you know what, let's just get it. Okay, where do we go? We go there. Look at this. This guy gives me like a lot of gear. So I guess at this point you will not have any issues picking up the legendary aspects you want. Like, I guess it depends a little bit on how long you will stay in the Helltide, but you know, probably like within like an hour you will have all the aspects you need. Which is like way faster compared to like the method before, right? I mean, the Frozen Orb Amulet, even if you have it, it has relatively high entry requirements. Like the gear, like the build won't just be driven by itself, and this, the fire, because you're gonna have resource issues and stuff like that. And the build works so good if you have like all the Paragon boards and everything. But without all the Paragon nodes and the full aspects and the good items and the, you know, maximum attack speed and stuff like that, it won't be that good. Like, in this build here, pretty much it doesn't matter what you get. Like, the more stuff you get, you just, you know, your damage scales a little bit, but that's going to be it. I don't know if the legendary drop rates have been boosted as well, but they said they doubled the drop rates on materials. Maybe they even dropped the doubled the drop rates on legendaries. I don't know, but even if it would be half of it, it would still be way more than enough. Like, just by staying in this Helltide, you can get like so many materials. But yeah, I mean, Diablo feels like a little bit of Helltide focus, right? Like, Blizzard is just putting like all its love into Helltides, basically. Yeah, but are you sure it's the drop rate on everything? Because I thought it was just the drop rate on materials and stuff like that. But you know, even if it's doubled, it's way more than enough. Like, just by opening these gifts, they give you like legendaries. So let's finish like this haunting here, and then go Capstone. I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter like how early you do the Capstone or not, right? It's just more about that the method is very fast in general. And we are playing without XP buff right now. Right, so in the season you're gonna have XP buff at this point. So I'm just gonna fill like this haunt bar so I can get the extra elite spawning. And then I'm gonna do the capstone. All seasons had like 20% XP buff on the battle pass. Also, I can craft incense by now, which I didn't do yet. Firewall. Second enchantment slot. I think I can stay here indefinitely. Like the life on it is really just out of control, really, early game. Okay, maybe I cannot stay here indefinitely. It's gonna be close. No, I'm gonna leave. I'm not using the Baneful Hearts right now. I'm gonna save these for the next word here. Oops. Right, let's open 2 more chests and then we go. Warcraft Rumble any good? How do I get there? That's the stupid way. Yeah, they're gonna be way better in the next world here. Right now they would just basically give me nothing. Well, D4 is saved if you want to play Helltide. The endgame is still terrible. Like, even though, you know, the new itemization is a little bit better, but it's far away from being good. And the pit is garbage, basically. I mean, it's cool, but it's not endgame. Right? I mean, it has been a hell of a lot better, but there's still, like, so much missing. But, you know, the new Helltide is kind of cool. You gotta hand it to them. It's not challenging, though. But I guess it's not meant to be challenging. Yeah, exactly. It's for casuals. You just gotta view it like this. So it's really just for casuals. Like, the endgame they created is great for casuals, right? Because casuals will never reach like the tier 200s. And if they're gonna reach the tier 200, it's gonna be like a crazy accomplishment for them. So definitely for casuals there. Okay, look at this sacred. Yeah, bow's pretty terrible actually, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, this one is good. So at this point you want to switch to legendaries basically, right? Because they just have an extra stat. Like, there's no point not keeping like non-legendaries, no matter how good they are. What's Endless Pyre? Endless Pyre is... Oh, it's 5% damage. You take that. Even though the stats on this are utter garbage. Just using this one. Screw Endless Pyre. Okay, so we have Sacred Legendaries on every slot. We have a wand and a focus if we want. What do we have here? Nah, I don't care actually. Boots. These boots are better than mine. Okay, I guess that should be good enough. So let's see what aspects we actually have, right? So I have aspect of control. I have fireball and meteor damage. 3 curses, that's good. Lightning spear, I don't care. Lucky a chance. We have undying at a high roll. Okay, what else do we have? Liquid strike with core skills. This one is amazing, by the way. This aspect is nuts. That's gonna fix everything all about my resource. Okay, anything else? That is good. Okay, so we have no major new offensive aspects other than aspect of control. Where's the blacksmith? Wait, let's go to Kmart. So I'm gonna do Capstone now. Well, Diablo has been for hardcores, but now it's for casuals. Yeah, I gotta agree there. But you know, I'm not a super hardcore gamer as well. So I can do 3 curses, actually. I can imprint this, and I can imprint control. Okay, this one's tempered, this one's tempered, this one's tempered. One's not tempered. Oh no, damn, that was the wrong one. Well, I guess no max life for me here. What? Ability. Good enough. What is this? Damage to distant, I take that. Damage, I take that. And we're gonna go for... Do we gonna go for mobility? No, I'm just gonna go for offensive now. Okay, flat damage, fair enough. Alright, imprint aspect and go. We have Flamewalker's aspect. Then we can put... what was it called? 3 curses. Don't even know if that's gonna affect the Fireball enchantment. It's not gonna be very major there. And then we can do control. Okay, so I guess remove the Frost Nova here. Let's actually add the Frost Nova with the Vulnerable instead of the Inferno. So we add some Crippling Flames now, I guess? No, we're not gonna add Crippling Flames. Are we gonna add anything here? I would assume we'll get for the damage reduction here, why not? Okay, we need this, we want this. Let's get the movement speed of the teleport, that's all good. So now let's go for Paragon real quick. So we have no glyphs, so we're not gonna choose glyphs, right? So I wanna, if we can get to Searing Heat, to Burning Instinct. Not right now, right? Can we get it? Look at this. Awesome. So this capstone is gonna be piece of cake. So what you want to do is at this point you want to get fire resistance in your jewelry, because basically Elias is gonna do fire damage, so you're just gonna get these. Call it a day. Yeah, I mean tempering is so I don't see the huge utility right. I mean I didn't look at the other classes. I just looked at sorcerers, and tempering for sorcerers is literally garbage. Well, no, it's not garbage, but it is not very deep. There's only one stat which is cast, well, like the Frozen Orb. That is the only one which is like different than the other ones. On all other builds, you want to hit basically a poison damage and shadow damage, so you get a more Tarasha stacks, and that's it. There's literally nothing else, right? All other stats are just going to be, you know, a flat damage and max life, for example. And yes, there's flame shield duration, yes, there's unstable currents cooldown and all these things, but they're not like very important. I feel like mostly you're gonna use the flat stats. But there's obviously gonna be stats you will be able to go into, but they are like extremely raw to, like hard to get. Like the extra ranks to like enough flames and stuff like that. But I really don't, I mean, I think it's good, but I think the affixes are not good enough. And yeah, I also think like you should be able to, I mean, I don't think bricking the items with a 1 in 4 random attempt is a very good thing to do, honestly. I mean, I get it, why they did it, but I don't really like it. I don't even remember how this dungeon works. You just go through, right? I don't need to kill anything here, correct? That's what I say. I think it's a good way in the right direction, but I don't really see. I mean, there has to be improvements, especially like all the sorcerers build, like the multiple chain lightning projectiles and stuff like that. It's basically all gonna be much worse than just going for like shadow and poison damage, which is 30% damage with Tarasha. So everything else is pretty much irrelevant. Other than in the Frozen Orb build. And in the Frozen Orb build, it's also probably not so much better. But it's just because there's like the synergy with the conjurations, that 2 Frozen Orbs can spawn 2 conjurations. Which I didn't even verify, but it just feels like it does. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Adding tempering durability, or like, you know, make it a rare drop to add tempering durability. You know, maybe just drop it by like, you know, Give it like a very, very low drop chance. That would probably be a good idea. Is this even the right way? Wait, am I going wrong here? Okay, it's the right way. So as you can see, I could have done this dungeon like way earlier. It's like absolutely no challenge at all. Tarasha Ring just needs to be removed from the game. I hate that item. I don't think Endless Pit is an endgame at all. But, you know, it would be, but the problem is the damage scaling. So, oh, Frostbite Glyph. The problem I have with the Endless Pit is that the one-shot mechanics. So the damage scaling is just broken. Right? There's mobs which just do like one-shots through all damage reduction, no matter how defensive you build. There's just mobs which are going to one-shot you. And I feel like that is not the right way to do. I feel like damage is supposed to gradually get more over time, right? So, like, not to have one mob do like 1,000,000 damage, but have it do 100k damage within 2 seconds, right? So, you need to have the chance to mitigate the damage, and then Endless Pit would be an absolute endgame. But as soon as damages get into like the one-shot mechanics, I mean, obviously, if you have not capped armor or no capped resistances or like no damage reduction whatsoever, you still should not get one-shot. Maybe at some point you should get one-shot, but you should not just be able to sustain the damage. Right now, the meta is just crowd control everything so you never get hit and be as fast as possible. And that's a stupid meta. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, and it does also not help adding dodge, because you know what? Even if you have 75% dodge, you're still gonna get one shot 25% of the time, which is just stupid. So I feel like this has to be fixed from the core. The core damage of monsters has to be fixed. Give monsters more attack speed, give them less damage. And then give monsters more HP, spawn more monsters as well. Like, you know, every difficulty you could spawn 1% more monsters and gives them 10% more HP. But, you know, also increase the damage by a couple of percentage points, but just make the baseline damage so that there's not monsters which just randomly one-shot you. Just give every monster like increasing damage. Give monsters dots. Make monsters with dots. So we have to be able to, you know, so we have to sustain damage, and we have to sustain high amounts of damage. For example, like life reach, right? We have life on hit now, which is great, right? This is life on hit is a form of damage sustain, but there's one damage you cannot sustain. It's being one shot. So why would I need life on hit if stuff one shots me? It's like useless. Same with dodge. Dodge is useless if stuff one shots me. Same with damage reduction. Damage reduction is useless. It's useless if stuff one-shots me. So you have all these mechanics in place now, but you still cannot get rid of the random one-shot mechanics. And if you just fix this damage scaling, then you could do a good endgame with stuff like Endless Pit. And then people would build damage reduction and feel good about it. Then you wouldn't have to be forced to build like a hyper teleport build just to be able to get through a dungeon. Then you would have to be forced to build defensive builds, you know, get your life leech, get your barrier, like all these things which all the other games have. And that would be great. But they gotta fix this. Yeah, you could, for example, do like, get a debuff which stacks, right? So, get a debuff every 15 seconds, you take 1% more damage or something like that. So you cannot, but then make the base damage of the mobs relatively low and scale their hit points like very high. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways to do stuff like this, but the one shot has to come down first. That is the most important. Like even, you know, the bosses. Like, they did the bosses, which spawn shadow clones, which simply have one-shot mechanics. Like, that is not an enjoyable system. That is something which is useless. You don't want this. It's exactly the opposite. Make them spawn shadow clones, which do small amounts of damage, but stay in the arena. And if you're in the arena for like 2 minutes, there's gonna be so many damage, like shadow clones, that you just cannot sustain the damage anymore. That's a good system. But, you know, just putting stuff in there which one-shots you is just a stupid system. It just makes you either having to play Infinite Flame Shield or, you know, stack so much damage that you can kill the boss within 15 seconds so he doesn't spawn the shadow clones which one-shot you. It's just, I don't know, not the right way to do it. Where's the last guy? Oh. Yeah, the Conjuration Frozen Orb synergy is very, very weird. It doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, it's fun, but from like an RPG kind of view, it's like, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense at all. Exactly, so the way I was getting around this is I would be watching the environment, and, you know, then the boss does this little seal on the ground, which spawns the shadow clone. And, you know, like 1 or 2 seconds after he spawned that seal, I would basically just put Flame Shield on. And then if I had no Flame Shield, I would just teleport to the other, like, the other corner of the arena and try to avoid it. Yeah, it just feels bad. So let's see if this boss does anything. I don't think so. I should actually change Fireball. Yeah, that's not gonna be very difficult. I can already see this. I mean, so they didn't change the difficulty, right? They just give us more powerful items, but they didn't adjust the difficulty of these Capstone dungeons. So obviously this is piece of cake, right? Right. It's stupid. I need another split in this. Anyway, I'm just gonna let it run until level 100. This program is dumb. Maybe I can adjust it while it's running. Let's see. I can add one, I guess. No, can't I? I cannot add one. That's unfortunate. Well, I just call it level 100 then. Who cares? Yeah, I don't care at all. Like, it's pretty late. I just want to see how long it takes to 100, really. That's the whole thing. I could probably jump into the pit now. I'm even gonna look at these. So, do I have resource 2 elixirs? Let me just craft some. Then we just go leveling. Where's... Maybe I don't even need resource 2 at this point. Who cares? So how much are these incense, by the way? These are also... Well, I don't know how many bundled herbs you would have at this point. But I think you would have these, honestly. Wait, these don't stack? Which ones stack, by the way? Do any of these stack? Okay, so these are all the same. You can just use one. That's alright, I guess. So let's go Helltide. Yeah, I have done only Helltide. And I will do only Helltide. So, my strategy will basically be for the next season. I'm not gonna do Nightmare Dungeons. I'm just gonna go Helltide. And until level 100. And then on level 100, I will still not do Nightmare Dungeons. What I will do is at level 100, I will start Pit. And then I will start masterworking my stuff. And then at some point, you know, I will start leveling these glyphs. But I think leveling the glyphs at the very beginning takes so much time and it gives like a very little benefit. And the benefit from the masterworking is way superior above the benefit from the glyphs. And that's why I will not level my glyphs in Nightmare Dungeons early, because later, if you have like all the movement speed bonus from you would just, you know, grind the level 100 dungeons in like no time, right? So this one is gonna level you so fast, because you know what? There's gonna be level 100s everywhere. Did I not click it? Yes, I clicked it. So as you can see, even like with the tempering, like the level 78 mobs here in the Helltide are absolutely no issue. So yes, you have this small issue upon entering World Tier 3, but World Tier 4 seems to be no issue whatsoever in this. So from now it will be basically just pure Helltide grind. And this should go fairly fast, I think. I mean, I don't know how long it will take, but we shall see. Okay. Should not stay in there forever. Okay. Fair enough, though. So I'm not gonna pick up rares at this point. So what is Enchu still item level now, by the way? Is it 75 still? Where does it say level? Am I blind? Am I blind? Doesn't it say... Ah, requires level 60. Oh, okay. Just 60. That's pretty relaxed, right? I wonder if I at this point still need the Firewall resource. I don't think I need it at this point. Because the Elixir of Resource 2 is very strong. Can I just get like a quick second to change the steps? Yeah, I don't need it anymore at this point. That's good. So this should be fairly fast for leveling. The Veiled Crystal color? I don't really care. Because, you know, as long as you pick it up by walking over, I don't really care so much about the color. They should just change the color of the greater affix items. I wonder when this gear becomes 925. What did they say? Level 80 plus or something like that? I don't remember. But also if you do this on a live server, right? So if you don't go into Nightmare Dungeons before you even level up 100, if you just stay in Helltide until you're level 100, you're gonna have way more materials than from Nightmare Dungeons. And you're gonna be able to masterwork your gear probably all to like tier 2 instantly. And masterworking to like the second tier is gonna be so much more stronger than having like, you know, 1 or 2 level 15 glyphs, right? So I mean, if you do nightmare dungeons, by the time you reach level 100, you're gonna have a couple of glyphs at level 15, maybe 2 or 3. You're not gonna have all your glyphs on level 21 if you hit level 100 through nightmare dungeons. Just really gonna be a couple of glyphs at level 15, and that gives you, you know, maybe roughly like, you know, 20 to 50% extra damage, I would say, somewhere around that. And the masterworking and the tempering will give you so much more value. And also, you will have so many more items with greater affixes if you just level in Helltide. And those you can keep, right? You can find a perfect item. At this point, it doesn't matter where the item drops. The chance for the greater affixes is always the same, no matter where you drop it. Even in the pit, level 200, there's no higher chance on greater affix. It's complete random. So you will have way more base items with greater affixes, and, you know, having a greater affix is gonna be so much more impactful. And the new power scaling right now is just intelligence on items, really, right? So if you go through... Oh my god. If you go through the tier 100 nightmare dungeons and you get your glyphs, right? What do you get from a level 21 glyph? You get, like, you know, maybe an extra 100 to 150% additive damage, and you maybe get like 10 to 15% multiplicative. That's what you get from having a level 21 glyph, but you gotta, like, force yourself through the nightmare dungeons, and you're not gonna get a lot of materials, you're not gonna get a lot of legendaries. You're basically just doing this for the glyphs. And so what are you gonna get from, like, tempering and masterworking? So first of all, what are you gonna get from greater affix intelligence? You get like 150 intelligence on a greater affix items, which is like 15% damage. So that's already, like, one greater affix is basically the same than having a upgraded glyph with a bonus. And then you're gonna get the masterworking. So every time you masterwork intelligence or attack speed or crit chance, you're gonna get way more of a damage buff than just, you know, having a level 15 glyph socket available. So that's why I'm not going to play the nightmare dungeons until I am basically all masterworked to tier 2 and having items with greater affixes available. Also, you're gonna find your tempering recipes in the Helltides. You're gonna get the Varshan materials, you're gonna get the Ubaduril materials. Like, everything comes from Helltide basically, and you can collect it. From nightmare dungeons you get absolutely nothing. So, and then later, you know, you just start with tier 100 nightmare dungeons, and, you know, they're gonna take 2 minutes each, like 1 to 2 minutes depending on the dungeon, and you're just gonna get your glyphs to level 21 in, like, how long it's gonna take? Probably gonna take like 8 hours or something like that. Not sure. But I feel like that's gonna be the better way to do it. Cannot tell you what build I'm going with the start of the season, but usually I always go Firewall into Blizzard. Blizzard is just a very solid build. But if I do the Helltide strategy, I will probably, you know, just play Firewall until I hit level 100. It's good enough for me. And then I will transition into Blizzard, and then will I start pushing pits. Right? Because even without level 15 glyphs, if you just take the additive nodes, and you're gonna do a different Paragon, right? That's gonna be a little bit of a strange Paragon board. And I have it in mind already, where you just don't go for glyph sockets at all. So you just do different ways, which give you all the additive damage nodes and all the... which give you a lot of intelligence, basically, and the additive damage nodes and your maximum life. And just completely ignore the glyph socket. That's gonna be a completely new meta. Obviously, that's not for super endgame. That's just for being able to, you know, probably go for like level 100 pits or something like that, so you can farm your masterworking materials. And then later, if you have like the crazy speed build, because you have everything masterworked, you have like max movement speed and everything, you can teleport, then I just, you know, casually gonna grind the glyphs. should look at these things here, by the way. Play Hellborn, okay. Oh, this Helltide is already over. We should get like some tests. Get me out of here. Let's see, chests. But I mean, yeah, this is completely easy. Obviously, I have a little bit more damage than I would usually have because, you know, I don't have I have the tempering recipes in legendary, and you would only have them in rare. I mean, I found 2 legendaries while doing this playthrough, but you know, that's just gonna be a little bit difference in additive damage and maybe a little bit of max life. So it's a little bit more than you would usually have, but I don't think it's gonna be like dramatically more. Look at these. That's a lot of elites. But the life on hit is like still keeping me up. Like pretty crazy. Oh my god. I want Frost Nova now. So really life on hit is crazy. It's like so strong. Okay, can I just wanted to open my chests here, really, and then I got ambushed by like 1 million people. What? There's the Hellborn. I guess I'm not gonna open this chest. So the Hellborns are like completely overtuned. They are like the Bloodseekers. They're meant to one-shot. So is there any chest I can open? Please, just let me open this now. So level 60 we can wear the entrances, right? So right now it's still... The Hellborns are crazy. They're really just the Bloodseekers. It was also like this dark black frozen orb which killed me. Okay. Yeah, it will take a little while. So, I mean, it's not crazy fast from this point on. It gets a little slow. But that's perfectly normal. I mean, you're not supposed to be level 100 within like 4 hours, right? So it's probably still gonna take like 8 to 10 hours or something like that, I would assume. Let's go to K March. Okay. Any new aspects here? This is a good aspect, by the way. Oh, look at this. Conceded aspect. I can use conceded aspect. Just favorite this now. All items. So I can use conceded aspect. That was even a max conceded aspect. So this aspect here is like awesome, right? This starlight. It's very, very strong. With life on it, you're full all the time. I don't even know. I didn't count. So what glyphs do I have? I have Enchanter. Enchanter is a good glyph still at level 1 right now. It's Elementalist. Look at this. Can you reach 50 int in this? You can, right? Yep. See, like who needs level 15 glyphs, right? I just need level 1. That's good enough for me. Let's go to this one here. Okay, anything we want to change? I think these are all good still. I think these are all good. I think this can all stay really like it is. Oh, I just, by the way, I just noticed I don't have Fireball enchant. I changed it for the Capstone, so that's why I probably was killing so slow in that Helltide. But yeah, I got nothing to do. Let's just finish some quests. Oh, no waypoints? Come on. Well, I guess 2 minutes, it's good enough to wait that. Also, the whispers seem to be resetting now if you change world here. So is there anything else I can do? No. I guess not. I'm gonna wait for the Helltide. It's all not mine. I don't have it. So this is not my stuff, right? This does belong to another character. So I really don't have any items. If I would drop the Coronet, I would definitely use it, but I don't have it, so... I'm just waiting for the next Helltide to start here. And then the Helltide, we're gonna blast this one. Start to finish. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything which would be unlockable at this point, which would make any sense. Serpentine aspect, I guess, because the life on it. I mean, the life on it is still good. As soon as I have interest, I will still keep the life on it. It's like an amazing stat, I feel like. Well, if it drops, yeah, level 60 is for the... I mean, you can use it whenever it drops, basically. If you drop it at level 30, you can use it at 30. You could target farm when you find a group, basically. If you don't have a group, doesn't really make any sense. I mean, it's not a must, but it's definitely a very strong stat for the early game. Like, it is extremely powerful. Even together with the this Starlight Ring here, it gives me like basically infinite resource for like no cost. Yeah, but you don't want to farm solo. Like, if you want to target farm uniques with the boss, it takes so long to farm the material, you don't want to farm these solo at all. You want to get a group in Discord and then make rotations, because you basically have 4 times the drop chance. So really farming those solo is like a crazy idea. I mean, you can obviously do it, but it just takes 4 times as long to farm it. So... I mean, you will probably, if you just go for random drops, you know, just play Helltide, you drop so many unique items, you will probably be faster than farming Beast in Ice solo for a Star for Coronet. But yeah, the life on it is like really crazy, so I will craft it on all of my gear basically. it obviously falls off. If you have like 30k hit points, life on it doesn't do any more for you, right? But in this early game, it just gives you like so much heal. This is hard to control, by the way. Don't know how long I want to stay in this. But these little side events give you like the most XP. Because they spawn like a gazillion mobs. Serpentine aspect would be a great upgrade for me, so I can get my third Hydra up. Okay, it's enough for me, you know. Like, look at the... Like, even if you halve these materials, like, this is gonna be so many materials. Look at this sexy druid there. Just doing the work for me. I mean, the XP now is like crazy. I'm probably gonna be level 70. Oh my god. And the stupid Hellborn are still killing me. I'm gonna be level 60 in like 10 minutes, I would assume. Or maybe 15 minutes. Not sure though. If I die all the time and I cannot open the chest, it's definitely gonna take much longer. Like, look, this druid cannot even kill the Hellborn. What's wrong with them? I'm gonna just leave it there. Like, if he can't kill it, I don't care. I just take this as a drawback. Like, at this point, the Hellborns are too strong. I'm just gonna ignore them. Because they don't really give me anything anyway. They just drop, like, you know, some random stuff which I don't need. So I'm just gonna keep ignoring them. They are just too hard for me right now, and I have to, you know, I have to admit that. They're very high-tuned. The rest of these mobs are pretty easy. The Hellborns are crazy. The chests give a lot of XP, so you really don't want to die. No, you don't get full codex from the start. It's just on the PTR, but your codex is going to be empty. So you still will have to find the aspects. That's why I'm not imprinting them, because I technically haven't found them yet. Even though they are on my codex right now, I haven't found them. Can I kill this guy? Nah, takes too long. So basically what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna go through and just kite everything behind me with my firewalls and be happy with that. I really don't care about the loot at this point. I just want to get the maximum XP. What hurts me so bad is like the elemental attacks, because I don't have elemental resistances at this point. So I gotta like grab some from the Paragon. But you know, as soon as I have ancestral items with the bigger inroads now, I will be like completely fine. I want to find more of those pillars. I wonder if it's better to just mount and search the pillars, other than just freely roaming and killing everything. But I don't think it will be better. Obviously, we cannot masterwork our ancestral gear because we didn't go into the pit. I might try going into the pit early. No, I don't think I will. Oh god, I'm surrounded. Surrounded by fortified suicidal or whatever. That's not so good. Anyway, let's go to level 60 and get some gear. So that's what I like so much about the early game, is that the burning damage just scales so well early. Oh wow. But yeah, it's still a little rough, yeah. It's the same as when entering World Tier 3, but it's not that bad actually. But it's still rough. And you know, level 60 is not that far. I don't even pick up the cinders. I think I'm not gonna open too many chests at this, because I will still die. I don't have so many entrances though at this point, because I'm not picking up the yellows. But it still goes very fast. I mean, definitely goes faster than running low-level nightmare dungeons. Can be sure of that. How did I open World Tier 4? I'm just too stupid to use this life split program. So I would have to had created another breakpoint for level 100. Actually, I thought the timer would still keep running after reaching the last split, so I made it like at 3 hours, 30 minutes. Could have done it way earlier. So as soon as we have entrances, this is gonna be much faster. But I don't know if it's like gonna be worse going into the pit to do like the first masterworking ranks or not. Because you're gonna start at level 1, right? So you're not gonna get a whole lot out of it. But level 1 is gonna be very easy. It's gonna be level 100. So that's like a level 40 nightmare dungeon. So this build could probably do it very, very soon. No, when the season launches, this the codex is just going to be empty. But I mean, you find the aspects very fast, right? So it doesn't take so long to grind them. But I really need the Serpentine aspect. It's like very annoying. I have to cast the Hydras very often and I only get like 2. It would be way better to get 3 for the life on hit. But these pillar events, they give like so much XP. It's like really crazy. I honestly don't know. I didn't test. I gotta assume they do though. But I didn't test this. I should test this at some point, I guess. Right now I only see Hydras as utility. They just don't do enough damage. And it's single target. Oh. Oh, there's the Hellborn again. I didn't notice him. So yeah, the Hellborns are really just insta-giving me. It's annoying. They are dropping very good. So you will find all the blue tempering recipes before you even enter World Tier 3. And in World Tier 3 I got all the yellows and even some legendaries already. It just seems like in World Tier 4 they drop chance is very low. But before they are actually very high. And the very first tempering recipe you need at level 15, which gives you the raw damage, is in a chest next to the blacksmith. Blizzard is also like, it's a very good build. Like, it's always my first pushing build, basically, because it's just so cheap to make. You really just need one aspect. Well, basically you need 2 aspects, but then you're good to go. Like, you don't need any unique items whatsoever. It's like super... The crowd control is amazing. If you... In the very beginning, I used the 3rd aspect, which gives me crowd control, so it gives you chill on the ice spikes. And that makes it... So it basically instantly freezes everything, which is like, the build is just amazing. Blizzard is so good at the very beginning for pushing. Yeah, I have level 60 weapons already, so all good. I guess Waves of Darkness is still legitimate to play. Gonna be level 60 soon. I don't know. I think there's only one fire build which actually works, which is Meteor and stuff around Meteor Fireball. Like Firewall is not really an endgame build at all. It doesn't work. The burning damage doesn't scale. It's just like how they build it. Like I was, like day before yesterday, I was trying to make a burning build and I was building the Paragon and I was like, I cannot even build a Paragon for burning because I'm not gonna have enough glyphs which actually buff burning. So it is very disappointing because all of the glyphs only work for like direct damage, basically. It was like very, very bad. You don't even need to temper any resource for this at all. Like, this gets carried solely by the resource elixir you can get. So you get the elixir of resource 2, which gives 30% resource cost reduction and 25 maximum resource. And that together with Fury Surge is already almost fixing your mana. But then there's one aspect I'm using, which is like the, what's it called, the Starfall aspect, which basically gives you resource whenever you heal 25% life. So you see what I'm doing here, right? I have a lot of life on it, and I heal life all the time, and that aspect basically just gives me free mana. So it's like this one here, right? Starlight aspect. Gives you 36 primary resource for every 20% life you heal. And it's like, that is really huge. And the life on it basically, you know, I take damage all the time and it heals all the time, so it really works great. And besides that, I don't really play anything other than the resource elixir and the Fury Surge from the, you know, whenever you kill a mob. You get like, kill a burning mob, you get like mana regeneration. It's like completely enough. So that's the good thing about Fireball build. Yeah, you could play that with Temerity, but I don't know. I have never tested if Temerity actually works with that aspect. Temerity is kind of cool, but, you know, it's the problem I have with the unique items, like with this new system, is the unique items haven't been buffed. So the stats on the unique items are like just so terrible compared to like using greater affix items. So that's something they really gotta change. Like, you cannot really play uniques because the stats on the legendary items are double. So it's literally double the stats. So if you have a unique item, it gets 10% attack speed. If you have a legendary item, it has 20% attack speed without even upgrading it. So it's literally, they have double the stats and they completely forgot to buff the uniques. So now you cannot really play uniques at all because the stats on them are just gonna be complete garbage. Which is, I don't know how they make these mistakes, but it is like it is. Gotta be careful to not die to the Hellborn. We are well, we have legendary potential, right? Oh well, no. Actually, you know, I was thinking that if you get the cube from D3 now, so you can actually use the uniques as... That would be great, right? I don't think they're gonna make it legendary potential. That would be too bold. Correct. That is... And again, for attack speed and critical strike chance, it's way more dramatic than for the cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction is not so strong, the effect. But for attack speed and crit, it's double. For intelligence, it's also double. And basically meta is going to be stacking intelligence, right? So you want to stack max intelligence on every item because it gives you the highest damage boost. And if you look at Raiment of the Infinite, for example, it gives you 50 int. And then you look at the random legendary item, it gives you 110. So it's just doubled. So that's, I really hope they fix that. If they don't fix that, basically, if the new season starts without any uniques, that would be funny. Like, you could obviously, if it's really a build enabling unique, you know, it would be alright, I guess. But, like, for example, if you want to play Fireball, you have to play the Fireball gloves, right? So you take, like, a significant drawback by just choosing those gloves. And it basically already makes the build unplayable. I don't want to do this stronghold, I just want to pass. Yeah, level 100 is not very, doesn't take a long time to reach it. That's also by design. Again, this game is designed for casual gamers, even though Blizzard tries to make it attractive to hardcore gamers. It doesn't seem to be their primary target, right? They would just want to sell expansions and battle passes. And the focus of this game is not hardcore gamers. But that's okay. I don't consider myself a hardcore gamer. I'm like somewhere in between. You know. So by hardcore, I mean not playing hardcore. By hardcore, I mean playing, you know, I don't know, let's make it 4+ hours a day. That's what I mean by playing hardcore. Oops. Again, like these lunatics kill me all the time. It's freaking annoying. Well, level 60 very soon, so it's gonna be alright. I mean, if you play hardcore, you're not gonna do this, right? If you play hardcore, you're not gonna enter World Tier 4 before you can wear the ancestral items. That's just stupid to do. Yeah, I mean, it's if you say it's the real game, it depends how much time you can invest. So if you like, you know, want to be like creating content and your character dies, that basically means you cannot create content anymore, right? So that is sure, if you can play like 14 hours a day, if you're like a full-time streamer, you can play, you know, hardcore and make content. But, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem if my hardcore character dies. My problem would be I wouldn't be able to make content anymore. Obviously, if you're like a streamer, you don't care if you make like money out of streaming. But I don't. No, you don't understand. So, if you want to make like videos, like for example, like guides and stuff like that, right? So there's a new season starting. You basically have like 2 weeks before your viewer count gets basically cut in, like, I don't know, down to like 20%. So you have the first 2 weeks where you have a viewership for this game. So then, let's say you play hardcore, let's say I would play hardcore, and I would die at level 98 when I wanted to make like a, whatever, like a Blizzard build guide, right? So now I'm dead, I cannot make the guide, I need another like, you know, 2 days to level, and then it's too late basically, because the season will already fall off. So for me it's not an option, because I don't want to take that risk. This is more if you have like, I mean, I'm now talking from a content creation perspective. Not for like the dead gamer. Obviously you can play hardcore if you only have like 2 hours a day. You just gotta play more careful, and you know what? If you die, you die. You just gotta restart. Absolutely no problem. Look at this guy. I'm gonna follow this guy. Even though he's lagging my screen. Like, Dust Devils is out of control. Like, it causes performance issues. So I'm gonna be level 60 very soon. Follow a bar. Let's make a leveling guide. So And you just say, so you just search one of those barbarians, and when you see like all these twisters coming out of everywhere, just run behind them. You don't need to do anything. You don't even need to click any skills. Just follow this guy. He's gonna do the work for you, no problem. Would be a good troll video. Like, just post it in the beginning of a season. Just post, you know, this is the best leveling method. Get 100% more HP by playing whatever class you want. And then you will just make a video. Look at this guy. This is a Dust Devil Barbarian. Just follow this guy. It doesn't matter what you do. You don't need a build guide. You don't need to do anything. Just run behind this guy and you're gonna be the fastest leveling. You're gonna be even leveling faster than him. I know that I'm level 60, by the way. I just want to finish like this event. I mean, this Barb is okay. He's not like so powerful. So he doesn't lag out my screen. There's like some Barbs which do like 10 times more Dust Devils, which are like 15 times larger than these. And you know, even when I got like a decent computer, it's just completely gonna lag out. Yeah. So I just want to spend my cinders here real quick. And then put on Ancestral gear. Oh wow. That one exploded. Oh god, the Hellbone is gonna come soon. I gotta get out of here. Open the helm chest. For the Starfall Coronet. I'm honestly, I'm gonna open this chest because I just don't want to die. Just give me this chest, please. I don't think the unique drop chance is very high on those chests. Did he spit out the Bloodborne already? Yeah, he did. Gotta bounce. Bye-bye. Leave me alone. It's the frozen orb guy again. I'm just gonna leave this guy. He's still following me though. Where's the barbarian? Can he help me with this Bloodborne? Oh yeah, you're right, I have one, right? No, not this one. This one here. Alright, he's gone. I'm just gonna search for another chest. Is there any chest somewhere for me? So also at this point you want to switch to Wanted Focus, obviously. Ah! What was that? Crazy. Just wanted my chest and now I'm dead. Oh, it's the... Oh, no! Okay, I guess no chest for me. Whatever. Then let me just run to this event and leech. And then I'm gonna switch my gear. There he is again. Look at this. Already the greater affix stuff. Did he kill her? She's still alive. Why is he not doing any damage? That's horrible. Did he die? Oh. Dude, can you just kill the girl? I'm trying to leech here. I mean, she has like a fairly large HP pool, to be fair. Okay, so are we done now? Look at all these items she dropped. I don't want to play with these red ghosts. Alright, I'm gonna... get my gear on now. Look at all these sweet enchantments here. Alright, so what do we have here? Big helmet. Lots of life. Oh, look at this, 925. With greater affix attack speed. Are you kidding me? Where did this come from? Look, there's even more 925 gear here. Alright, max life. What do we have? Max life, resistance. Max life, resistance. This is garbage. Let's do this one here. And max life, life per second. All the same, right? Go for boots. Why does this have a marker? What do we have here? Intelligence, max life, life per second. Sounds good, right? Ring. Intelligence. Look at these. These are pretty good. Damage over time, I take that. What do we have here? Mana on kill, intelligence. I don't need that. Crit chance, I don't need that. Damage, attack speed, cooldown reduction. Why not? Where's crit chance, damage, max life. This is probably even better. No, I'm gonna keep the cooldown reduction one. Alright, so let me keep this 925 dagger. And let me get rid of the rest. Let me see if I have, like, legitimately the aspects I need now. Okay. Nope. Still don't got Serpentine aspect, really. It's like so disappointing. Where's this favorite? Let's go for tempering here. Oh, now we can actually double temper as well. Awesome. I'm not gonna go for this elemental surge. This is gonna be too stupid. Meteor size? Give me firewall size, dude. Come on. Should I now get one useful one instead of bricking my stuff with this? Let's get a useful one. Whatever. Okay. What do we want? Natural schemes. Yeah, I don't know. Dodge is actually maybe not too bad, honestly. I don't need crowd control duration. Doesn't even matter what I put on here. Swords. Let's go with swords. Barrier generation. Why not? Oh, that was the wrong one. Next life. Fine. I mean, the aspects you have available here on the utility slot are pretty garbage. Like, it's just face that they're all useless. Okay. I don't even know why they are on there, honestly. I mean, crowd control duration is good, but I don't do any crowd control, so who cares? I just go for all-out barrier gen. I cannot forge my weapon. I will not have... I do not have the materials. Even though I have them right now, I wouldn't have them because I didn't go into pit yet. Oh, this is like so terrible. Okay, what else can we get on there? Maybe resource. This is pretty good if you hit something good, but I don't really need any of these, honestly. So I'm probably gonna go with mobility. Well, evade cooldown reduction is not the best, but you know, who cares? No, they do not drop. They only drop in the pit. So these are like all useless to me, basically. Whatever I hit here is garbage. Like probably the best one will be ultimate efficiency, which, well, I don't use ultimate, so I'm just gonna go for resource, whatever. Okay, let's just take it like this. So this gear is gonna stay on for like a while now. I'm not gonna do anything to this. I just enchant it real quick and then I'm gonna stay on that level basically. I think I can even leave it like this. Life per second is all, it's not too bad of a stat, I guess. Just get rid of the poison res here. I'm just going for all out life per second here. I don't need max. Let's get rid of cold rest here. Max life is fine. Would probably go for cooldown reduction, but rolling cooldown reduction is extremely rare, so I tried it like a couple of times and I horribly failed, so there seems to be a higher rarity on cooldown reduction. Oh, nice movement speed. Take that. Alright, resource cost reduction we don't need. Yeah, let's get intelligence, why not? Crit chance we don't need. Oh, this one doesn't have life per hit. I want to have life per hit. Maybe I can get life per hit on this. Or the... Well, let's just remove the intelligence for life per hit, honestly. I want to keep my life per hit. 33 is a pretty... That's the lowest roll, though. Go for a little higher. Okay, so I get life per hit here, I get life per hit here. Maybe I get it here as well. Well, this is pretty rare. So I guess you wouldn't have this much. Let's just go with the attack speed for now and call it a day. Let's imprint some stuff here. So what did we lose? This one we can keep. We want to get our juggernauts back. Then we have this one, which is fine. This one we don't need. This one we want to have our flame walkers. So this one we can... I didn't still find any of the damage over time aspects, unfortunately. So I guess we can put the Edge Masters on here. And... I don't even know what to put on the amulet. I don't really have anything good, honestly. Go with the 3 curses here. Accelerating aspect I have. I don't have any of these, unfortunately. I have Inner Calm though. I'm gonna use Inner Calm. Doesn't really matter. I'm not using it. So I'm using 3 curses now again. Because I have it. And the other one was the resource aspect. I cannot remember the name. Starlight or something like that. Alright, that's gonna be it. Alright, let's get new elixir, new incense. Remove this. No, this is the right one. And repair, and let's go. Let's do some Paragon though. Where's the... Let's get DR from elites, why not? And I want to go to movement speed. I'm just gonna go for another random board here. What is it? Searing Heat, right? Wait, is it Searing Heat? No, it's not Searing Heat, and it is... Ceaseless Conduit, right? That one I want. Alright. Let's roll. Actually, just gotta grab a drink real quick. Oh no, I have one. No, Conjuration Skills aspect is useless. The Conjuration Skills do not any damage. I just have them for 4 life on hit, basically, at this point. I could probably get rid of them entirely at this point, because I will not have any... I could upgrade my potion, maybe. Who cares, actually? I mean, I shouldn't have any issues at all now. I mean, I have a 9... yeah, as you see, I have a 925 weapon now. So... it's completely ridiculous, actually. But I found this 925 weapon. It's legitimate. I also have like a lot of life regeneration now on my gear, which is also a very strong affix early. Wait, why I have no resource anymore? Nah, because I'm not getting enough damage. Guess I don't have to change gear now. We can just blast through 100 now. The attack speed is crazy. I'm at max attack speed now. I actually don't know. Maybe another 4 hours or something like that. I don't even know. Maybe it takes too long, so I cannot even finish it. Really have no experience regarding that. Maybe I'm not gonna finish it though, like... if it takes too long, I'm not gonna do it. I mean, I guess I made the point that it works just fine. But... I wanna at least see... I mean, at this point you could probably just jump into the pit. That is probably gonna give you way more experience. If I see this as being too slow, I would just probably switch to pit. I have to turn in my favors. Oh, the Helltide is almost over though. I'm gonna finish the Helltide before turning in. But maybe it's... I have a feeling it doesn't take so long actually. But I haven't really seen anybody doing this. Like level 100. Yeah, I think you have to... I don't know, I think it might be unlocked automatically on the PTR, but you might have to do a nightmare dungeon, not sure. But interestingly enough, like, I don't know where the 925 weapon came from. Maybe it comes from the Helltide boss. I think it was the same last season, right? The event boss did drop 925. You mean for the 5 minutes? No, the item level is determined by your level. So if the guy is level 100 and it's killing it, it's still... the drop level is still yours. But I think it's the boss. It has been like this in the last season. The boss would be dropping 925s. It's not a... no, it's not like this. I would tell you, maybe even these Bloodseekers drop it. Which I can actually kill now. I mean, I can still... like, these are like so heavily tuned. Maybe it's because there's 4 players around. So if I look at this chest armor now... okay, so it's age 35. So I want to look at the ones from the Helltide boss. But it doesn't make any sense that another player would determine your drop level, like from a technical point of view. It wouldn't make any sense. The Firebolt build is for bosses only. It's very slow in all other content. For bosses it's definitely a million times stronger. I want to have 5 more cinders, please. Now, you're actually wrong. You're saying it doesn't make sense, but from a technical perspective, it's a mistake, but it makes sense. Because if a player is an object and the stash is attached to that player's object, it makes sense that all other players lord that player's stash from a technical standpoint. But if the whole system, which is generating loot, is based on the character's level, it doesn't make any sense that it would inherit the loot level from a different character. That wouldn't make sense from a technical perspective, because the character level of the other character from a technical perspective wouldn't be included in that calculation at all, because it's based on your character level. So really, it does make sense from a... So lording the other player's stash tabs... No, it doesn't make any sense, because the bug wouldn't be able to make it in there, because there's no way the system will involve that. Because it's your loot dropping, and another player has its own loot drop. That's the fundamental of this game, that every player gets his own loot drop. So there wouldn't be a bug that another player would be dropping your loot. It just doesn't make any sense from a software development kind of view. While by the stash tab actually does. So... It is, I'm pretty sure, like, the monster's just level 100. So it is like the event boss being spawned by a level 100 player just makes a level 100 boss. And the level 100 boss just drops 925 loot. And that's exactly how it has been last season. Because the monster level determines the drop. And, you know, all these levels monsters are level 75 for me, but probably the boss is level 100. Let's just look at the next boss, if it's gonna be level 100 or not. Probably will be. That's probably your explanation there. That's only for party. Let's see, do we have anything interesting here? Intelligence. That's not too bad, actually. So, okay, we don't have ancestral gloves yet, so we're gonna use these. How do I always get damage to crowd controlled? It's just ridiculous. So... I can't believe how bad these utility things are. They're just terrible. Wait, what was my own? Was like the control aspect. So let's do control aspect once again. Wait, do we have a shadow control conjuration level? I don't care. Edge masters. Okay, so control. Control it is. Okay, so let's upgrade the season probably on the 15th, but I wouldn't be very surprised if they delayed. I mean, just by... I mean, I don't know how old this PTR build is, right? But just by looking at the PTR build, this is like so raw still. This needs like so much polish and just all that in a month. I mean, maybe this PTR build is old. Did I say March? Obviously May. No, it's May 15th. So let's see if I can go into the pit here for the next Helltide launches. You can actually. I have all the tiers unlocked from my old character. I thought that would be per character. So let's just do a tier level 1, right? That would be the entering. If I could do this now. Let's see if this absolute garbage build can do it. Also interesting if it would give XP. So I guess we can do it. Do they give XP? They give XP. Actually, they give decent amount of XP. You know, so maybe you want a level pit. I mean, as soon as you got like a good loot from Helltide, like, these give good amounts of XP. These are not an issue at all. I wonder if it gives more XP than Helltide. It was pretty fast in Helltide as well, though. It might be way faster, though. Let me just see how fast one level goes in Helltide, just so I have a feeling. Yeah, but I haven't really like doing Helltide like heavily. Like with opening the chest and everything, I didn't check yet. Also wonder if this gives XP at the very end. But wait, didn't they say this is for level 100 only? Or did they say it's gonna be so difficult so you can do it with level 100 only? I mean, this is just because I have the overpowered life on it, right? These would be like killing me. I mean, I have life on it and life regeneration now, which is like pretty strong stats. But for this, I don't even need like glyphs or anything. No, you don't want to do low tier nightmare dungeons. They are like way too tedious. Takes forever to run nightmare dungeons. Like, you know, doing the glyphs, making the selections, doing like 5 clicks to enter, and then, you know, even looking at the nightmare dungeons, is it good, is it bad? Like, not recommended. Like, Helltide is way faster than low tier nightmare dungeons. This pit might be a good alternative, because, you know, this is actually pretty easy. But again, I have a 925 weapon, right? So if I wouldn't have this, it would be significantly more difficult, I guess. So low tier nightmare dungeons, I really don't see any reason in doing them at all. I would do the nightmare dungeons later if you have enough power to like just start with tier 100s instantly. Let's see if she drops 925. Look at that, 925. So I guess it is way faster than Helltide. I guess, you know. But so here's the thing, right? You will always have to go back to level 1 because it will always jump to tier 100, 200. So what do you think, Argon? How long it's gonna take to just like, you know, pit level through? Yeah, but party XP boost is like, you know, let's just talk what 99% of the players are playing. That's solo. But yeah, this is really extremely fast, you're right. I mean, technically you would have to do like a level 45 Nightmare Dungeon before. And if you have access to the 925 weapons... I mean, this is crazy fast. I mean, this is not really difficult, right? I mean, even if you would be playing on hardcore, like, there's not much which can happen to you in this pit here. Like, it's pretty controllable. The monster level is static. They only have, like, one affix. It's straightforward. So... you get the little materials. And I guess you can also do, like, you know, once you get like a little bit higher, like I will stick to like the lowest tiers right now because I don't really see a reason to improve at this low level. I could probably. So I mean, this should probably be balanced. Well, I mean, dash evasion in hardcore is like, I don't even know since when that has become a thing. Like, what's the point of playing hardcore if you have like a dash evasion? I don't really get it. You know, I get like stuff like disconnect protection, yes, but dash evasion? Why play hardcore then? I don't have enough mana here. Which is because I'm not killing mobs. A little bit annoying. So, everything she drops is 925, as you can see. Did I just not open the chest? Who cares? Well, cheat dash is not tech difficulties. That would be like a disconnect protection. The cheat dash is basically you fuck up and you don't die. Disconnect is a different thing. That was the scroll of whatever, right? Which is gonna port you out if you disconnect. Yeah, but the elixir would be like you die and you don't die. Like, it's just a more expensive softcore, I guess. Do they have like infinite follow here? I mean, this is pretty decent. I wonder if I could go higher. But there's still like a level cap, right? You won't get XP past like level 15 over your character or something like that. So I guess it wouldn't be... But it doesn't make sense raising the difficulty for no more rewards. Also, the boss already take very long. I don't want to really extend that. I think it's 15 actually. But I mean, this is definitely faster than Helltide. I mean, this is extremely fast leveling, especially with the shrines. No, you don't. I think it's 15 levels above, so if you're like level 66, you get up to level 90 XP, so everything in between basically gets ignored. So I guess these technically get handled like level 90 mobs for your XP at this point, or something like that. I don't know how it's calculated exactly. But basically you cannot just go in here with level 1 and then, you know, instantly get 15 levels. But that is all like due to the new intelligence scaling, right? Like, I'm doing crazy high damage now. Usually I wouldn't be like even remotely be able to kill these guys here. It's just because I get infinite damage from tempering and from the new intelligence affixes and everything. And I get infinite attack speed. Goblin packs? What is it gonna be? Multiple goblins? So you know what? I could probably go like tier 150 already or something. I have not seen any of those. And they only draw... Like, and they're just in normal? Why would it make sense to have these in normal? Life on hit is like just nuts, really. So I have life on hit and life regeneration is like so strong. So I guess from a if you don't like let's say you're relatively casual and you're not like aiming for tier 200s, if you get these defensive stats, it's actually quite enjoyable because you know what? Like you cannot really die unless you're like extremely overextend. Because I just got like so much life regeneration from life on it and passive. Obviously I got crazy attack speed. But yeah, the XP is like flying in here. And you don't have to pick up loot. I can already see the first people crying for glyph XP inside pits. Hey, how's it going? But they didn't say you need to be level 100 to do pit, right? You just need to complete like a tier 45 nightmare dungeon. Also, the great thing about Firewall is you don't need to worry about crit and all that stuff. Yeah, but I don't have more. I have level 5, so I don't have access to high skill levels. I'm just leveling a character here. Let's see how fast it is. Oh, that was so cheeky. But I don't think it starts at +1 actually. I honestly haven't seen any of these visual improvements. I don't even know if they're in the game. But maybe I'm just blind. So, I mean, if they keep it, that the pit instantly drops like 925 gear, that's pretty OP, right? You're welcome. So, I don't know, it's a little bit annoying that I have to like scroll back to like the tier I have been on all the time. Or it also have like 18 Paragon points. Are there any glyphs here I have? I don't even have all glyphs. Does it even matter? Territorial? 25 decks? I cannot get it, right? I can get it. Get some territorial here. I don't even care about these boards, honestly. Let's go like up to that glyph slot here. Okay. I mean, I'm not so much about these weapon effects anyway. I couldn't care less. Like the visuals. Like even if there's like a blue ball or not, like I really wouldn't really care so much, honestly. So, what do you think? How long is it gonna take to do level 100 with this? I need more mana regeneration. I need to adjust my build here. Is there anywhere I can get mana from? I guess I could use the incendiary or whatever it's called aspect. Nah, Prodigies is not gonna do anything. I need like way more than Prodigies. I mean, I could just switch the Firewall back to like life regeneration. But I don't know if I want that. Because I'm like kiting basically. And if they don't burn after leaving Firewall, I will lose a lot of damage. But I mean, the defenses are like crazy, right? Like, literally, I don't care. Like, I can go into these mobs and, you know, it's just like nothing. Yeah, I have Fury Surge 3 ranks already. I mean, you could temper these, but, you know. It all sounds like way too much work. So I guess you just gotta get the lucky hit aspect. It's probably the best one. Or you can get it on gear. Oh, I know why. My resource elixir ran out. That explains it. Oh, I hate this sharpshooter. It's like the worst boss of all. Probably gonna kill me. Whoa, that was close. I mean, if they keep it like this, you probably want to do this leveling no matter what you do. Because it gives you access to 925 gear instantly. And every single piece is gonna be 925 as well. And you could, you know, you would play through the ladder. You can probably go like way higher. And as you can see, the glyphs don't matter at all. Like, I can probably go to like level 150 without any glyphs here. So, I don't really see a reason grinding those glyphs in the early game if it stays like this. It's just gonna be completely useless. I would just speed level those glyphs later when I need it. You can just use the level 1 glyphs basically, which give you a good bonus, and just call it a day. I don't know. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that you have access to so much damage which do not really depend on your character level. The thing is, these things don't depend on your character level, right? So the weapon is gonna have 200 intelligence on, and the weapon is gonna have 44% attack speed on. It doesn't matter on what character level you are. So that's kind of... I don't know. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. I think these glyphs shouldn't be so powerful. Glyphs, the temperings. And the new items shouldn't be so powerful on earlier levels. I gotta be honest, this is still a pretty flawed system. Is it fun? I guess it is. But it's definitely not like a, you know, an experience where you increase in power gradually. It's basically you just instantly are like completely buffed 100% as soon as you reach Manchester. So probably all these new items should be... I don't know, I don't like the 925 story. Basically, you shouldn't have access to 925 items like on a level 60 character. A 925 item should require, I don't know, character level 100 probably. So I just feel, I don't think it's a good thing. If you want to speed level a character, obviously it's gonna be amazing. But I don't feel it being like... I'll see. I shouldn't be able to do this. Let's just put it like this. I shouldn't be able to do this. I shouldn't be able to use a level 69 character without any glyphs, without any paragon, without any anything. Just smashing on some life on hit and some life regeneration affixes on my gear, which I basically have available for free. And I shouldn't be able to go through like high tier content like this. It shouldn't be so easy. It's still way better than what we had before though, don't get me wrong. Also, by this time, you will probably have all the aspects you want, right? I mean, I didn't look at them yet, but I will probably have all the aspects soon. So I'm just gonna assume when I filled like my first inventory of legendaries that I will have all the aspects. And that I will be able to actually increase this tier. I mean, I'm already able to access, like, let's just increase this by 10 now. And see if there's actually any changes. Because, you know, if I put this to level 10, I will already have access to rank 1 Masterworking. That's fairly cheap. Which giving me even more power. Okay, so this is like level 109 now. Are these more beefy? Yes. Is it a huge problem? Doesn't look like it. Do they give more XP? I have no clue. I mean, my life regeneration is still superior. And I'm still playing without aspects. I mean, without optimal. I don't have a single aspect which is buffing my firewall damage. By the way. Well, I get... But, so I don't have burning damage aspects. Let's just put it like this. So these definitely have a lot more HP at level 109. Say. These also seem to be giving more HP, at least it feels like it. These also do significantly more damage, don't get me wrong. Stormswell I'm not using, I'm not doing any vulnerable. Conceded, I guess I have 50% of the time maybe. Somewhere around that. Edge Masters, I would say it depends. Sometimes I have, I guess, a little bit of Edge Masters. A lot of the times I don't have a lot of mana. Inner Calm, I'm not even using at all. I'm moving, and Inner Calm, well, it gives you 10% base, right? So I have like a little bit from it, but I never get the bonus of Inner Calm because I never stand still for like 3 seconds. So, I mean, it's pretty weak, right? So I can definitely put better aspects on there. I have control. Control is a major aspect, but I don't really crowd control anything other than Frost Nova at this point. I don't even have Immobilize because I don't have Lucky Hit, so... I mean, let's just say this is pretty much not really optimized at all. Yeah, I mean, but this is not my first... Like, if it would be my second char, I could just throw aspects on and call it a day. But it... Like, I'm wanna, like, see the first leveling experience here. So if you have another Char already max, you can also like just pass items. In Last Epoch, obviously you can pass leveling items, but it has been in all games like this, right? You could always pass like your leveling items, or you would have the materials from your main character. But I'm basically acting like I wouldn't have at this point. So let's see how hard this boss is gonna be. It's still alright. See, now I have no mana. Oh no. Help! Let's see how much materials this guy drops. I don't even remember. But it drops way more of the blue ones now, basically. Well, it's not significantly more, I guess. But it is definitely more. I mean, at some point you would just, you know, right? Look at these ice hard pants. Like, at some point, you would definitely... Ah, this... By the way, I was... Evade freezes close enemies. This one works with teleport enchantment, by the way. This is a pretty good combo. So, I could put on, like, way better items at this point, right? Not doing it for now. I just want to see if this actually gave me more HP, XP than the lower one. Yeah, I don't know. I also feel like 925 shouldn't drop early. It's like the power spike is just way too high. They shouldn't drop below level 100, I would say, really. If it's the highest level gear, it should require you, well, at least make it like 90. So I guess this gives it doesn't look like the 10 levels higher gave me like significantly more XP. This feels like gives me the same amount pretty much. So this is kind of crazy leveling method, I guess. I have to say. I don't know if it works with metamorphosis, but I just think that aspect is pretty useless because the animation is just so long. I feel like I wouldn't use that aspect because after using it, you have like a 0.5 seconds where you cannot do anything, which is like, I don't know, for me it's like a crazy no-go. I really find this metamorphosis aspect like extremely clunky. But they play it with teleport enchantment, basically. I saw like a video of like one of the Chinese guys. And he plays Arclash teleport, and then he plays the freeze aspect on the boot. And he uses teleport enchantment basically to freeze everything. And then he has like, you know, the Hoarfrost bonus. For just like a boot slot is like a pretty cheap investment. And also does like a good amount of damage actually. And it looks pretty cool. I mean, this will still take a while until level 100. So this gave me 3... No, I started at... So this is 2 bars, basically. So this gave 2 bars. Let's do like the one with 10 levels above again and see how many bars I get. So let's do 110 again for the comparison. Oh wow, these guys are pretty annoying. So I was like a little bit before the bar. Alright. I mean, if I upgrade my gear, I can fly through here. But I just want to wait a little bit longer. Since running out here. And obviously you're not gonna get materials in here, right? Don't underestimate that. You're not gonna get resources for like crafting elixirs and stuff like that. So you certainly want to do some amount of Helltide. Ah, I didn't see that. I mean, I saw it, but I thought I was out. So this seems to be getting more XP. I think this scales. Good luck. Just keep it slow. Forty-five suppressors. Does it have to be? And also these mobs. Yeah, you should be fine on level 95. I mean, you can see, like, I'm level 70. Okay, I use, like, overpowered life on hit, life regeneration here, but, you know, you probably have your defensives going on. I mean, I'm trying if the... I will judge after this if I get more XP for the 10 level higher one or not. So far, it doesn't look like it, honestly. I got 2 bars on the level 100 and now I am halfway through this and I'm all at 1 bar. So... I guess it's the same. I guess it's the 15 levels above your character level still. Yeah, you have to check, like... I don't know if it's 0.5 seconds, it might be 0.3 seconds. But after you use it, basically your skill bar is graying out for a certain period of time. So I definitely didn't get more XP from this one here. So I guess it is the 15 levels above your character is gonna be the optimal. Or 10, I don't know. I thought they made 15. I think they made it like they nerfed it down to 10 and then they increased it to 15 again. But you know, I might be wrong there. Doesn't matter anyway because I'm level 71 and the lowest is level 100. So... But I will throw aspects on and see with stronger gear how fast I can get through here. So this was roughly 2 bars. And now we go back to the lower one again. Pretty sure it's gonna be the same, but way easier. So it is really like, this is significantly easier. It's just crazy, like the new item scaling is just nuts. It's like definitely a little bit too much in my eyes. They shouldn't have doubled all the stats. What's the most efficient method to farm the yellow crystals? You know, probably Helltide, because Helltide is basically the most efficient method to farm anything. But you know, if you have to pick them up and salvage them, you know, I'm gonna be very depressed. So I really hope they fix the cost issue. Or they remove basically rares from World Tier 4. Yeah. I mean, if you just stand there with like 12 people in Helltide at the same spot and just keep spamming. But, you know, really, if you have to pick up the yellow items, you're not gonna get happy ever, right? If you have to pick them up and salvage them, that is gonna be, you know... Imagine the Reddit posts. It's gonna be D4 bad, like biggest time. It's just nothing you want to do because it's like pointless, right? They already have the system which can auto salvage stuff. So there's no reason to pick up rares in World Tier 4. So they should just say auto salvage all rares in World Tier 4, period. It's just pointless. It makes no sense. Just remove basically rares from World Tier 4 and just drop crystals directly. That would be the best way. Nobody's ever wanna look at the rare in World Tier 4. I mean, that's what they did in D3 as well, right? I mean, it's the pet which is auto-salvage in them, but, you know, it's essentially the same story. You will never look at a rare item, so just don't even drop it at all, just salvage it automatically. Yeah, no, they're not gonna do a toggle for that. That requires development work, right? So it's not happening. That's what you're talking is basically a loot filter, and they are not gonna do that. I'm pretty sure they cannot even do that. They can just say, you know, they can just change the drop table. So instead of rares, just drop crystals, period, call it a day. Like, imagine I would have to pick up these 4 and go to the blacksmith and salvage this. Like, nobody is ever gonna do that. Like, that is absolutely not happening. Ever. So if they don't implement some kind of way to remove these rares, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Not even that. It's too many clicks. It doesn't make any sense. Like, also for all these things, they would have to, like, put in work, and it doesn't make sense. Because they already have the system where, you know, you can directly salvage the gear. They already had it in, like, Season 2. right? Where the regular items wouldn't drop, they would directly drop as materials. So they have the system already, so they will just have to activate it, and that's going to be it. So there's really no reason to develop anything new on that. Just remove the goddamn rares from the higher world tiers and drop crystals. Period. Like, why make it more complicated? For what reason? Like, we have seen that it's like obviously a hard work for Blizzard to add a random button which does something. They need like months and months to do that. And then they're gonna screw it up anyway. I mean, how long did it take to add the reset all button on the Paragon? Like 6 months? Like, how hard does that sound for you if you, like, imagine you would be a developer and your boss is telling me, hey, can you add me a button which just resets my Paragon board? So I would assume that somewhere in the source code, you know, there's like a function which can reassign points. So it doesn't sound like a very difficult task to create a button which resets a Paragon board, right? But apparently it was, because it took freaking 6 months to do it. So I don't even want to imagine how long it takes for them to create a salvage or rares button in like the inventory. It's just like weird. Like, these things are like just weird. I don't really understand how it can be so difficult to like create very simple things. I don't think it's too easy. It's made for casuals. It's not made for people who clear level 200 pits in 2 minutes. I cleared level 200 pit in 2 minutes as well on like day 2 of this beta. Or like PTR, whatever you want to call it. So no, I don't think so. Honestly. It would be cool if Hydras would just cast regular firebolts, right? Would be a little imbalanced though. I mean, the XP is like getting definitely less, so it will still take like a while. And I don't even use the respec for the skill tree because I find them still annoying. I don't get it, all the work. It's like so complicated. But yeah, I mean, but that was actually work, right? It was like a completely new thing they had to add, so. Just, I mean, I get it, but like respec all usually, like it doesn't take so long to, like, to do like a skill tree respec, right? It just takes like 1 or 2 minutes, so you might as well just, you know, click respec all and call it a day. Like I didn't need this respec mode. I would rather have them put this work into something more meaningful, because they probably worked like for 3 months with 10 people on that. Just give me loadout slots. That's like way more important for me. But yeah, for the Paragon, it's like, you know, that is like extremely annoying that you cannot like, you know, respec like a single board. I mean, it doesn't have to be a full respec mode. I would be okay with if you can just, you know, respec a board and change it for another one. So that I get that the way has to be like, you know, connected. But as long as you can respec one board and, you know, have the connection back at the very end, that would already be a great thing. Or at least, you know, remove boards at the very end. That would also be good. Just give me a button, remove this board if it's at the very end, instead of having to or reset this board, instead of having me to manually unassign all the points on the board so I can then unassign the board. Like, it's like I don't even know how you, like, honestly, it's like, to me it's like embarrassing how you can put a piece of software live in a state like that. It's just like, and you know, I have a mouse to click, like I cannot even imagine how terrible it's gonna be with a controller. Yeah, the max roll guys can do it. Oh god, this is too much. Ah. Alright, easy. Do we even have resistances? Well, not really. Yeah. Small independent game studio, they cannot really do user interfaces like that. That is going to be too complicated. You're right. I mean, life regeneration is really a good stat. Like, I completely underestimated that. Alright, let's get some new gear now. I'm full. I'm gonna assume at this point I will have the aspects I need. Period. Okay. So what do we have here? So we can go wand and focus now, or like whatever and focus. I think I still like that more than having the stuff here. But this is like, the 45% attack speed stuff is like pretty insane. But I rather want to have the cooldown reduction, to be honest. So let's get some attack speed gloves here. Oh, +4 to frozen orb. Not too bad. Damage over time, why not, right? Let's get some boots. Maximum life movement speed. Mana per second is also not too bad. I'm going with the max life movement speed. What do we have here? Life per second. Intelligence, I take that. Chess piece. Life per second. Why is this so low? That is weird. Oh wow, that has like a significant range actually. So we have life per second, intelligence. This one is good, right? Take this one. 2 sockets as well. I don't have a new helmet. Okay, let's look for rings. Oh, look at this. Attack speed, life per hit. This is a beautiful one. So what do you have here? Max life, damage over time. Also pretty good. Let's take this. Amulets, do we have any new ones? Doesn't look like it. We keep the old one, I guess. I keep the old one. So I don't really want to look at all these stuffs here. Oh, we can use, by the way, we can use the accursed touch aspect, I guess, at this point. Yeah, probably they did, actually. Might be true that they just forgot to change them in. Wait, why I can't... Oh, okay. Because they're not tempered yet. So we would get Pyromancy now. No, we would get... Sorry, we start with offensive, right? So these are like, you know... You can try to get Firewall size. Oh, nice, Firewall size, there you go. Okay. Movement speed, I take that. I get Swords. Let's play Swords. Just for the fun of it. Yeah, it is pretty OP. But you know, you don't have so much lucky hit on the what it's called, Firewall. I go all out Swords now. It's fun. Not resistance, sorry. Now let's take the barrier generation. Don't do stupid shit here. I don't even care about these. You probably want to get the Fury Search ranks, but you know, I'm gonna go with the resource cost reduction, I guess. Or the lucky hit resource, why not? Okay, that was it. Let's enchant. I have no clue, honestly. I have really no idea. How much attack speed do I have? 59%? Not enough. Can I get some attack speed, please, here? Whatever. This one already has attack speed. Or maybe the lucky hit vulnerable is not a bad stat there. But I want to be tanky. So yeah, the range on that life regeneration roll is like crazy actually. No, I cannot stream on Twitch, my internet is too bad. Can only stream one. Okay. I want to have some more attack speed though. Good one. So I have a little bit less life per hit now, but I guess it's still going to be fine. Let's see. Okay, so we have that one, we have that one. Then we go for... I'm going for Serpentine now. Then we have... I don't even know what we have here. I don't care actually. I want to have Flame Walkers. Then we have Edge Masters. Let's go for Burning now. I don't even know if this aspect is any good, honestly. And the other one I had was... what was it called? 3 Curses. Okay, that's fine. Let's check. I have 20 Paragon points though. Just get some random stuff here. Pyromaniac. Unfortunately, it's not gonna have these nodes in range, right? Oh, it has actually. Willpower. Cannot do it. Anything else I can do? Warding. Torch. Willpower, willpower. All willpower. It's all garbage. Who cares, actually? Let's just, you know... I'm not gonna pick any glyph at all, whatever. Let's not make this overly complicated here. Yeah, they do... Well, especially now, they literally don't do anything anymore. Because, you know, you're gonna have like 1500 intelligence anyway, which is gonna max your resistances. Is stuff actually dying? Felt better with this stuff. I guess I'm too fast. Well, it's... I guess on the boss it's kind of okay. Not sure though. I mean, it is pretty bad. But, I mean, it doubles your burning damage below 50%. I mean, you know, that's okay, right? Like, the second part, I feel like it's pretty, like, niche, but... I don't know. Kind of have the feeling I like the 200 stuff more. But yeah, we're not gonna finish this journey here. I guess it would take up, like, probably like somewhere around 9 hours or something like that, maybe. See how good the boss goes now. So below 50% she should be getting like double the damage, right? Doesn't really look like it. I don't know. It's just not the boss killer build here, honestly. Yeah, the pit runs are like a million times better than nightmare dungeons for leveling, and most importantly, they drop 925 loot only. But I mean, I also spent like a lot of time doing stuff which was not actually leveling. Also, you can, if you do this, right, with the blue stones from the pit, you can actually upgrade some gear. I didn't make the calculations how many you actually need, but I think one piece of gear is like 100 of the blue ones. And if you do like level 5 to like level 10 of these, so you will get a lot of the blue ones. So the first Masterworking tier is pretty easily accessible to this. Yeah. Definitely better than upgrading glyphs. Which is kind of strange, but you know, it is like it is. I like how I'm actually like almost immortal. Saying that like while I like pretty much almost die. But I mean, this is still a grind, right? It's not like you know, you're not gonna have the best time of your life doing this. Let's just put it like this. It's like still a grind. Obviously, if there would be like seasonal 25% XP buffs, would be less of a grind. It's just like, you know, what dares do you want to die? You want to die, do the nightmare dungeons without getting XP? Or you want to do the pit without getting XP? And, you know, this one is I feel like it's easier to access, it goes faster. And I personally don't really like nightmare dungeons so much. So I want to spend as little as possible time in nightmare dungeons. So if I can jump right into like tier 100s to just finish my glyphs, I will only have to do like, I don't know, 50 dungeons or something like that. I don't know how many it is. But I would probably prefer that. I'm just not a fan of the nightmare dungeons. I hate like the objectives, like click the pillars and stuff like that. I don't want to do that at all. Yeah, and you will unlock codex by this pretty fast, right? So you get the gear at the very end. Again, you don't need to pick it up. You get it automatically in your inventory. Again, you have a high chance on, you know, the good items. So I feel like this is the better way to do it. Then if you're gonna, exactly, if you have like a fast teleporting build, you can finish the nightmare dungeons very fast. And I don't know how many nightmare dungeons you need to do to get your to get a 21 glyph, but it's not so many. Maybe like, I don't know, somewhere between 5 to 10 nightmare dungeons to get a 21 glyph, I think. Like tier 100s. Maybe I should get Conjuration Mastery. Costs 9% extra damage. A little movement speed and mana rack. Not. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really take forever to get like a glyph to level 21 if you're playing tier 100s. It still takes a while though. Not like you do 2 dungeons and it's gonna be done. Also, like, the glyphs don't drop in the pit, so you probably have to obtain them from Helltide. But you get them in nightmare dungeons as well. It depends if you want to do bosses. So, I mean, technically, you do need to do Helltide for boss materials. But, you know, you can also trade for boss materials, right? So I always feel like trading for boss materials is the way better way to get them. Also, like, now you can trade for uniques. So the only reason you really have to do bosses is if you want to do... I mean, obviously, if you want to, like, really farm, like, hardcorely good gear, you want to farm uniques with multiple greater affixes and stuff like that. But so far, I don't see a reason for doing that, because, you know what? You can get, like, to the very late endgame with even, you know, medium great gear. So why would I want to, like, invest hundreds plus of hours to, like, farm the very min-max gear if there's, like, nothing I can put it up against anyway? Yeah, I mean, I gotta assume they're gonna buff the uniques before this comes out. If they don't buff the uniques before this comes out, it's gonna be like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't even do any boss. Like, cause, you know, if the uniques don't matter at all, why would I play the bosses? Why would I farm, like, materials to do them? Just sounds like a hassle for really no reason. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, thousands of people left that feedback that the uniques have to be buffed. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? Just also take the unique stats ×2, like the other ones. Just adjust that to the same level and we're good. I don't see a reason for not doing that. It's probably something they simply just forgot about. That's just my feeling. They would be just, yeah, we're gonna make this new item system, but, you know, uniques, nah, who cares, right? Let's just leave them there like they are. Yeah. It's really double the stats, like it's really that bad. I want to change something in my build. I want to get like some Conjuration Mastery going here. Yeah, I mean, if uniques are supposed to be a starter item, then they should have starter stats, right? Like 25% movement speed, like 30% resource cost reduction, like, you know, stuff which is useful when you're starting. Oh wow. What? I just got shadow cloned. Like, my build has so terrible boss damage. It's like really annoying. Should probably add lightning spear. Let me change something here real quick on my build. Can I get some more random damage? Let me just get like these random resistance nodes here, whatever. So do I need... I don't need this. I don't need this. Or maybe let me keep this. Let's just remove Frost Nova entirely. Go for Lightning Spear here. Sounds like the better deal, actually. Yeah, but still the Incinerate wand is still garbage though. I mean, the missiles still do like 2k damage, which is like literally nothing. And the extra ranks on Incinerate are not worth like losing an aspect and losing the greater affixes. Like, you're gonna do significantly less damage. Like, if you choose a regular wand, right, you can use the Tal Rasha stack, so you get 15% extra damage. You get 30% extra damage from an aspect, so that's 45 right there. Then you add 150 intelligence, that's another 15%, so you add 60% extra damage just by using a regular wand. And then still you got, like, more better stats, right? You can get, like, additive damages and everything on there. So... you're just looking at like a significant damage loss by just choosing Flame Scar and for no reason, basically. I like how the Hydras shoot artillery shrines, though. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, I guess it's true. It's not totally garbage. But yeah, in general, like, most of the uniques are just garbage. It's like a huge issue. Maybe I should choose Frozen Orb Enchantment. Probably even better than Firewall Enchantment at this point. Getting some free vulnerable. I don't know. I mean, they should be having persons like that, right? I mean, what by the way happens if you get in here after resetting? I never tried this. Will I start a new one? Did I maybe find a glitch here? Or maybe it's intended like this? Oh, look at this. Damn, I should have figured this out before. Wait, there's no mobs in here? Okay, so I guess it's a bug. What? What happens if I run to the end? Oh, I cannot fin... Okay, I got it. So, unfortunately, you cannot start a new one by entering the town portal. You just get back into the empty one with a new timer. Great system. This build is just garbage, basically, at this point. Should just switch to Blizzard now. But I'm really too lazy. But that's probably what you want to do, is just do this with Blizzard and not with Firewall. I was going to pick Conjuration Mastery, I forgot. Damn it. Maybe also pick Hydra Enchant instead of Firewall Enchant, actually. I mean, 100% uptime on Flame Shield is, you know... It's stupid, but it's also like a pretty boring build to play. So, I mean, in general, I don't have a problem with that it exists. Because it's pretty boring. You literally cannot have more than one active skill on your bar. You cannot use cooldowns, you cannot use ultimates, you cannot basically use anything but a basic skill. So, I mean, I don't in general, I don't really find that enjoyable. So I have no issue with that build even existing. Also, they might just nerf Hectic. I don't necessarily think stuff needs to go because it's boring. I think a good game should balance itself. So if something is boring, people will just stop playing it. And then at some point somebody is gonna discover something which makes the boring stuff maybe more interesting. But I don't think it's like, you don't have to remove boring builds from the game. You should just have the game balance itself somehow. Or if something is like too overpowered, you have to just nerf it a little bit. But I guess it's still like, there's no build variety, right? We do not get any new builds basically at all. It's all the same builds it has always been. They just, you know, change a little bit in variations, but the builds really don't change. It's always the same. Unless, you know, there's some builds which are just not playable, like Chain Lightning. Has been not playable since Season 2. Yeah, it can have 3 Hydras. I want to check it if I'm using enough resource. Because the Hydra from the Hydra enchant only lasts 5 seconds, right? It doesn't get affected by more duration or anything. But I was gonna do... Actually, I don't really think I need this barrier at all here. I take a point out somewhere. Let's just take one out of Firewall, really. Will not matter that much at all. No, I don't think it is, actually. Not sure. It's definitely not affected by anything else. Does it say it? So it says 6 seconds. Did it say 6 or 5? I don't even remember the number. But it definitely, for example, like my regular Hydras is 12.5. I don't know what the base value was. Cannot really see that without removing the aspect, but I think it's not affected. Okay, if 5 at the base, then it's maybe affected by that. But it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't really change a whole lot because it's still like too low. I think it should just be a regular Hydra spawn, really. I don't see a reason why the duration is so short. Yeah, regular Hydra's 10. Correct. Also, like, the Enchanter glyph doesn't work for it. But I mean, as long as you're spending enough mana, it's a pretty good aspect. Because it gives you, like, extra damage from Conjuration Mastery and stuff. I mean, you can just look at the number. So it's between 4 and 5, usually. Sometimes between 3 and 4, though. I mean, sometimes climbs up to 5, as you can see there. So... But I'm not spending a lot of mana here, so you can definitely get up to 3. If you, like, get, like, very fast attack speed and stuff like that. But they only have, like, then a very short overlap, basically. But with Conjuration Mastery, you know, it gives you mana regeneration, movement speed, and all that stuff. So it's still a good ability. I feel like it's better than Firewall Enchant at this stage. I mean, in the Frozen Orb Conjuration build, it feels like you have like 7 to 8 up at a time sometimes. It's hard to tell because there's like basically Hydras everywhere. But the build has more attack speed than this one. funny how these can't kill me. I mean, it's still slow, but it's a little bit better, I feel like. Oh, look at this ring with double greater affix. Int and mana on kill. Not bad. No, it's not true. I checked that. So you basically you do 6 Hydras yourself, then the amulet does 3 more, and the Hydra enchantment is completely on top of that. It's also pretty easy to prove. You really just have to put like 6 Hydras up. Helltide is pretty good, but it's like significantly less XP than Pit. But till like early World Tier 4, it's like definitely great. Wow, this was like 15 seconds stun lock in like the poison puddle. No, never Nightmare. Well, I didn't have to do the Nightmare 45, so I don't know if it's this thing that you have to do it or not. It was unlocked for me by default. I think it's unlocked account-wide. Yeah, but again, Nightmare Dungeon... I mean, you can do it like you want, but I personally hate Nightmare Dungeons. I don't want to do them. So I will run Pit until I can. Later I will do the glyphs, because they are really not needed here. As you can see, I have literally no glyphs. And I will just run them later. I will just then run tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons straight and level up the glyphs. Because this is way better for me. I really hate Nightmare Dungeons. And this gives way more XP than Nightmare Dungeons. And also, if you're leveling with Nightmare Dungeons, it doesn't really give glyph XP at all. Like, until you do, like, you know, tier 80 plus or something like that, the glyph XP you get is like so little. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. I haven't played a single Nightmare Dungeon, so... Yeah. I don't want to have the objectives at all. I don't know. I just don't like the Nightmare Dungeon system at all. It's, I don't know. I feel like this glyph should just naturally level whatever content you're doing. I feel like you shouldn't be, or you should just find like some item which, you know, allows you to upgrade the glyphs or something like that. I don't really like this whole idea of locking the glyphs behind Nightmare Dungeons, where Nightmare Dungeons is something you really don't want to do in the end game. I don't know. I don't really like the whole idea forcing me to play specific kind of content I don't want to do. But Blizzard always does this. That's like Blizzard style. They have been doing that in all their games. Like, for example, like in World of Warcraft or whatever, like they always do that. Like there's some kind of content nobody likes, then they basically just make it mandatory. Because you know what? They build it, they want people to play it. And I really hate that behavior of them. Like, I don't know. So it's again like they make it mandatory, right? Certain mats only drop on Helltides, glyph leveling is only Nightmare Dungeons, other mats only drop on the Whispers, then, you know, the Masterworking only drops in pits, so they basically force you to do like all contents because they think the contents are there, they should be played. But I would rather have the choice so I can play what I like. So if I really don't like Helltide, which I'm not saying, I think new Helltide is great, but if I really don't like Helltide, I should have the choice not to play it. And I should be able to obtain the materials elsewhere. Like it is in every other game, basically. Yeah, there's always like specific stuff which you farm, like whatever. If you play like Path of Exile, there's specific crafting stuff you can only farm at specific locations or whatever. But that is for like very target farming, and with D4 they make it, you basically have to do everything to be able to play at all. And I don't know, I don't really like that. To access pits you have to spend, I don't even know what it's called, like some kind of shard. And the shard drops in Helltide chests. I don't know where else. It drops at other places too, but it does not drop in the pit. So you basically have to do Helltides to obtain the shards so you can do pits. Yeah, right, it's free in the PTR, but, you know, it's not gonna be free in the live game when it comes out. But I don't know if that's gonna be like a huge bottleneck there. But again, it's like the same. They wanted to play Helltide to get like the rune shard so you can play the pit. But what if I don't want to play Helltide? I cannot play the pit? I don't know. I feel like that's not the right way of doing it. If you have a lot of contents, you should bring me into your contents because I'm enjoying it and not because you're forcing me to do it so I can play something else. It's like very restrictive to me. This is like the only pit where you sometimes have to backtrack. Oh god, I hate sharpshooter. Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos of the Firebolt Sorg being pretty good. I find the Arclash ones better. So the Arclash Infinite Flame Shield one looked more powerful to me. Like one of the Chinese guys made like a 1:30 seconds pit run with that without shrines at the boss, so it was pretty good. With just one skill on the bar, basically. But anyway, I'm not gonna make I don't think I'm gonna make the level 100 here. Not sure though. Yeah, 130. I guess it was 140 or something like that. But it was very fast. Yeah, it's like Telestomp. So there's this aspect on your boots which basically freezes everything when you evade, and then with the teleport enchantment you basically get free freeze. I think it's like Accuaid or whatever you pronounce that name. Accueid. Do you need to stay low HP? He wasn't low HP. Maybe that is just the condition for the other effect there? I will check that aspect in a second. Yeah, I mean, they were all exploiter dudes in AOZ, right? I don't know, I didn't really feel like he was half HP, but maybe I didn't watch the video close enough, honestly. I should switch to Blizzard, honestly. Like, taking too long. No, he used that aspect. I saw like the Chinese 55%. So wait, this is like... How's it called? Mobility, right? Is it mobility? Okay, it's apparently not mobility, then it's gotta be utility, right? This one here. So why below 55% life? Okay, so then he probably was at low life. Okay. Well, then it's something I'm not gonna play anyway. Low life is freaking annoying. I mean, I guess if you have permanent flame shield, you know, you might as well play low life. Who cares? think I would switch to, like after dinner, I will switch to Blizzard. Or maybe I just stop, honestly. I mean, I don't like low life in general, but if you're a permanent flame shield, you know, I wouldn't have an issue with that, I guess. I would like burning damage to be viable. My problem with late game fire builds is that you don't have crown control. And you simply cannot play them because everything is gonna one-shot you in high level pits. Yeah, but it's viable on the Firebolt build because Fireball does so much burning damage. That's true. Because but in general it's not viable because the burning damage is viable because the burning damage you basically get for free. Right? Because you can do crazy basic skill damage scaling and then you get the free burning damage from Firebolt. And on top of it, you get the free burning damage from Firebolt Enchantment, which again scales with the extra Firebolt damage. So it's like a very strong synergy there. So yeah, but you basically do like it's like probably like somewhere around, you know, half of the damage is direct damage from Firebolt and the other half is like the burning damage or something like that. So only because you have like a very high direct damage on Firebolt, you get the very high burning damage. And then obviously you can get the aspect, right? Because you can stack this this high burning damage, you get the aspect which gives you like then 100% extra damage. So it really makes it very strong, obviously. But yeah, all the other burning damage basically are like complete garbage. Yeah, that's true. Like, Firewall is just not very good at this point. Blizzard will be, like, way better. Play without any aspects or uniques. Also, like, the annoying thing with Firewall is that, you know, the mobs just run out of it. I mean, I really don't feel projectiles got any buff with tempering. Because, you know, the shadow and poison damage together with Tal Russia is gonna be superior on all projectiles. But Frozen Orb, and maybe it's even better than with Frozen Orb. I didn't really compare the two, I have to say. But the 30% damage with the lucky hit effects is just better than having the extra projectiles. And I couldn't really get anything out of the extra projectiles, to be quite honest. Like Chain Lightning, I couldn't get anything out of those extra projectiles. They wouldn't even hit. With Fireball, you can probably get a little bit more out of projectiles, but still, the 30% bonus damage is going to be better. Just plain better. Yeah, but they are not better than 30% extra damage. Like even... Like you get 15% or something like that on the base. So in the end, I feel like it's pointless because lucky hit is so weak. So the only reason would be to trigger more lucky hit effect, right? You like, what is the point of getting more projectiles? You just want, like, if you can get more damage, that's always going to be better than getting more projectiles, but the projectiles would be better with more lucky hit. But lucky hit feels extremely weak because the investment on gear is just so high. Now with the new stats... Yeah, I'm not talking about Firebolt. I'm talking about all the other builds, basically. With Firebolt, it is a different story because it splits into 4. But for all the other ones, they are super weak, like Chain Lightning, Fireball, and Ice Shards. They are really, really weak. Because the percentage is just way too low. No. It's not. It really doesn't change anything, I feel like. I mean, I tried Firewall, like Fireball, it was so weak at high level content. Especially if you play Fireball, you play Fireball Meteor, right? So if you get more Fireball projectiles, all you gotta do is you get a little bit more lucky hit. But you're not scaling your Meteor damage, so I would rather scale 30% more Meteor damage. 50% more projectiles, you have to hit like 3 Masterwork. You have to Masterwork, so you gotta take into account, you put the Masterwork on Intelligence instead. They happen frequently, but still not a whole lot. I would always use Shadow damage and Poison damage. So I just feel like it's better. Maybe other than Firebolt. Firebolt because you get like more out of it. But in general, you don't want to hit like those projectile affixes because, you know what, you might just hit the intelligence or the attack speed affixes, which are way stronger. And the problem with lucky hit is you gotta put lucky hit on your gear and that just takes away intelligence and you're gonna do significantly less damage by just adding some lucky hit. I just feel like it doesn't work out so great. Yeah, so what enchants? Fireball enchantment is nothing for late game. Ice Shards maybe, but you know, in the end you balance it against just doing flat more damage. So anyway, I'm going for dinner. I just feel like it's weak. It's just my opinion. Well, you're not gonna have 50% more fireballs. You are calculating this wrong. If you want to have 50% more firewalls, you have to hit 4 masterworkings, and you're gonna lose 30% damage multiplier. So you have an extra 20% damage multiplier for those masterworkings. So I don't know. I feel like they're not good, but it's just my opinion. I couldn't get a lot out of them. Ah. All right. I guess I'm gonna switch to Blizzard now. I guess it's time. Let's do Blizzard. It's taking too long at this point. I don't even remember how you play this. Maybe just get this resistance here. You know, you should probably still play Hydra. Because, you know, why not? Right? It's free damage. I don't even need this. I never, like, found out if, like, this actually works on ice spikes or not, but I assume it's just not working. I cannot tell you. I mean, I was having a lot of Hydras. It's just, I mean, I could definitely get more than 6. I don't know how the exact interaction is, but I had more than 6. 100%, I tested that. What else do I want to get? What else do I want to get? I want to get Lightning Spear, I guess. Do I want to get Fireball enchantment? Nah, probably not. What am I gonna do with all these points? I don't need an ultimate. Do I need an ultimate? No, I don't need an ultimate. What would I want to do with that? Let's just get some... At this stage of the game, really, I could just get, like, the... I don't know. Let's just get Frozen Orb here. Okay, so nothing really changes here. This is still Ice Armor. This is Frozen Orb enchantment. This is Firebolt enchantment. Then we have Lightning Spear, Teleport. What do I do with this skill slot? I don't even need it. Let's put Ice Blades, I guess. Oh no, Hydra. I forgot Hydra. Haha. Wonderful. So let's do some Blizzard here. I really like that Blizzard is like so simple. So we get Glacial. Frozen Tundra. Stormswell. Unseated. I don't even need this with Blizzard. What am I actually gonna do to fix my mana here? Let's try without first. I might just go with lucky hit, I guess. So I can actually go for... Let's go with accelerating. Well, no, Blizzard can't crit technically, so that doesn't make any sense. A Cursed Touch, maybe. This gives me free, like, vulnerable. But I don't want free vulnerable, honestly. Let's just put on more damage, really. Who cares? Let's go for Shredding Blades. No, actually, I go for... what is it called? Frozen Wake. I'm going for this now. I know it's not like a popular choice, but... and I don't want to have more Hydras. I want to have... Frozen Orb here. Frozen Orbit. Okay. So this can stay, this can stay. Don't care about this, don't care about this. This doesn't make any sense anymore. Let's go Bounding Conduit, I guess. I don't even care at this point. So let's go. Let's do some gems here and then let's go. Should actually consume this timer. Alright. We have 3 royal rubies and then we have emerald. Yes, I don't even care about the rest, honestly. Do we even have any glyphs at all? Go for Enchantment Master. No, let's go for the frost boards first. Go for Frigid Fate. Go for Frigid Fate and some Icefall here. Actually, we could get all these vulnerable damage nodes here. Get some Icefall. I will figure out later what to do with these glyphs. How do we go there? It's like the worst board to like take entirely, literally. It's like so bad. So let's go for our Elementalist here. So what else do we have? Do we have Stalagmite? Yes. Can I get this with intelligence from somewhere? 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Like it's made for it. Enchanter. Reinforced. Wait, Territorial was getting, right? Frostbite. I can actually use Frostbite. Which is useless. So let's go for the Territorial. 25 dex. Can we get it? Nope. Can I get int? I think I can get... Maybe can I get Territorial here? Want to have free Territorial, please? What is with winter, though? I want winter. Can also not get this one, right? No. Like, so terrible. Okay. Anyway. I guess it's not gonna happen. Let's keep this for now. Let's go for Burning Instinct. I think this one can pick a dexterity one. Which should be winter, right? 5 more, please. Alright, so we have winter bonus, we have whatever we can put in here. What can we put in here? Torch? No. I guess we cannot get any bonus on there anyway. So, might just put some random garbage in there. Right. Good enough. Good enough. No, Blizzard AoE tempering is actually hurting Blizzard. Because it's gonna reduce the density of the ice spikes. That's like really, it's really so terrible. It has always been like this, also like the mastery glyph, like the whatever it was called, I forgot. Was doing the same thing, right? Oh, I have no mana whatsoever, wow. Alright, we gotta fix this. Yep. It's really, really bad. So let's get some mana regeneration up here. Let's remove useless shatter. Go for avalanche and let's get the... I don't even remember how to get mana fixed with Blizzard. I guess we can just get it on gear. Resource cost reduction, right? Let's get some resource cost reduction. I don't think we need life per hit anymore. You usually couldn't do this, obviously, on a new character, but, you know, I don't care at this point. I want resource cost reduction. Can I not get resource cost reduction on this amulet? 4.4%? Are you kidding me? That is like the worst possible roll. Okay. So let's get some more mana here. So there's an affix mana per second, which I want to get. One. Can it get mana per second as well? Nah. No mana per second. This one can get. Where's mana per second, dude? Can also not get mana per second? Yes, it can. So mana per second is a very strong stat if you can manage to get it. It's not like this is taking a trillion million years to get like the mana per second roll. This is like so stupid. Like it feels like some affixes are just... I mean, this can't be just pure RNG, right? So, okay, let's see how it goes now. Yeah, I hate enchanting. Like the worst system ever. No, not tier 200. No! I wanna... Now I cannot close it. Yeah, cooldown reduction is also like very rare. I had the same. I burned through all of my resources just to get cooldown reduction on a single piece of gear. It was like actually kind of ridiculous. I don't know. I don't like this whole random rerolling. Just give me like a price. You know, give me a fixed price. Make it expensive, but don't give me the random bullshit. And this bug is also making me crazy. Sometimes you just can't click it and you gotta open it again. Let's see all the resources now. Wait, I didn't... I think I don't have Burning Instinct. Yep, no Burning Instinct. Yeah. Cooldown reduction was ridiculously low chance. Oh, I have Burning... Fear Research, I mean. Okay. Let's try again. Yep. What's gonna happen on live is you're not gonna roll cooldown reduction. You're gonna take a piece which has cooldown reduction already on it. Still don't have enough resource. Getting better though. Should I play Avalanche? Is that like Blizzard mana cost reduction ethics or something like that? Oh, good point. Good point. Thank you so much. Ah. Yeah, I'm old. Cannot memorize complex stuff like that. Maybe I can go back into Shatter. I mean, completely smushed together Paragon port. Didn't even start like masterworking or anything. No clue what I'm freaking doing here. Still works. I don't know, I'm not playing it right now because I feel like you get enough attack speed on gear. But it is probably still the best. I mean, you can get Shatter for higher levels. It really makes sense. On this low level, I mean, I could also get Shatter. Maybe I even have it, I don't even know. But, I mean, Asus Ferocity is free attack speed, I guess. But I kind of don't really like using an aspect to fix my attack speed in general. And I mean, I didn't like it in the live version, and I like it like way less now. Because you can basically, right now I'm using Resource Elixir because I'm low level build. But later you will have infinite resource no matter what you play, right? And then you have 15% attack speed basically from the attack speed elixir. And you just need 85% on gear, which you can get on 3 items with just attack speed rolls. So I'm not a huge fan of using a legendary aspect plus the key passive just for giving, yeah, just for 50% attack speed. I think it was okay to do it before, kind of personal preference, but now since you get basically double the attack speed on gear, I don't really see the reason for that. But still, like, there's no good key passive for cold skills, right? I mean, the only good one is Shatter, if you're playing high-level content. You can play Avalanche for, like, a little bit of mana saving, but that's also something you're not gonna need in the late game anymore. So I guess you kind of don't really have an option there, I mean, other than Shatter. And if you're playing high-level content, Shatter is definitely the way to go, because that is ridiculously strong. But yeah, I mean, you can see, like, Blizzard is just significantly faster than Firewall. And I could even add more damage by removing the aspect which freezes everything, but I kind of like it at the very beginning. I'm gonna switch to Shatter right now just to check it real quick if it's better. But I mean, pit leveling is really, really fast, right? Just gotta do something real quick here. 1 second. Okay, let's save this and let's go on. Yeah, Frost Nova Radius is like pretty cool. I mean, it's not like that's any use of playing it, right? Because, you know, Frost Nova is pretty useless. But I guess it's cool. So definitely less mana without Avalanche here. Maybe I should get the mana restore for the frozen orbs. I guess it's alright. Don't have the life on hit now anymore, unfortunately. So I gotta be a little bit more careful. But I mean, I kind of like the idea of, you know, getting more area of effect radius for skills. But it's like for the wrong skills. Give me more area of effect radius on Frozen Orb. Or like on Fireball. How is that? But don't give it to me on Frost Nova. And don't give it to me on Blizzard, because Blizzard area of effect is already big enough and it's actually making the spell weaker. So I feel like, you know, it's really like the wrong... they picked the wrong spells there. Yeah, Incinerate has it, which nobody plays. Because just Incinerate by nature is like, will never be a playable build, because you don't want to stand still in channel. Unless you want to do like a boss killer build where it maybe makes sense because you are anyway gonna stand still in channel. But other than that, you don't want to ever stand still in channel stuff, right? Like, it's like no reason for it. Okay, I want to get my avalanche back. Yeah, it's Blizzard. I mean, just need, like, you would just need some resource generation roads, basically. And you will be good. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I mean, the avalanche definitely helps. I guess it's also like, I mean, it's not a bad passive, right? I mean, the damage for Blizzard literally does nothing, but you get free casts, which is, you know, I guess it's fair enough. I also feel like Blizzard is the most fun build to play, actually. Because I really don't like these permanent teleporting builds, it's just too fast. I don't really want to play so fast. It's like exhausting. I'd rather play it a little bit slower and have more power. What? Ah. Hate it. I need an incense. Also like the sound on the Blizzard. I don't know if that's new or not, by the way. I don't remember. Maybe I should just get Ace's Ferocity and fix my mana. It was not so smart of the sharpshooter to respawn in the Blizzard. But the good thing is, if you do this method, by the time you reach level 100, you get like all greater affixes 925 gear. Wait, where's the alchemist? Do they all give 5%? I don't even care which one I do. At what point you can actually do like multiples? Do they stack, by the way? Does the experience of these stack? Did anybody ever test that? I mean, these are pretty expensive. I would assume you wouldn't have these in a leveling scenario. You would maybe have one. Yeah, it's not a smart shooter. A good one, actually. I want to make a comparison now again. I do 2 ones and see how much XP the higher one will give. Also, what I like about this is that it drops no gear, so you never have to backtrack and pick up garbage. It's like a really good thing to have, I feel like. You can just leave them in the blizzard and die. Well, Firewall is not good at this stage anymore, so we changed to blizzard. I guess there would also be like a regular leveling experience. At some point you just change to blizzard. It's just the best thing you can do. That's the thing with Firewall. Burning damage in general, except for like Firebolt, I guess, just falls off. Like, you know, when you get like level 70 or something like that, at some point it just falls off. And then you just do regular blizzard, which is like, you know, it's a super simple build, really. Not much you can do wrong with it. You need no gear, you just need the aspects. And the aspects are stronger now since they scale with the weapon damage. So even if you had like a very low roll, you would still be like completely fine here. So I got 1.5 bars. This is just a regular Blizzard build. Like on my channel there's like a classic Blizzard build, which is pretty much the same. So Blizzard build is pretty simple. It really didn't change since like the first version of the game, basically. The Blizzard build has pretty much always been the same. It's very, very simple. Very good build. You know, it's just like a level of consistency in the game, which you don't really have on other things. But, you know, the Blizzard has always been consistently doing great damage and being, you know, inexpensive to make, easy to play, fast to clear, high boss damage, high, very good all-round build, high trash damage, high elite damage, great crowd control. So, I mean, it's not the speedrunning build though, obviously. It's for like pushing and leveling, but for that it has always been great. I'm just playing it with Hydra now because the new Conjuration Mastery gives mana regeneration and movement speed, but you know, it's just like a slight variation. Most of the time we will play Deep Priest, but you know, this level of content is so easy, so I really don't need Deep Priest at all, so It doesn't look like the 110 gives any more XP. I'm gonna do the 120 after this to just verify if that's really true. The frozen orbs come from the frozen orb enchantment. Yep, I would totally agree. And if you also like, you know, get this build to the fullest extent, you can really like hit for high damage. Like with, you know, Devouring Blaze ranks on the amulet and stuff like that. The Chain Lightning has been weak all the time. And it doesn't even work with lucky hits. So, I mean, I don't know. I tried it with like 140% lucky hit and I couldn't even like get a lot of meteors to proc out of it. And the damage of Chain Lightning is just like so irrelevant. Just literally does no damage whatsoever. You know, it probably is even worse than Incinerate. So the 110 gave significantly less XP than the 100. Is that possible, actually? So I got 1.5 bars, and now I got less than 1.5. So I don't know if it's like different from rift to rift or something like that, but this definitely gave me less XP than the level 100. Yeah, maybe mob types, but it doesn't really make so much sense because you have to kill like a certain amount of mobs so it opens, right? So I don't know. Kind of doesn't make too much sense to me, honestly. What I like about this new patch is the movement speed. So that everything basically is running at full movement speed. That's pretty cool, actually. I mean, if I would have switched to Blizzard just instantly, I would probably be like half an hour faster than this. I wonder why I'm even Lightning Spear. I should probably be using Ice Blades. So, the nice thing if you play this aspect, which gives you your Ice Spikes chill, is the freezing happens like instantly. Yes, you lose some damage, but I kind of still, I like it a lot. Especially if you early, like all the guides you will see, they don't have that in there basically. They will never have it in there. So, if you play the aspect, like this one here, which I have on my ring. No, this one here. Ice Armor is active, you leave behind exploding Ice Spikes, and Ice Spikes chill for 15%. That's really gonna help a lot in the beginning. And also it does a lot more damage in the beginning. Because, you know, this thing with the Ice Spikes is they do like, let's just make it like you do like 3 or 4 times more damage to frozen enemies in general with Blizzard. The Ice Spikes itself do extra damage to frozen, and then you have a bunch of Paragon nodes plus Hoarfrost which give you extra damage to frozen. So with that node you're gonna freeze stuff significantly faster, giving you access to more damage significantly faster. Obviously for bossing it's like not so good. But I feel like in general it's like better if you're like not bossing. But I mean, you can definitely do level 200 pit with Blizzard. Like, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't work. It's probably not even very slow. What? That was overextended. Just a little bit. I don't even know, honestly. Like, Lightning Spear gives some stun. Ice Blades don't really give me anything. Just like some little cooldown reduction, but I feel like the cooldown reduction of like a single Ice Blade is like so low. Doesn't really... I feel like it doesn't really do a whole lot there. I guess in the end, you know, it doesn't really make a whole lot of a difference here. That slot is basically free for whatever skill you would like to use. And also use like whatever, like you can use an ultimate there, you can use Deep Freeze. Yeah, I mean, you have Tal Rasha buff usually from teleport. And also I'm not using Tal Rasha because this is like a leveling. But again, it's like, it doesn't really matter at all, honestly. Like, you can play... In that slot, you can pretty much put whatever you like. If you play higher tiers, Lightning Spear is good because it gives you initial stun. You could play Unstable Currents, but it has a very low high cooldown. But it would give you some extra attack speed once in a while. So you can also definitely do that. But I'm struggling with mana already anyway. I should just stop opening these chests. At this point, I guess it's fair to say I would have enough materials to do one round of Masterworking. But I'm really lazy, so I'm just gonna stash the gear. But this is definitely not like a final build, right? Why did the... This is like stupid. You leveled with the Lightning Spear build? How did that work? I mean... Oh. I mean, I guess you can do Unstable Currents, but, you know... How would the Lightning Spear build work? They don't do damage, right? Or am I getting confused? I mean, they're good for overworld, but... If mobs have HP... I mean, I guess if you do like, you know, the Arclash Unstable Currents, Lightning Spear kind of build. I think it's pretty sad that Conjurations just don't do enough damage. I would really like to just play a pure Conjuration build without like Unstable Currents and basic skill. So just really putting all Conjurations on your bar and just being able to spam them. And there's not so much missing. Like at this point it's basically just the cooldown reduction is not enough. So you would just have to get the Conjurations cooldown down by maybe another like 30% or something like that. So you could just spam Conjurations permanently. That would actually be a cool build. Yeah, I mean, that would be even more chill, right? Just place 4 Hydras and call it a day. Just watch them kill stuff. Like, I have absolutely no problem with the build like that. Like, I want to play a relaxed build. And, you know, minions, Conjurations, like, that would be pretty cool. I mean, you can already, like, if you use the Hydra in the current state, right? If you just want to do, like, tier 100, it's gonna work just fine. You're not gonna break, like, tier 200 with that. But for tier 100, you can just use pure Hydra. It's, like, gonna be absolutely fine. Yep. Well, they kind of have that, right? Conjuration Mastery. I don't think with the Lightning Spear it's gonna work. I mean, with Ice Blades together, if you spam all Conjurations and if you get the absolute maximum cooldown reduction... I don't know. Maybe with the Tempering... Yeah, I know. I didn't try it yet, but the problem is all cooldown reductions are multiplicative with each other. So also the new Lightning Spear is... It is not going before like the multiplier, so... basically, you may be gonna get like another 2 seconds or so out of the cooldown. But you cannot reach like the very low tiers, because every cooldown reduction basically multiplies with every other. And the more cooldown reduction you get, the less effective it gets. So I don't think you can really do this. It has to come from the Ice Blades. You can get it pretty low, though. Yeah, with Hectic you could probably even... Well, the problem is you gotta play Permanent Flame Shield, right? If you want to clear level 200. But Hectic could help. I also would really love that they fix Crackling Energy, because there's so many cool like potential builds with Crackling Energy, like Lightning Spear Enchantment and stuff like that. But unfortunately, you can only have like 15 crackling energies, and then the other ones do despawn, which basically makes it useless. I don't even know why they added that, because it would be so awesome if you can just have infinite crackling energy. And then you would run into like the big stack with those infinite crackling energy boards and like spawn like 15 lightning spears. Or yeah, okay, 30, but you know, it's just like stupid that they did that. Because it's like the Asadoras, for example, with the lightning nova. It would be so amazing if, you know, there wasn't this stupid crackling energy cap. But with the crackling energy cap, it's like literally useless. There's just so many useless abilities. And I would really like them to address all these things. Like Lightning Spear Enchantment, for example, is like a completely useless ability. It has no space anywhere. And like half of the abilities, like Spark, Frostbolt, have no use. It's like, I don't know. I feel like, why are these abilities there if they have literally no use? Yeah, pickup radius, that would be nice, like, but make it like 15 times larger. Larger crackling energy pickup radius, not a bad idea. Or you could also have a tempering maximum crackling energy on the ground, whatever. And then imagine they would give crackling energy damage. They have been buffing, like trying to buff crackling energy damage since the beginning of time. And it still literally does no damage whatsoever, not even remotely. They even have like a Paragon node buffing crackling energy damage, which has been there since the very beginning. And it even gives you like 200% extra damage, and that bumps the damage from like 2k to like 10k or something like that. Just mind-blowing how terrible some of these abilities are, and that they just don't get changed. I think the picking up is fine with the crackling energy. I like the concept. Just give me more. Yeah, it's stupid. Like, it is really... If you want to make a crackling energy build, give me the option to make a crackling energy build, right? Like, it's pretty cool. Like, automatically damage everything which is around you. Like, I like the concept of that. So if you would give it like 10 times more damage, why not? But yeah, my hopes are like on the expansion. Like honestly, I have no really high hopes for like season 4. I don't even have high hopes for season 5. I don't think there's gonna be any major groundbreaking changes. You mean before the release of the game? Because it looked cool in the videos. And it looks cool. Like, they basically made something which is... The concept is pretty cool, right? You pick up the bubbles and, you know, it's like electrocuting everything around you. It's like the very good concept. Like, it just doesn't do damage. If it would... It also doesn't proc anything, right? It cannot apply burning or whatever. But if it would do damage, I'm all for it. Like, that's like, you know, I like Righteous Fire in Path of Exile because, you know, you just gotta switch the skill on. And then you just gotta move, and you know, you don't have to press so many buttons. Like, I feel like it's exhausting having to press buttons all the time. So I feel like there should be, and conjurations, for example, and minions, those builds should be the builds where you don't have to press buttons all the time. But still, they made it so you have to press buttons all the time. So with Hydra in like the beta, you would just throw the Hydra down and it would kill everything, and you would watch and you would be happy. And I really like builds like that in general. I don't want to like go so fast. Takes like so much enjoyment out of the game if you have to like smash buttons all the time. That's why Path of Exile, Righteous Fire's best build. You just got a red aura which kills everything. You just move. You don't like PoE potions? I like PoE potions actually. I don't like Last Epoch potions. But you know, most likely I don't like using potions at all. I think builds should have life leech and life regeneration, so you're not forced to use potions anyway. I don't like the concept basically of potions at all. No, Path of Exile, you don't need to press potions. There's, since, I don't know when, you can craft potions that they auto-activate. You can basically say auto-activate when charges reach full, for example. You can just craft it on your potions, and then they just gonna auto-activate, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I also don't know why they had to nerf Hydra so heavily. I mean, it would be alright if they nerfed it a little bit after the beta, right? But, you know, in the beta, there was basically, you know, Necro Bone Spear was like completely out of control. It was just like, for whatever random reason, doing like 15 times more damage than any other skill of any other class. And Hydra was doing like pretty significant damage. But like they nerfed it down by like 1000% or something like that. I don't know. They could have just nerfed it, you know, to a manageable amount. But they basically nerfed it to a skill which literally does no damage whatsoever. And I don't understand why you would do that. Like, it cannot be so difficult to do the math, right? So you just take like a blizzard or you take a fireball and see how much damage that does. And then you just take a Hydra and just use a freaking calculator and say, ah, okay, let's remove it by 75% and it will be good. Like, it's not so difficult, right? Why does it have to be so difficult? I really don't understand why they're having so much trouble balancing these abilities. I mean, you just get like a few players and test them, and then we'll be like, yeah, you know, Hydra is doing like probably twice as much damage as it should be. And then we'll be like, alright, let's nerf it down by 50%. Can you try again, please? Then they nerf it by 50%, and then would be like, yeah, feels good now. Alright. Instead of, they do like, oh, Hydra's doing too much damage. Let's just make it 10% of what it was before. Nobody testing it? Nope, we just do it. Because we can. It's just, I don't know. I just don't understand it. Like, you have a game, you have abilities, you spend a lot of work and a lot of money into developing the abilities, and then you nerf the abilities down so much that nobody will ever use them. So why do you then have the abilities? Doesn't really make sense to me. Yeah, and now it is... it is not playable because it does damage. It is playable because you can plant a lot of Hydras, which stack up Conjuration Mastery, which gives you more damage. But the Hydra by itself is still not really playable unless you're playing in the overworld, where it's obviously an amazing skill, because it auto-targets and kills everything in Helltide. But for high-level content, it still doesn't do any damage. For auto-targeting in the overworld, it's a pretty good ability. Yeah, it gives the same XP. So you can only get XP, like, I think it's 10 levels above your character level or 15 levels. I don't even know, honestly. But, yeah. So if I have level 90, I will probably do, like, level 105. But you're not getting more XP by doing a higher level, it seems like. I mean, I guess if I would have specced into Blizzard earlier, I would probably be done like after like 10 hours. You also just gotta keep in mind there's no XP buff in here, right? So the 9 to 10 hours speed levelings on the seasonal realms, they are always like 25% more XP. So if this would be on seasonal, you would probably be done with like, within like, you know, 7 hours, you would probably be level 100 or so. Yeah. Hydra Fireball enchant is pretty good. Then you just add a basic skill, like Spark, for example. Like I have this Spark Hydra build, where you just spam like lightning spears with Spark. Or you can do Arclash, doesn't really matter what you use. But that together with Hydra is pretty good for overworld. Then you can add the teleport enchant to get around faster. It's good because it's also pretty relaxed, right? I mean, right now the events in the Helltides are obsolete, but when the events in the Helltide were not obsolete, like you would do during the waves of darkness, just standing in the middle, spamming Arclash, having your lightning spears and Hydras kill everything for you. That was pretty cool, actually. Now you wouldn't want to do this event because the other events are just way better. Oops. That was not smart. Also, I can't believe that they really just, you know, made the Blizzard radius. I mean, they must have been knowing that the ice spikes would just lose density by adding that ability. I cannot understand how they put that in like that way. Like everybody knew that, you know, you cannot play the Mastery Glyph, the Adept Glyph with Blizzard because it's gonna reduce the density of ice spikes. Everybody gave that feedback. That bug has been well, it's not a bug, right? But it's like a whatever, coincidence, whatever you want to call it, has been reported like a gazillion times. And what do we get now? Blizzard radius. Instead of getting, you know, for Blizzard, get more like ice spikes density, or get ice spikes spawn rate, or get, you know, whatever you want for Blizzard. Duration. I have no freaking idea. Like, get anything, but the only... There was really one thing which you couldn't get was Blizzard radius. There was the one thing you could do which was, like, completely wrong. Like... But I just don't understand how you can fail like that if you're, like, a billion-dollar company. How can you fail like this? It's just mind-blowing to me. There is a cap how many blizzards you can have at a time? How many is it? I didn't know that, honestly. It's gotta be quite a few, though. If there's a cap. Maybe they were disappearing because they were out of duration? I don't know. So basically you say... Wait. So how long does a blizzard last? It lasts 12 seconds, right? So... If I would stand here and now I do blizzards... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I mean, that was at least 15 though. So I'm not sure if that's true, but maybe it is. Maybe some smart person can do a slow motion and test that. But I feel like still you can stack like a large amount of blizzards. Yeah, that's possible. I had like about that. But yeah, anyway, like it's very disappointing. Also, like the blizzard radius, nobody wants that. Like, it's pretty useless. I mean, if you go with maximum attack speed on bosses and they can only stack like 12 times, that would actually mean that after like 3 seconds you would have the maximum blizzard stacks. So there's a setting, I don't know how it's called, under controls there's a setting where you can de-separate, or basically where you can separate the interact and click to move, or whatever it's called. So there's a setting on the controls. It's on top of the controls where you can actually do that. And it's amazing. Because I really cannot deal with having a click on, like, if you have a skill on left mouse, you basically cannot click to move. So it's a very important setting, actually. Yeah, I don't know. Incinerate, you know, the only thing... So, just think about Red. Like, they added, like, WASD movement, right? I mean, I haven't tried this, honestly, but they added it. So, Why would you add WASD movement if you wouldn't give Inferno an aspect so you can cast while moving? That is the perfect skill for it, right? I mean, there's no skill in this game which benefits from WASD movement but Inferno. Yeah, you have to uncheck the box. Yeah, then you have to bind the interact key. So there's two boxes basically. I'm gonna show you. 1 second. So there's two boxes. If you go here to options and you go controls, there's combine, move, interact. You disable that, right? And then there is the controls here. There's two of them. There's one which is called move and one which is called interact and move. So you don't want to bind move, you want to bind interact and or move and interact. Okay? So uncheck the box, then bind move and interact, and you're gonna be golden. You bind interact to scroll wheel up and move. And force move to scroll wheel down. How do you move then? Like with left click or... I don't understand. Like you have to... Yeah, with controller you don't have that issue because you have movement separate from your left mouse click basically. It's correct. So that's just for like PC users. But how do you like have move on mouse wheel? Is that the... Then you have to like scroll down your mouse wheel to move? I don't really understand that. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe that's too high level for me. You're welcome. So it's different like night and day. Really, it is so much better with having your move key not being blocked by an ability. Also, like one thing is what has been like very important for me, which I have been telling a lot of players, is never put your main attack ability on second mouse. Because if you use left click to move and you use right click to cast your blizzard, for example, you know, all you're gonna do is you're gonna destroy your stupid fingers. Like, it is exhausting and it's very inefficient. So you always want to bind your primary attack on a key. Never bind your primary attack on a second mouse. It's like, it's unplayable. At least for me, it's unplayable. I have been doing that in the very beginning. And when the gauntlet basically came out, I was like starting to realize, you know, this speed is just not playable if you have to use your left and right mouse buttons all the time. At the same time, it's just like something which didn't work out for me. So I rebinded all my hotkeys to not having to do that anymore, and it's like a different like night and day for me. I mean, I know there's like, you know, you can have like 15 buttons on your mouse, but that's something I cannot, like my brain cannot handle more than 2 mouse buttons really. I cannot even handle the side buttons. Yeah, I mean, it's not like against terms of service to have auto clicker macros if you're like, you know, your hardware supports it. Like all these gaming like mouse all have like that stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna make it to 100. Let's just face it, it's gonna take too long. But I think still this is a good leveling method, even if you would like push a little higher. If I would be like leveling this in a real, I would probably be like 20 levels higher. Would probably go like for like the level 120, 125-ish just to farm the materials while leveling. Because you will need a lot of those. It might also be, I mean, I didn't test too much. Yeah, like the 20 to 30 button World of Warcraft mouse. Like, I don't understand how these people do it. Like, I have like huge respect for them. Like, there's like people who have like a mouse with 15 buttons and they bind like one skill on every single button and they go play like World of Warcraft, like go like Mythic raiding and be like the top players, and I would be like, how the hell are you managing so many mouse buttons? Like, I couldn't do it. I would be like confused all the time. I don't know. It's just like mind-blowing to me how that works. But I think this is gonna be my leveling method. So this is definitely gonna be my leveling method for the season. I just go pits. Yeah, I mean, that's what I have like utmost respect for it. I just couldn't do it. I cannot even memorize 2 buttons. Pit XP is like way better, but I will actually, let me just go to Helltide again. I wanna do a little comparison. I'm just gonna do like 5. Well, I'm gonna. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do 3 pits and count the XP. Like the bars, I'm not gonna like exactly count the XP. I'm gonna count the bars of 3 pits and then I'm gonna repeat with Helltide. Yeah. Just level glyphs in tier 100. So get done with Nightmare Dungeon as fast as possible, basically. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the first pit. It's like at 8 hours and 1 minute. Blizzard is best built for bosses, basically. On the low entry level, obviously. But Frozen Orb is not so good for bosses. Blizzard has like way higher boss damage. Blizzard is in general like a very good all-round build. Also, the good thing about Blizzard is if you like doing like this speed leveling, the mobs behind you are just gonna die in your Blizzard, so you don't really need to stay there and kill them. It's just gonna happen all by itself. God damn it. Hate this layout. No way. It's also not gonna be 10 hours, but I don't have so much time anyway. I'm gonna stop anywhere. It's just, you're missing like an XP buff from the season, so this will probably take like 10 to 11 hours, I would say. But I wasted like a lot of time with like the Firewall build and stuff like that, so could definitely be like more efficient there. But it's still pretty fast, and assuming that by doing this you actually like get 925 gear and resources. Which is something you would have to do after that anyway. Yeah, that's probably true. Depends on if you actually have to do the seasonal quest line before leveling or not. Always depends on what the mechanic is. Okay, so this was one bar now, basically. No, it's not going to be live. The codex is going to be empty on Season 4. You start with an empty codex. It's just here on the PTR. So let's just see. I'm gonna do 3 pits to compare. Yeah, I mean, you could start any build you wanted, but the aspects were all just level 1. So most of the builds don't really work so good with level 1 aspects. But to be fair, like, you know, most players just created like 20 characters first and deleted them all, and then, you know, you would have like, if you would be smart, like, you could have all the aspects at max before you even start playing. I feel like they should have made it fully unlocked but not level 1. Fully unlocked but, you know, level 50% like it was before, basically. Before you would add like a half roll or something like that. Oh no, you would also get the minimum roll. It's actually incorrect. I mean, maybe they will even do that. I mean, I can't tell you. I don't work at Blizzard. But I don't really think they will. Like, it just is... I don't know. Because, you know, all the dungeons are gonna unlock... those, and you would basically just invalidate that functionality. And it wouldn't... Exactly, they want us to do dungeons we don't want to do, because that's their style. They basically want us to do all the content they make for just because it's there. Because if we wouldn't do it and the content would be there, I don't know. That's just Blizzard style. They always do that. If there's something nobody wants to play, they basically enforce people to play it. Instead of making the content interesting, they just say, you now gotta play the content to get whatever. Right? Nobody wants to play Helltide, so they would just say... That was the first attempt, right? Nobody wanted to play Helltide. Literally nobody was playing Helltide, and then we're like, yeah, we're gonna add Uber Duriel, and then you have to play Helltide to get the mats. So, instead of just making Uber Duriel accessible, they would say, no, you have to play Helltide now to do that. Nobody was doing the Whisper, so they were like, so now you have to do the Whisper so you can do Varshan. That's always the kind of thing they do. They make their annoying, boring content, which nobody wants to play, they enforce it. Instead of making the content good, that's just... They have been doing this forever. But to be fair, like, new Helltide is pretty good, though. Like, they did a good job. The new Helltide really has a lot more monster density. It drops a lot more stuff. It drops, like, crafting materials and everything. So it really improved by a lot. So my feeling for the Frozen Orb build was that the double casts are better because they also work on conjurations. And I mean, I couldn't fully verify it, but I had the feeling that the double cast would also spawn 2 conjurations. Other than that, probably the 30% for every build will be better. But for the Frozen Orb, maybe it was just for the visuals. You know, maybe it wasn't really better. But it felt good to me. If the 30% damage would be better, you know, it's possible, honestly. I didn't really test this, since we don't really have a way of benchmarking that, because we don't have a DPS meter or whatever. I also couldn't do it because I didn't have more, like, weapons to retemper. Okay, so now we got 3 bars full. I guess it's fair to say I get 1 bar per pit here. So let's see how long it takes. So let's just make this 3 bars, and it took us 8 minutes and 40 seconds. So let's try the same with Helltide. Yeah, exactly. I also felt like you get more Conjuration Mastery when with the double Frozen Orb. And that was for me like double dipping, so in general, I would like that interaction more than having just extra 30% damage. Okay, so now we do the same in Helltides, right? So 8 minute 40 seconds. Wait, no, completely wrong. 8 minutes 40 seconds Helltide. Let's see how many bars we get. I don't have XP elixir, that's not gonna be accurate. Also, I really like that they changed the elixirs and everything, like they consolidated everything. That's a good thing, definitely. Okay. So 8 minute 40 seconds Helltide. Let me clean up my inventory. Okay, so 8 minute 40 seconds are starting at 8:12, timer 8:12. So we go until 8:12. So we go until 8:20 and 40 seconds. Let's go. I mean, my bar's not moving, is it? I mean, I guess it comes down to opening the chests and stuff like that. You gotta take all of that into account, obviously. It's actually moving a little bit. Oh, I shouldn't have taken the shrine. I mean, also you would get the quests, obviously. They also give, like, you know, some XP. Like the whispers. I also didn't find, like, any of the events yet. So I'm probably not gonna have a very accurate result here. Yeah, the Shrine of Speed down. The shrine's like such garbage. Why can't I move up there? This is like a pretty bad example of Helltide, I guess. I'm like literally not finding any mobs. That worm dismounted me. That's funny. What? Why did it town portal? No, you get... No, that's not true. You just... if you're leveling Helltide, you wanna open all the chests towards the end of the Helltide because they give you XP based on your current level. So you basically wanna open them as late as possible early because you can make like 2 extra levels or something like that and then open the chest and you will basically get more XP that way. Exactly. But I mean, this is, it's actually not so much slower right now. And I didn't find any of the juicy events yet. And I didn't really get the ambush and everything. So I guess if you have like 4 people, you will probably not be much slower just leveling this. It's a little hard to say. You would have to like farm, you know, you would have to like do like half an hour or an hour and, you know, get the exact amount of XP. Instead of saying, yeah, I got so many bars, like that's not very accurate, obviously. But I mean, it's not terrible, the XP I'm getting. Okay, there's one event. No, it's just a Ravaged Corpse. But I mean, I got like 1 bar by now. A little bit more than 1. And I have like 4 more minutes. So I guess it's not terrible at all. Oh, that's the Hellborn. Oh, the Helltide is over. Oh no, is it just bug? It says it's 1 second left, but it's still running. So probably just UI bug, right? Yeah. Oh, it sinks though. I mean, I guess if you have like a lot of people in the Helltide, you know, you will get a lot more XP than I'm getting right now. And again, I didn't find a single of the good events here. And I'm like... I have like... Let's make it 30% less. Oh, there's one. So let's end this event, to be fair. Because these are going to give you the most XP. Yeah, exactly. The Dust Devil leveling strategy is best. I guess at this point with Blizzard, you know, doesn't really matter. Like everything is gonna die instantly anyway. But I mean, I have like 2 bars now, right? And I wasn't very lucky overall. And I have yet to open 1 chest. So, I mean, I guess it's not terrible, the XP in Helltide. But it's definitely worse than the pit. If you have like a group of like, you know, 10 people around the summoning altar, which everybody is being like haunted and spawning like stuff all the time, you might actually get more XP in Helltide. So let's open 2 more chests and then let's see how much the result actually is. Come on, dude. There's no more chest. It's unfortunate. Do this one. So I guess, you know, in the end, it will be a little bit slower, but not significantly slower, I guess. But you're not gonna get your masterworking materials. And obviously towards the end, right, when you reach like level 90 plus, the XP is gonna get less because the monsters are going to be on your monster level, while in the pits you can actually have them higher. I mean, the XP is okay. It's not terrible. You get the glyphs. Just the Hellborn again. These really have a lot of HP. What? What was that? Come on, I just want to have my gear. Where are all these guys coming from? I mean, it's hard to say right now because they're definitely gonna change something about the pit. Maybe they change the rares which drop in pit to like crystals, for example. Hard to say, obviously, at this point. But I guess I will do it like, you know, I will farm Helltide until I have enough gear to start pits. Then I will do pits until I'm level 100. Then I will masterwork my gear. And then I'm gonna rush through the nightmare dungeons to do my glyphs. That is most likely how I am gonna do it. Unless there's gonna be a crazy seasonal leveling mechanic again. But I don't really think that the seasonal leveling mechanic can be much better than Helltide early on. I mean, this gives significantly more XP. But most likely, if there's really like 10 players at the Helltide just doing the summoning all the time, that will probably be more XP. If there's just like these elites spawning all the time, I gotta assume that's gonna be better. I guess at this stage, you would probably be like 20 levels higher or something like that. I don't know how many. I guess you have to comfortably see how much materials you're getting to the clear speed. So as soon as the clear speed will be like getting too slow, I would probably stop going for higher levels. I'm just trying to... So my goal would be, if I reach level 100, I would want to have a set of Enchantments 925 all masterwork to the second tier. That's probably how I would have to play it. And the yellow ones, I think they start dropping at like level 120 pit or something like that. So you would probably like have to settle for like 130 or something like that. Which I guess is completely fine. Like if you know, look at your gear and like, you know, update your Paragon and stuff like that, instead of having 31 spare points like I do. I think you will be able to just do like level 130s within like a reasonable amount of time. I just think we will. I mean, even if you don't, like, you're just gonna stay in Helltide for a little bit longer until you got enough legendaries for pit, so that's probably just gonna be like half an hour difference or so. I didn't really play Helltide in World Tier 4 very extensively. And just, I imagine, like, you know, there's going to be a lot of players in Helltide, so there's always gonna be like 10 players around at the summoning, and the summoning dropped, like, you know, the boss from the summoning dropped like 4 to 6 legendaries, so even if they halve that, if you have enough people there, you will fill your inventory with legendaries probably, you know, within like 15 minutes or something like that. So you maybe need to, like, you know, grind for half an hour until you have enough legendaries for pit. So I don't think that's going to be a huge issue at all. Yeah, well, but I don't know. Like, that's obviously RNG, but, you know, I assume it's not going to be an issue. But you never know. Like, maybe it takes longer. I mean, as you can see, I didn't need the blizzard. I could get into like pit with Firewall, no problem. It was absolutely not an issue. Just not, like, a little bit slower than blizzard, obviously. But then you find like a lot of items. I mean, you never know how long it takes. Maybe you stay in Helltide a little bit longer. If there's enough people, you probably get like somewhere around to, like, you know, 50 to 100 legendaries per hour. Then you also have the gambling if you really want to gamble. You want to do events. So, I mean, there will be access to that aspect. It always depends. I mean, there's like 20 offensive aspects or something like that, so obviously the chance is not like extremely high to get it. I mean, how many offensive aspects is there anyway? I'm gonna check. Oh wait, I have to backtrack like all the way now? That's terrible. Terrible game design. D4 bad. I hate that. They shouldn't do this. They should make the dungeons open that they never end. So let's see how many we have. So we have Codex. So we have... Wait. Oh, I cannot filter by mine. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Armageddon. This is so terrible. Wait, what? Yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 19, 20, 21. 25. 30. Oh, wow, okay. So this is like a lot, actually. Okay. So, I mean... So then technically... Every 42 weapons... you would get one plus the bonus chance of all the other items. So it might take a little while, honestly, to obtain it. I didn't even know it's so many. Wait, where did it say it at the top? 86. Oh, you're right. So here it says 141 and here it says 42. That's confusing. What do you mean tier 4 only drop? Why would it be world tier 4 only? I mean, it hasn't been like this before. It was dropping in all world tiers. Why would you make the aspect only drop in world tier 4? That doesn't make any sense to me. Where do you have that information from? I mean, the aspect used to drop in all world tiers. I can definitely confirm that. I had these aspects at like level 40-ish. So maybe they change it. Yeah, I mean the highest value is possible only in world tier 4, that's correct. But it can drop everywhere. Yeah, but you don't need to have the highest value. It works with like lower values as well. I'm not saying that it's like, you know, it might take some time. Like, that is how RNG is supposed to work. That's the downside of Blizzard. You need like an okayly rolled aspect. So I guess if you have half of it, it's still going to be absolutely fine. Because as you can see, my damage right now is like a lot of overkill. So if I had a halfway rolled one, I would be still absolutely fine. I don't even know how good mine is, actually. Let's see. Yeah, you can definitely put it on a stuff, and if the roll is lower, it still works. It's not optimal, but it still definitely works. Especially because stuffs now are like significantly better than they have been before. Because with the new stats, you don't lose out on focus if you play a stuff. Because the stuff can have all the offensive stats also other than cooldown reduction, and you don't really care about cooldown reduction when playing Blizzard at all. Okay, so I got a maximum actually. But as you can see, like the roll range is not so bad as it used before, right? So this is 2.7k to 3.8k. So before it used to be like half, right? It used to be, I don't know the exact numbers. Let's just make, it used to be 500 to 1,000. Numbers are wrong. And now it's like 2.7 to 8. So it's just a 30% difference now. And before it used to be like a 50% difference. So even if you have a min roll, you know, you're going to do 30% less ice spike damage, but it's still going to be absolutely fine. So really, even with the min roll, you will be good. It's much closer together, the gap now, for that aspect, which is a good thing, I guess, because the gap was very large before. And yeah, you can absolutely put it on the stuff. Like this. It's probably even better at this stage to not play Wand and Focus. Because all I'm getting from Wand and Focus right now is extra cooldown reduction and lucky hit. And honestly, I don't need cooldown reduction and I don't need lucky hit. So I could just play a 200 stuff and have more blizzard damage, period. Yeah, 6k, yeah. Is it 6k now? Minus 3.8, so it should be 5.2, right? Somewhere around that? Wait, so the stuff is now more than 100%? Or did they nerf Amulet? That's also correct. It's much cheaper to upgrade, but it might just cost double the materials to upgrade the stuff. Didn't check. I would check. I have a stuff. Maybe they removed the extra amulet buff. I don't think they did, actually. No, it's from Codex. It's like max rolled. I took it from the Codex, so it cannot really be sacred, right? Not sure. This is the Blizzard build. This is a Blizzard build, yes. Ah. That actually makes sense. So the aspect double dips because it's based on weapon damage, plus it gets the double bonus if you have it on your weapon. That would actually make sense. That would actually mean that you would wanna play Blizzard on a two-handed weapon. Let me see. How much do you have here? I have attack speed and attack speed. So let's just grab a stuff with attack speed here. Let's just test this. What I'm gonna lose is... Well, apparently you lose out on one aspect, right? So it is not for free because you get one less offensive aspect by doing that. Where's my stuff? I had a stuff with lots of attack speed. Did I salvage it? Probably. So what do we have here? Intelligence, max life. Well, this has a lot of resource cost reduction. But I would need one with attack speed, so... This has even more resource cost reduction. I don't know where the stuff is gone, but let's just use like a random one here and just put some attack speed on it. So let's see. We do for frost. No. Okay. So now put the aspect on here. Let's just remove the life on hit here. Get some attack speed. Jesus, this UI. Okay, obviously I'm losing some attack speed now, but it doesn't matter. And now we put Glacier. So it goes to 5k. So it is not like this, I would suppose. So, as I said, 5.1k, and this one has 3.8. So that's another 25%, right? Is it? 4k plus... Well, I guess it is roughly 25%. So I guess this wouldn't really justify the stuff at this point. If it would have been 6k, definitely. But I mean, I can still put this on to just test it. I'm losing Stormswell and Conceited here. So I guess I put Stormswell on my amulet. Yeah, it was... I mean, definitely. Like, I have the max aspect, so... Stormswell... And... Well, yeah, I'm looting Conceited then, basically. Who cares? So let's try. Yeah, okay. I haven't upgraded my weapon. No, you cannot upgrade weapon damage. What? How would you upgrade your weapon damage? Oh, wait. Now it shows 6k? That is confusing. Is that local weapon damage? But it said 5k before, right? You saw it. It was 5k before. Now it's 6k. What did change? Let's do another one. Wait. This is like weird. I have another stuff here, right? Let's do one. Ah! I get it. Okay. You're right. You're right. This is like so weird. You're right. You're right. I checked with the other weapon having it equipped. And now if I do this, it shows 6. Okay, 6.1. Wow, this is like such a weird system. I mean, it's actually not a weird system. It's actually correct. So that is actually significantly more. That's a good amount of extra damage. And again, since you can have the big stats on your weapon right now, right? The attack speed, the intelligence, and stuff like that. I guess it definitely, for Blizzard, justifies the 200 stuff anyway, like always. Because really, what do you play Want and Focus for is cooldown reduction, mana cost reduction, and all that stuff. Lucky hit, and all these things you don't really need with Blizzard. With Blizzard, you basically just need raw damage. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense, but it's not intuitive. But how would the game know that you want to re-equip another stuff, right? I mean, it would make sense, because why else would you enchant it on that stuff if you know, wouldn't want to equip it? Yeah, crit can also roll on stuff, exactly. So that's actually even making it a little bit better, I guess. Because crit cannot roll on a... Which one of those cannot roll on a one-handed weapon? You cannot get crit attack speed int on a weapon, right? You can only get attack speed probably on a main hand. Yeah, I know. I mean, I also have like significantly less attack speed, but obviously like 48% mana cost reduction is like nuts, right? Like, but it's also like the attack speed is now significantly slower. But as you like that stuff with the greater attack speed FX, 44%, that's actually nuts. Are you sure? I think you cannot get 3 attack stats on a one hand. Or maybe you cannot get lucky hit. Maybe that was the one. One of the stats cannot be on the main hand. Maybe it's lucky hit. Yeah, I guess I could get rid of Avalanche. Anyway, I'm gonna be done here soon. We're not gonna make level 100. It's gonna take way too long. But this, you know, doesn't go significantly faster now. It goes a little bit faster, I guess. Because I don't have the attack speed. Like, towards the end, you could see it was getting down much faster. Because I had the attack speed. But now you could, for example, get rid of Avalanche and play Asus Ferocity. Like, if I do get rid of Avalanche, go for Asus Ferocity, for example, now. And now I could imprint Ancient Flame. Which is not very smart, but I think it's still pretty cool. You know, let's get rid of this now. Sorry, imprint. Go for Ancient Flame. So now we have, let's see what attack speed. So we already had 72%, so I'm like over. So I could remove some attack speed from somewhere now. I could actually remove it from the stuff itself. So let's go for crit on the stuff, maybe. Enchanting, sorry. But it's crazy how much attack speed you can roll on the 2-end. Are you sure it can get crit? Let's see. See, it can't. That's what I was saying. You cannot get 3 out of 3 on a weapon. You can just get crit damage, but you cannot get critical strike chance. That's why I always had maximum life on my weapons, because I didn't want to use the additive damage. So I was always using attack speed, intelligence, and max life on my weapon, because I couldn't find a very good other stat for them. Are you sure? I think one hand couldn't do it either, honestly. See, no crit. It cannot have crit. This one doesn't have crit. So that actually justifies focus, because you can get crit on focus. No, I remember it, because my one-handed weapon, I was complaining, basically internally, because I had to get maximum life on my weapon, and I didn't like that. Because it didn't had a third offensive stat. I mean, other than additive damage, obviously. And I'm not saying that additive damage is bad, but it couldn't get the 3, because I wanted to have int attack speed crit, and I was thinking like that would be the perfect weapon, and I couldn't get it. Crit damage, but not crit chance. Maybe you're confusing it. Yeah, focus is... well, you can get the crit chance on focus. I guess it depends on your gear. And the implicit basically on the stuff is garbage, right? 30% damage to crowd control is just junk. Yeah, I mean, you can get the additive damage. I'm not saying that it's bad, but I was always getting the maximum life. Yeah, it is a little bit slower, correct. But I don't have accelerating aspect, which I could play. I mean, this is still fast, right? For bosses, I will have more damage. And, you know, I have like 20% of a wasted set right now. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. I guess you have to, like, really try it out. Because the 6k... so I really thought the damage would have been based on, you know, the... well, I guess it's based on the weapon damage, but I thought it would be like the same for Wanted Focus and for 200 stuff. But it's kind of like double dipping damage. Yes, you have a little bit less attack speed, I know. Yeah, I know, you can get very high crit. That's why I'm saying you have to balance out your stats, basically. And you usually just need 2 crit and 2 attack speed rolls or something like that. Always depends a little bit on the setup. Because if you have, like, focus for crit chance as an extra item, you can maybe get rid of it on another item for, like, a different stat. So it really always comes really down to, like, your individual gear. Obviously, if you have, like, all items greater affixes, you know, it's again a completely different story. I'm just, like, calculating without greater affixes. But as you can, like, this goes down faster, definitely. But they also changed one aspect to an offensive aspect, so... I mean, I always felt like Blizzard on a 200 stuff wasn't so good before. But now, since the aspect now gives you more damage by putting it on a 200 stuff, it might be actually better. Especially because you don't need the cooldown reduction from focus. Because before, basically, in most builds, focus is mandatory because for the double cooldown reduction. And now, like, if you get the stuff and you get the 44... So I had, like, the stuff, which I threw away, by the way, but... So it had, like, a regular greater affix attack speed, and that was 44%. So... that is actually a lot. And that unmasterworked. So if you would want to play Ancient Flame, you don't need a single additional attack speed roll if you have like that attack speed roll on your stuff. Then on top of it, you get the int on your stuff, which is a relatively big roll. And, you know, the third stat, you can either go maximum life or you can go additive damage. So I think it's a good thing. I think it's probably way better than playing Wanted Focus for Blizzard. Also removes RNG for tempering, definitely. Because greater affixes, there's also like, some greater affixes are like way better than others. Like greater affix cooldown reduction, for example, is pretty bad. You just get like 10% instead of 7% or something like that. Like it's not that strong. And greater affixes, first of all, for two-handed weapon, it's just one slot less where you have to find the lucky greater affixes on, right? And so greater affixes are additive, right? It's not like Masterworking is better on greater affixes, so we just add like an additive 50% on a greater affix. So if you masterwork a greater affix 3 times, you just get the additive bonus from the greater affix. But it's not multiplicative. No. Well, yes. So the problem with Sorg is all the multiplicatives are locked to like 30% max. So it's not like with Barb where you have like infinite scaling. You get, based on additive damages, you get multiplicative damage, but it stops at 30%. And you basically always have that. So you don't need to specifically stack any multiplicative damage to achieve that. Any additive damage. Unfortunately. I don't even know why they are all kept to 30%. I find that pretty annoying. Even though, because now they doubled all the affixes, right? And Barb is still there with like the unlimited affixes. And, you know, for Sorg, the buff isn't even remotely that strong because our affixes are still limited to 30%. So if you buff all those affixes, you should also buff our Paragon nodes to now have a maximum of 60% and not 30%, right? We only get half the buff, basically. It's kind of unfair. Yep. Correct. Like Frigid Fate ends at 30%. And it should now end at 60% to reflect the changes in the additive stats. So in this iteration of the game, I feel like it's not beneficial to level your glyphs at the very beginning. Because, you know, what's kind of giving you the most magnitude is 925 items with greater affixes and tempering and aspects. The glyphs are not really giving you a whole lot. You have to level the glyphs up to level 21 for them to become impactful. Even at level 15, they only give you like, you know, 10 to 15% damage each. It's really not so much. Just having like a big intelligence roll on your gear is much stronger actually. And if you can see like at my Paragon board, like I have like no glyphs which are working. I mean, I have these which give me a little bit of bonus, but I just got a random board. Like I got 38 points unassigned, and it doesn't really matter at all. Like that's why I choose to play the pits first, so then later on I can just, you know, speedrun through the nightmare dungeons and just level up my glyphs real quick. I feel like that is going to be the better way. Because I really don't want to struggle through nightmare dungeons early. So if I have resource problems or I don't have like a lot of cooldown reduction, I'm slow movement speed and all that stuff, then I really don't want to do the nightmare dungeons. I want to do the nightmare dungeons later when I have a good build already, when I'm very fast and I don't have to, you know, struggle with nightmare dungeons. I just want to like finish them really quick. And then, you know, I'm just gonna right away like make a couple of tier 100 sigils and then just run the good ones. Because we're gonna have enough sigil dust, hopefully from somewhere. Don't even know. No, you can get the shards from Helltide as well. And they drop pretty frequently. So you really could do this on the next season. Is Altar of Lilith really important? Yes. I mean, honestly, if you're lazy, you just have to get the ones which give you extra skill points and extra Paragon points. No, it's just extra Paragon points, I guess. But you get extra skill points from the renown system. The altars with just giving you like, you know, 2 intelligence, they're not like so important, honestly. But I guess in the end, still, if you like want to reach very high levels, they are important. Barb scaling is completely broken because of, yeah, the 200 aspects and the weapons and everything. It's just like completely broken. They're never gonna get Barb balanced. There's just way too much power with the extra 200 weapon slots. They would just have to... Well, basically at this point they would just have to say, you know what? We just make a general change on Barb. We just reduce all damage by 50%. But you know what? They cannot do that because the shit storm like would be too large. But that's what they probably would have to do. Just say, you know what? We just cut the Barb's damage in half in general. And you know what? The Barb would probably still be the strongest class in the game. No, you don't want to level as Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb is a terrible leveling build. Firewall is a good early leveling build, then Blizzard is a good, you know, mid-tier leveling build, and then you will go into an endgame build, which you could even stay with Blizzard as an endgame build if you want, but Frozen Orb will be an endgame build. Frozen Orb, you need very high breakpoints, you need a lot of crit chance, you need specific items, you need specific aspects, you need to fix your mana regeneration and everything. And Blizzard, you know, you really just need one aspect and you go. I mean, even if you find a Winter Glass early, you still need to get higher levels. It's not gonna work right off the batch. You still gotta get, like, Conjuration Mastery, like, you gotta get attack speed fixed. You gotta get Vulnerable fixed. It's not gonna instantly work. You're gonna have a lot of resource problems. Yeah, but what do you want with crazy single target damage for leveling? For leveling, you need all-round builds. So, I mean, single target is single target, but what is gonna help you in a real-life scenario? I mean, probably Winterglass gets a nerf. I mean, let's face it. It's pretty easy to nerf, right? Just change the 25%, just change the 50% chance to spawn a conjuration to, like, you know, maybe like 30%, and the item is gonna be fine. I mean, it's pretty easy to, like, adjust that item. Just adjust the number of conjurations spawning. That's the perfect way to adjust that item. All the other stats are pretty much fine on it. Like the lucky hit, frozen orb stuff, it requires a very high investment in lucky hit, which comes down to losing a lot of damage. Fireball. So, still, you want more AoE than single target for leveling. I guess that point is correct. Like, try Chain Lightning leveling with Fireball. Like, you're not gonna have a good time. Frozen Orb costs a lot of mana. It's not so easy to fix it. I mean, you can definitely fix it. But Blizzard just has, like, way more magnitude early game. Like, if you like basically say the damage per mana point, right? You throw one Blizzard and it's basically gonna destroy everything. And then you have the potential of stacking the Blizzard. So Blizzard, like, boss damage is just, like, so much over Frozen Orb. So anyway, I'm not gonna make it to 100. So it would probably take, like, another 2 hours at least to get to, like, level 100. It still takes, like, a lot of time without XP buffs. I love releveling. That's the only good thing about the game. The game has no endgame, so what are you supposed to do when not leveling? No. Chain Lightning plus Fireball was never a good leveling spec. I don't know who put that out, but it was always terrible. You would need a perfect enchant, like Chain Lightning for leveling. You would never have mana. You would always be out of mana. You never want to use a leveling build which is relying on mana. So the only way you could regenerate would be recharging aspect. So you would have to have a high rolled recharging aspect to even try to level with Chain Lightning. So Arclash, for example, is 15 times better for leveling because it simply doesn't need any resource. And fixing resource on Chain Lightning in leveling phase is almost impossible. That's why Firewall is such a good leveling build, because it basically fixes the mana by itself, by the regeneration passives. So anyway, I'm gonna call this leveling attempt. Not gonna make it. Would take too long. I mean, the tormented bosses are really... doesn't really have to do anything with late game. You don't even need to do them. It's just a regular boss which drops more items. So if you want to do them, but they are not really challenging. They don't really do high damage or anything. You don't need to really dodge them. So I guess it's not bad. And I actually didn't really play very fast. Like, I did a lot of bullshit in between. So with seasonal buff, you will probably be like somewhere around like 8 to 9 hours. Yeah, you got a 2.0 recharging aspect. You would usually not have them. So... but also, this is different, right? This season fixes resource. We are talking about seasons before this. Like on the PTR here, you can play any build as leveling because you can just fix resource. You can just get like +4 mana per second on your chest and get +4 mana per second on your helmet. Like, it's super easy to fix resource in this patch. Before, it wouldn't be. You couldn't fix your resource at all. Even with the 2.0 recharging aspect, before, like, PTR, you wouldn't be able to sustain mana with Chain Lightning. So this season, you really can pretty much play everything as a leveling build, because you have access to more resource. You also have a resource on kill. So if you're leveling resource on kill, it is really not an issue at all, right? Just get like 4 resource on kill and you kill 4 mobs and you are like full on mana again. Absolutely no problem. But it's just like Firewall is the better leveling build, like by far. It is just like it is. Anyway, I gotta call it for today. So I'm probably just gonna test some more stuff tomorrow, but I'm pretty much done with the PDR. So thanks for watching. See you guys later.